93. Do you want to freeze the sun? 4K subscriptions requested. Ian stood on the bow of the golden flying dragon, and the island in the distance was clearly visible. Hey, it looks like this business is not going well. Doflamingo stood beside him, holding a telescope in his hand and looking at the island in the distance. There is an incredible guy here in person. It can't be Iron Fist Garb. Ian squinted his eyes, but the distance was too far, and he couldn't see clearly. It's not Garb, but... Doflamingo handed the telescope to Ian. He is his disciple. Garb's disciple. Ian picked up the telescope and took a look. What comes into view is a fluffy mushroom head, which looks a bit obscene in shape. Wearing an eye patch on his forehead, wearing a long black coat lined with a blue t-shirt and white trousers, he was looking over here with dead fish eyes. Ian put down the telescope and said, What an exaggerated sight. That's Kuzan, Doflamingo said with a smile. Everyone knows that the current Marshal Cyborg Kong is a bit too old, and it was only in the past few years that he was promoted and left the Navy. When he is promoted, the current General Sengoku will undoubtedly become the new Marshal. The position of General will be filled by those three people. Porcelino, Sakaski, Kuzan. The most famous monster in the Navy headquarters in recent years is also commonly known as the Admiral's replacement. Babanuki, Ian shouted. Lord Ian, Babanuki hurried over. Take me and take you over to receive the warship. Ian turned around and gave the order. As for the others, get on Dover's ship first and don't get any closer. It's better to return home first. Ian, the white-haired girl looked at him eagerly. Ian raised his right hand and tapped the girl's forehead with his index and middle fingers. Forgive me, Yamato, next time. Don't treat me like a child. So, of course, the white-haired girl shouted. But forgive me, Yamato. That's Kun, a monster in the true sense of the word. No matter how cautious you are, big trouble can happen if you are not careful. If I could, I would just turn around and leave. So, at Ian's insistence, the others boarded the Don Quixote family ship and immediately turned around, and then the golden flying dragon continued forward, heading towards the island not far away. Aloha, you're really cautious, aren't you? On the coast of the island, Kazan looked at the ships being diverted and couldn't help scratching his head. Why do you need me to face such a troublesome brat? Is it just because I am active in the nearby waters? I really envy Porcelino, who went to the paradise to hunt down the sun pirates. Get out of the way. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Let them come here, aboard the golden flying dragon. Ian watched the government ships gradually disperse and said to the woman he was holding in his hand, So there's no need to be depressed, Major General Guillaume. Look, doesn't the government take you very seriously? It's a lot of trouble. Guillaume was still bound by extremely tough chains. The woman lowered her head. Her face was gloomy, and she said nothing. She has been in this state since she heard first-hand the communication between Ian and the government about the transaction that day. He looked suspicious of life. Finally, when he was about to get close to the island, Guillaume raised his head. His hair was singed by Ian with a stick. Although it had grown a lot now, it looked uneven, just like what a dog had chewed. Why? She asked. Why? Ian was stunned for a moment. Why? Why are you doing this? Guillaume gritted his teeth. Did I do something? Ian was confused for a moment. Why do you look so bitter and resentful? She wouldn't think that she was a Navy brat, would she? It's so pathetic. I just talked about what the government has done. Isn't it okay to tell the truth now? So Ian said, I just can't stand the way you confuse right and wrong. Confusing right and wrong? Guillaume was stunned for a moment. The next second, her pretty face turned distorted. This bastard said I was confusing right and wrong. Who is it that is turning black upside down? If pirates are black, then is the world government white? For the first time in his life, Guillaume thought about this problem. Then she gritted her teeth again. It was this bastard kid who made her become weird. The big ship did not completely dock, but stopped some distance away from the coast. After all, the boat is too big. If it really wants to get too close to the shore, it will be difficult to turn around later. Small boats were put down one after another on the golden flying dragon, carrying Babanuki and a group of pirates to disembark, but they did not dock immediately. Ian directly entered the York mode, and in a brilliant golden light, he lifted up Guillaume and flew towards the island. Come yet. Kazan took out a pair of naughty little sunglasses and put them on. Looking up at the brilliant golden color, he raised his voice. Spread away. This guy is not someone you can approach casually. If you are not careful, you will be directly burned to ashes. The Navy and government agents on the coast dispersed without any hesitation, leaving the place empty for the two monsters. Ian landed lightly, his flapping wings kicking up dust in the sky. First meeting, Lieutenant General Kuzan. Ian took the lead and greeted Qing Ji in a friendly manner. Have you eaten? The paella made by the chef on the ship is a bit boring, but it still tastes good. Kazan answered honestly. How about it? If you haven't eaten it, why don't you go and taste it? Really? I quite like seafood. Ian also smiled and said, definitely next time. Is that so? Kazan nodded, then he lowered his head and looked at Guillaume, who was caught in Ian's hand. Sister Guillaume, are you okay? Guillaume just shook her head, and then she felt as if she had gotten into trouble. At least she had a better attitude. She said, I'm fine. I've caused trouble for everyone. What are you talking about? I can't blame you for this. Kazan looked at Ian. I think she's the one to blame. Ian said, if she doesn't catch up, then nothing will happen. Are you talking about asking a navy to give up chasing pirates? Kazan scratched the back of his head. I've never heard of this theory. Ian just smiled and said, anyway, can I inspect the battleship? He looked at the 5 huge naval warships docked on the coast. Lieutenant General Kazan shrugged. Any time. So Ian shouted towards the sea, Baba Nuji. The pirates rowed their boats hard to get closer. Then they divided into 3 groups and quickly boarded 3 naval warships. Their next job is to inspect these warships carefully, not sparing any corner of the ship, to prevent the government from playing tricks on the ship. Although Ian has no interest in these battleships at all, he still needs to look like them. And this. Kazan tossed Ian a small box. Ian's agile tail stretched forward to wrap it up, and he used his other hand to open the box. Inside is a pink fruit with a scale-like appearance covered with spiral patterns. Great. Ian was secretly happy, but with a nonchalant look on his face, he casually checked the integrity of the fruit and threw it back into the box. Don't worry, it's just a failure. Kuzan said lazily, no one cares about it except you. Although I said that, I still asked Dr. Vegapunk carefully before, and only took it after confirming that it was a failure. Any more? Ian looked at Kazan seriously. Are there any creations created by Teacher Kai's blood factor? I don't know that, and besides, Kazan yawned. Don't forget the content of our deal. Even if there is, it is not included in this transaction, kid. Ian snorted coldly. I'm very curious. Since Vegapunk can copy Mr. Kai's blood factor, will he copy yours under the instruction of the government? Maybe I will be able to see you that day. The clones are fighting for the government. Guillaume was stunned, but Qing Pheasant was unmoved. That would be great. With him, we can have a good rest. So, how will the unwanted people be dealt with? Ian sneered. Retirement, of course. Aoki looked expectant. Actually, the Navy's pension is quite high. Ian immediately smiled and said, really? I think a strong man like you, Lieutenant General Kazan, is completely worthy of better treatment. How about joining our beast pirates? I can't directly join a country gives you a fiefdom. Alala, you are so proud. After Kuzan sighed, he shook his head again. But it's a pity, despite my unrestrained appearance, I'm actually quite dedicated. This guy can't get enough oil and salt. Moreover, why do you look so unruly? If you say anything about your horse face, it's an insult to the horse, okay? After a stalemate for a while, those warships. Sir Ian, inspection completed. Babanuki shouted at Ian. No problem. There is no problem except that it is not equipped with ammunition. Ian looked at Kazan. The lieutenant general shrugged. You didn't say it must be equipped with ammunition. What a stingy world government. The cannons are fully equipped. What's the point of equipping them with some ammunition? Send the ship away, Ian said. Yes. Babanuki grunted and ran to the deck, preparing to sail away. Alala, since the inspection has been completed, then, Brother Ian. Kazan raised his hand and pointed at Guillaume, who was slipped into Indy's hand. Isn't it time to return a person to me? Still waiting a moment. Ian said, otherwise, if Major General Guillaume is returned to you too early, with Lieutenant General Kazan's ability, these ships will definitely not be able to leave. Facing a guy who can freeze the sea at will, it is not a wise choice to just sail away. Rest assured, Ian reassured Qing Pheasant, I will stay. Kazan thought for a while, but finally said nothing. As a result, the 5 warships slowly started to set sail, driven by the wind, and gradually moved towards the distance. They met up with a golden flying dragon, and then continued to move away without stopping. Ian watched them leave quietly until the ships had completely disappeared from sight, completely disappearing at the end of the horizon. Then it's time to leave. Almost in the next moment, flames spurted out from Ian's feet, causing him to suddenly rise into the air like a rocket. But, alala, it's not good to do tricks. Aoki's reaction speed was astonishingly fast, and he managed to keep up with Ian by relying on his terrifying jumping ability in an instant. The person has returned it to you. Ian threw the Gion Major General in his hand towards Akiji with his backhand. The main thing was to keep the promise. Aoki paused and caught Gion, but he himself couldn't help but be knocked down by the huge force carried by Gion. As they came and went, the distance between him and Ian instantly widened. But, Ice Age, Ching, Pheasant waved his hand. The air freezes instantly. The atmosphere and clouds were frozen, and huge ice blocks like mountains instantly stretch across the sky, and Ian was directly frozen in the ice. It's really an exaggeration. This kind of freezing ability is much stronger than Yamato. But, Bear. The golden flame instantly shattered the blue ice from the inside, and the broken ice cubes were completely vaporized by the golden flame before they even had time to fall. This is not the way to see off guess. Also, Ian looked down at the blue pheasant. Do you think you can freeze the sun? Sun. Aoki stepped on the air and aimed his right hand at Ian. However, it seems that this guy can't be frozen. It's just as troublesome as Sakaski, Ice Cube, and Two Thorn Spear. Two huge ice spears condensed above his head, and the next moment they bombarded Ian like cruise missiles. Covered with domineering energy and using the color of knowledge as navigation, these two spears are enough to penetrate the mountains. Ian curled his lips, and the flames surged behind him, and the golden flames also condensed into two spears. Whoosh! With two soft sounds, the flaming spear also shot out. The next moment, fire and ice, two completely different but equally fast spears, were created together. White mist and golden flames surged instantly, triggering two huge waves of explosions in the air. Riding on the violent wind of the explosion, Ian flapped his wings and flew high. However, the smoke cloud of the explosion was instantly penetrated by ice, and a huge ice bird spread its wings. Then came the name of Kuzan's slow move, Ice Cube, exploding pheasant mouth. Ian raised his right hand high, and a huge fireball condensed into shape in his hand, the brilliant flames of the winged dragon. The huge fireball crashed down, crushing towards the ice bird with its overwhelming size advantage. Juri's ice bird was not afraid and bumped into it. Ice and fire clashed fiercely again, extreme cold and high temperature, and the climate in this sky became completely chaotic. Half of the sky was filled with snow, and half of the sky was distorted by scorching heat. That's almost it. Ian laughed and sprayed flames from behind. Your ice can't stand up to my fire. Just kidding, Ace 13 years later can even outmatch Kuzan in a duel of moves. Ian doesn't feel that he is inferior to the disabled Ace who faced the war. In the sky below, Kuzan sighed and watched Ian go away. It's as difficult as the rumors say. He sighed. 94. Doflamingo's first look at Wano country. Subscriptions requested. In just a blink of an eye, Ian, who looked like a fighter jet with his long tail, had disappeared at the end of the sky. If you can't catch up, you can't catch up at all. Kazan could only sigh. His speed is no longer slow. If he were running on the ground, he could still compete with Ian. But if he had to use the moon step to chase, it would be absolutely impossible to catch up. However, there doesn't seem to be much point in catching up. His own ice is basically useless to him. Even Sakaski's magma is hard to say to be effective. Judging from the temperature of the flame controlled by this guy, it is difficult to say that Sakaski's magma can burn him. So, can we only rely on Porcelino? Kazan thought so. He landed gently on the ground and casually put Major General Gion, who was bound by chains, upright on the ground. At the same time, his hand touched the chains that bound Gion. These tough chains, specially made by Gaji, were instantly covered with a layer of blue frost. Then Kazan knocked on the chains at will, and the chains that even Gion could not break with brute strength instantly shattered. In an abnormally low temperature environment, no matter how strong a metal is, it will become brittle. That boy really doesn't understand what it means to pity the fragrance and cherish the jade. Kazan couldn't help but sigh when he looked at Gion's hair that looked like it was being gnawed by a dog. What a beautiful girl. She looks like a crazy woman. He said he was a feminist. Gion whispered. Feminist? Kazan couldn't help but want to laugh. But I felt that it was not good to laugh out loud in front of Gion now, and I wanted to hold it back. The whole person is in a superimposed state of being able to stretch and being difficult to stretch, which can be called Kuzan stretch. Senior Kuzan. Gion raised his head, and the woman looked apologetic. I'm sorry. Alala, since you want to sincerely apologize. Kazan gave a weird laugh and smiled confidently. Then go on a date with me, Sister Gion. Please forgive my refusal, Senior Kuzan. Major General Gion said without hesitation, I still prefer handsome men. Although Kazan-senpai is better looking than Kaji, who is always pursuing his own goals, he is just a little more beautiful. Forehead. Kazan felt like he had been shot in the heart. But, Senior Kuzan, Gion's mood became depressed again. The government is making a deal with the beast pirates, and it has been going on for a long time. Kuzan's strange expression gradually disappeared and his face became calmer. He said, Wano country is the main producing area of seafloor stone. I think everyone knows this. Gion was silent. Some warships of the Navy headquarters have been renovated some time ago, with sea tower stones inlaid at the bottom. Why haven't I thought about where such a large number of seafloor stones come from? That guy also said that the celestial dragons are the cancer of the world. Gion still wanted to make it clear. But Kazan interrupted her. What anyone says makes no sense, Gion. Go see it yourself. Going to see it? Gion is slightly stunned. Senior-kun. She looked at the man in front of her. His eyes were hidden behind sunglasses. Gion suddenly remembered Kazan-senpai before the O'Hara incident at AT that time. He was full of passion. He was obviously ice, but he was like a ball of fire. Just after that day, everything was different. Senior Kazan, is he watching too? Of course, Ian didn't know the exchange between the two guys. He pulled out a long flame trail in the air and moved forward quickly. After confirming that Kazan had not caught up, Ian opened the box and took out the fruit inside. Although Vegapunk has always stubbornly believed that this fruit was a failure, in fact, the only thing that has not been completely reproduced is the color. This is a serious phantom bee species. The fish fruit phantom bee species, blue dragon, no, pink dragon, well, let's call it the red dragon form. Apart from the color, there is no difference in ability from Teacher Kai. There is just one more problem. To whom should this fruit be given? Yamato was originally the most suitable candidate. As a daughter, it was natural for her to inherit Teacher Kai's abilities. But Yamato is already an Esper. Do you want to feed it to the children of the pirate group? It just doesn't seem worth it. The blue dragon fruit is the top phantom bee species, and it is entirely possible to give birth to a Yonko-level combat power. In Ian's opinion, among the many brats around him, the only ones who are most qualified to eat this fruit are Luo and Sanji. Among the two, Law is more suitable for the surgery fruit, and Sanji, as a genetic warrior, does not need the devil fruit ability. Forget it, the fruit is already in hand anyway. I'll wait until I meet the right person later, so there's no need to worry. Ian flapped his wings and moved forward, and soon caught up with Babanuki and others. Not long ago, we met the Don Quixote family's fleet. Ian, this trip has been a huge profit. Doflamingo looked at the 5 naval battleships with envy. Just a few ships. Ian is calm. In Doflamingo's eyes, he was pretending, but it was the truth. The fruit is what matters. Go back to Wano country, Ian said. So we returned to the country of Wano. On the way, Umit said goodbye. He was going back to his business. After that, after more than a week of sailing, the towering cliffs of Wano finally appeared in front of Ian's eyes. The country of Wano is back again. The old rule is to enter the submerged harbor and stop the ship here. Most of the Don Quixote family stayed at the submerged harbor. There was no need for them to board Wano country. Only Doflamingo boarded the huge elevator with a few cadres and Ian and others. What a great place. On the elevator, Doflamingo said in admiration, with such a geographical advantage, it's no wonder that the Whitebeard pirates don't dare to attack Wano directly. This old man in the world was like this. Luo, Sanji, and Drake looked around in surprise. When we arrived on land and drove to Renwu port, our shock was even more palpable. Workers in the huge factory move in and out like ants. Outside the factory, the bustling town, merchants, residents, and children were bustling and noisy. Agricultural machinery rumbles to harvest crops in the endless fields. In one word, modernization on horseback. Doflamingo's expression became strange. To be honest, Ian, this is not the same as the Wano country I imagined. He originally thought that the country of Wano would be in dire straits, if not for the people's livelihood, at least, right? What is this a scene? Derek's eyes were trembling. The beast pirates were really different from what he imagined. They actually rule this country very well. Ian just said lightly, talent is the most precious resource. Even if I am a pirate, I know that the foundation of civilization is ordinary people. Only if they survive can the country and society develop. Doflamingo was immediately stunned. Ian, are you still a philosopher? Derek's eyes lit up. Could it be that the beast pirates are the righteous ones? In any case, in surprise, the group of people changed to a sea ship at Bassa Port and went straight to Onigashima in one go. Seeing Onigashima for the first time, everyone in the Don Quixote family and the three newcomers were quite surprised by this strange shape. Is this really not artificially carved? Everyone disembarked at the port, and the pirates at the dock greeted Ian respectfully. Then, wow! Screams came from the gate of Onigashima. Several pirate cannonballs flew out of the gate. Then, Ian raised an eyebrow. 2 dragons and 2 dinosaurs walked out from behind the door in a majestic manner. Who else? A smaller dinosaur with a bump on its head yelled loudly. Ouch! Beside her, the larger and more ferocious-looking Spinosaurus roared loudly. The pirates who were beaten away by them did not dare to resist, so they got up and ran away. Ancient species again? Doflamingo raised an eyebrow. He knew that Jack and Black Maria beside Ian were both ancient species, and the big names Jin and Quinn were also ancient species. Now there are 2 new ancient species here as well. Should I say that they deserve to be the beast pirates? Ian twitched the corner of his mouth. You 2 guys are pretty fast. Brother Ian. After noticing Ian and his group, the 2 dragons instantly transformed into Runty and Peggy Wan. They cheered and rushed toward Ian, one hugging one leg of the other. So small. Doflamingo was surprised. 2 more brats. Does Ian still have a position as a nanny in the beast pirates? Shaoran, Xiaopei, are you able users now? Before Ian could speak, Yamato could not wait to ask. Peggy Wan whispered, Sister, take me there to steal it. Those guys are too troublesome. We have to become stronger. Runty spoke plausibly and did not feel there was anything wrong with her behavior at all. Good guy, you are quite motivated. What did Teacher Kai say? Ian was not surprised. In the original work, the 2 siblings also gained their abilities from this. Boss Kaido said that if we fail to live up to these 2 abilities, he will kill us. Runty said loudly, We will never let him down. Peggy Wan was also very weak, but nodded firmly. It's very Teacher Kai style. But it's not a bad thing. This is the ability they have in their original work. It's good to have this determination. Ian rubbed the siblings' heads. Hey. Runty happily made a cat-like sound. By the way, I have some new friends. Ian was going to introduce Sanji and others to the 2 siblings. But, Ian, the ground was shaking. Ian looked up and saw a huge yellow brachiosaurus rushing over like a giant wheel of 10,000 tons. How dare you, a bastard like you, cooperate with Gaji? I can't spare you. Quinn? Doflamingo laughed. He seems very angry. Not only did he cooperate with Gaji, he also dared to get a higher bounty than me. Have you forgotten this? Ian sighed. Uncle Quinn is so vindictive. Taking 2 steps forward, his size suddenly expanded, and a huge golden flying dragon lay across the pier. Ian raised his hands and caught Uncle Quinn, who was rushing over. The 2 giants collided with each other, and for a moment, the whole dock was shaking. However, Ian did not step back. In terms of strength, he was not inferior. Then, Ian grabbed Uncle Quinn's neck with both hands. The power of the legs was transmitted to the arms through the waist, and then Ian swung back with all his strength. Wow! Uncle Quinn exclaimed, flew up into the sky like a cannonball, and then fell in the sea outside the dock like a meteorite, splashing waves all over the sky. Ian returned to normal, turned around, and looked at the waves on the sea. Uncle Quinn, this is the end of not being able to fly. Then Ian looked at the bewildered pirates on the dock. What are you still standing there for? Go and pick up Uncle Quinn. Yes. The pirates woke up from their dreams and jumped into the sea one after another to rescue Quinn, who had fallen into the sea. Doflamingo's mouth twitched. Is this the beast pirates? They are really full of martial virtues. Ian, Mr. Kaido said he wants to see you right away. Ian turned around and saw Uncle Jean standing at the gate. Jean looked at Doflamingo again. And you can get ready after Ian, it's you. Doflamingo glanced at Jean up and down. Jean of the Flame Disaster, another monster. But are you indifferent to the conflict between Ian and Quinn? Hey, I'm really looking forward to it. He smiled. I'll be there right away. Ian also knew that Mr. Kai must have a lot to talk to him about. He looked at Yamato, who would not go to see Teacher Kai at this time anyway, take Sanji and the others to get familiar with Onigashima, and introduce Xiaorun and Xiaopei to them. Leave it to me. Yamato took care of it. Ian nodded slightly. He knew that Teacher Kai must have a lot to say to him. 95. A Beautiful Future. Additional update for White Orchid Dragon Boss. Ghost Island, main building. In the room on the top floor, Teacher Kai was stroking the pink fruit in his hand. 23 years ago, Valley of Gods. He turned on the memory mode. Lingling gave that fruit to me, saying that from now on, I owe her a favor. The fish fruit phantom beast is in the form of a green dragon. I still remember the appearance of that fruit very clearly. After all, it is his own ability. Except for the color difference, they are basically the same. Teacher Kai carefully looked at the fruit in his hand, trying hard to find the difference. After all, it is directly copied through the bloodline factor. Ian said, if there is a difference, that would be weird. After all, this is a Vegapunk product. It should be the time when you met Jin, right? We challenged the Navy, he was caught by that old bastard Garp, and he was sent to Vegapunk's Research Institute. Teacher Kai continued to recall, did you get my blood factor at that time? It seems that when fighting with the Navy in the future, you have to be careful about leaking your own blood. Ian chuckled. I don't know if his winged dragon fruit Vegapunk can be reproduced. But, Teacher Kai looked at Ian. You said this fruit is not a failure? Not only is it not a failure, except for the color difference after eating it, it will not be any different from Teacher Kai's Qinglong fruit. Ian said categorically, it's just that Vegapunk, the Navy, and the world government all thought it was a failure. That would be fun. Teacher Kai doesn't care at all how Ian knows that this fruit is not a failure, let alone how Ian knows about the existence of this fruit. This is the trust between master and disciple. His eyes just shone. In other words, as long as we capture Vegapunk, there will be a steady stream of Phantom Beast Devil fruit. It shouldn't be that easy. Ian shook his head. Gaji said that it is very difficult to copy the Phantom Beast species, and this is the only successful product of Vegapunk. Besides, it's even harder to get Vegapunk. If they really want to rob Vegapunk, Wula Oxing will really bring the Navy fleet over to carry out a demon-slaying order of unprecedented scale. Gaji has already started researching artificial animal devil fruits. With his knowledge of blood factors, it should not be long before the results are achieved. BY then, we will be able to truly form an army of beasts. With Gaji's skills, although he can't reach the level of the Phantom Beast per capita, he should still be stronger than the hilarious smile of future Caesar. The Legion of Beasts? Teacher Kai was yearning for it. It sounds really good. Gaji won't let us down. Ian has great confidence in Gaji. The blood factor modifications he performed on his sons were not at all as technical as artificial devil fruits. Moreover, the human body is also modified through bloodline factors, and the principles of the two are similar. You brought back a few more brats? Teacher Kai changed the subject. Yes, they all have potential. Ian briefly introduced Sanji and the others, especially Sanji. That child is the pinnacle of Gaji's skills. Ian said, when his blood factor ability is fully awakened, his future will be limitless. As Wong Luffy's wings, Green Algae Head can surpass Hawkeye, who is as famous as Red Hair. It shouldn't be too much for Sanji to barely reach the level of Yonko, right? Just be happy. Teacher Kai didn't care about this. He just glanced at Ian and said with interest, you kid, you have really become the leader of the Imp Army. Maybe call it. The corner of Ian's mouth raised. The Beast Pirates 2.0? Uh-huh. Teacher Kai laughed loudly. Are you planning to join the new Beast Pirates? Take it. Teacher Kai threw the fruit in his hand to Ian with his backhand. Since it is your boy's trophy, do with it as you wish. Ian was shocked. This is a replica of your ability. This is Teacher Kai.D. Oh, you have such a teacher? Great. Needless to say. By the way, what do you think of that guy Doflamingo? Ian opened the door and walked out of Teacher Kai's room. Doflamingo and Jin were waiting for him outside. It's your turn, Ian said to Doflamingo. It's really disturbing, Doflamingo said, then stepped into the room. What caught his eye was the evil dragon entrenched in front of him. Cold sweat instantly flowed down Doflamingo's forehead, and his heartbeat suddenly began to accelerate. How unsettling. Ian looked at the closed door. Facing Teacher Kai, Dover might be under a lot of pressure. Wish him good luck. Is this guy trustworthy? Uncle Gene said calmly. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Ian said, as long as he can help us, that's enough. Doflamingo is still very capable. At this stage, the beast pirates really need his influence in the North Sea. When he becomes Shichibukai, this influence can be expanded to other seas, openly and above board, which is inconvenient for the beast pirates. Doflamingo needs the support of the beast pirates, and the beast pirates also need Doflamingo's gloves. But in the future, Ian feels that this influence must be taken back. Otherwise, wouldn't he become a worker for Doflamingo? Doflamingo should not be opposed to joining the beast pirates, right? Doflamingo stayed in Teacher Guy's room for half an hour, and when he came out, he was sweating all over as if he was fished out of the water. It's hard to imagine what he went through. But it can be seen that Teacher Guy scared him a lot. No wonder in the original work, he was so scared that he sweated profusely when he heard Teacher Guy's name. It's PTSD. But even so, this guy is still stubborn. Hey, you are worthy of being Kaido. You are as strong as a monster. Ian held back his laughter. Let's go. I'll take you to visit Onigashima. There should be no rush to leave, right? No. Doflamingo said decisively. I want to find a place to stay first, and then, as you said, plan the matter of the sky gold. This guy was really scared. This year's sky gold has not yet been collected. But forget it. If Doflamingo is forced to stay, he probably won't have the heart to play. So the Don Quixote family just came, and Ian immediately sent them away at the port. Looking at the ship that was gradually going away, Ian wondered, should I expand the factory? The market in the North Sea has been fully opened, and Umid is still contacting middlemen in other seas. It is foreseeable that in a short period of time, the weapons of the beast pirates will be sold all over the world. In this case, the original excess production capacity may not be enough. Then, should we set up factories on the islands near Wano country? Let the production capacity be increased. Ian thought about it and prepared to find Yamato and the others. Ian, the angry roar came again. Ian couldn't help but twitched his mouth when he looked at the fat meat rushing towards him. It's not over yet. That's enough, Uncle Quinn, Ian said unhappily. The cooperation with Vinsmoke is a project approved by Teacher Kai. Maybe you can persuade Teacher Kai to give up? The aggressive Uncle Quinn was instantly silent. Are you kidding? How could Kaido reject the idea of the Beast Corps? Damn, Judge. Uncle Quinn's forehead was bulging with veins. I've already joined the Beast's pirates, and you're still trying to disgust me, right? Seeing the constipated look on the uncle's face, Ian wanted to laugh. Uncle Quinn, instead of being jealous, why don't you do something? Jealous. Uncle Quinn's tone suddenly rose 8 degrees. I would be jealous of Judge. Are you kidding, kid? I was wrong. Ian began to smooth over the donkey. Judge does have something in the field of bloodline factors, but Uncle Quinn, I always think you are a genius in the field of weapons. No one is better at researching weapons than you. So the uncle's face visibly eased. You kids still have some vision. So in order to compete with Judge Uncle Quinn, you can definitely research some new weapons. Ian and Uncle Quinn talked as they walked. New weapons? What do you mean? For example, Ian grinned. It shouldn't be difficult to build a flying machine that can fly in the air. Using the principles of aerodynamics and the structure of propellers, we can build a batch of flying machines that can take off and land on ships and equip them with bombs. Wouldn't that be more useful than a beast army? With Uncle Quinn's technical ability, it would be easy to research ancient aircraft. Ian had long felt that his huge sea ships could be used as early aircraft carriers. Oh, Uncle Quinn's eyes lit up. It seems very interesting. Since we have the air ones, shouldn't we also arrange the water ones? Ian persuaded. We will form a fishman army later. Should we also arrange their weapons and equipment? You are right. You are right. Uncle Quinn couldn't hold back and ran away with a wild laugh. Jai, wait for me. I will let you know what real technology is right away. Looking at his back, Ian smiled. This is Uncle Quinn, who is good at fooling people, just like Judge. They are old acquaintances. However, in terms of technical content, both aircraft and underwater weapons are not as good as combat uniforms and artificial devil fruits. Ian, while thinking, Yamato ran out of the commercial street with a group of little ghosts and bumped into them. Yo. Ian waved at them. looking at Yamato and the people behind her. The weapons produced continuously in the arsenal, plus the vast market expanded by distributors headed by Doflamingo and others, wealth will continue to gather, and the influence of the pirate group will gradually increase. Uncle Quinn has started to research new weapons, plus Judge has started to research combat uniforms and artificial devil fruits. It is foreseeable that the overall strength of the pirate group will surge in the future. These young people with a promising future will greatly enhance the future high-level combat power of the Beast Pirates. Oh, thinking about it this way, we really have a bright future. 96. Drake's Day. Set out for Dressrosa. Drake opened his eyes. The room was still dark. It was still early. His room was located on the middle floor of the main building of Onigashima, lower than Ian and the others, but it was also a floor where only officers were qualified to live. To be honest, Drake still had a sense of unreality until now. He actually joined the Beast's Pirates, and even now lived on Onigashima as a reserve officer of the Beast Pirates. He once wanted to be in Navy, but now he was really with pirates. However, there was no regret in his heart. More of it should be anger, right? The world government was so unbearable, and the Navy that depended on the world government helped the evil, so let me destroy everything. Drake felt that what was beating in his chest was not a bright red heart, but a ball of blazing fire. This ball of fire was so hot that Drake didn't want to waste a moment. Get up, dress, fold a quilt, wash up. All this work was completed within 3 minutes, and then Drake opened the door of the room. Coincidentally, the door opposite was also opened. Trafalgar Law. It was the name of the boy who walked out of the door opposite. Drake nodded gently at him. Law also nodded in response. Neither of them spoke, but just went down the stairs tacitly. Coming out of the main building, there was a wide square outside, a T this time. Only the dim lights on the edge illuminated the square. The square that seemed magnificent during the day was inevitably a little gloomy at this time. But Drake didn't care about these. He just moved his body, moved his joints, stretched his ligaments and muscles, and prepared for the next exercise. After the warm-up exercise, Drake started running and ran around the entire square. Law followed behind Drake like him. The two boys, who looked a few years older, began to run silently in this dimly lit square. About half an hour later, "It's still so early today?" A voice with a smile came. Drake turned his head. Ian, the man who brought him to the Beast's Pirates, came out of the main building. He was followed by the energetic Yamato. The two of them are really inseparable. Drake sighed in his heart. Have you ever considered getting married early? I'm curious about how terrible the children born by these two monsters will be. Then he greeted Ian. Good morning, Lord Ian. Keep working hard. Ian didn't disturb them, but just said, in this world, only strength will never let you down. Drake deeply agreed. If you want to overthrow the world government, strong strength is absolutely indispensable. So he didn't want to stop for a moment. When I first came to Onigashima a few days ago, I wanted to get up and exercise in the morning, but I found that Ian and the others had already started exercising. Drake was shocked. People who are more talented and stronger than him work harder than him. No wonder Ian is so strong. In addition to being able to bewitch people, his perseverance to become stronger is also extraordinary. So Drake felt that he could only work harder without such talent. The next day, he got up at 4 o'clock in the morning, earlier than everyone else. On the third day, Luo also got up early with him. That child is very similar to himself now. No, it should be that he is now very similar to Luo. Drake thought so. He didn't understand Luo in the past, but now he understands. Thinking of this, he accelerated his feet. Not long after Ian came, Jack, Black Maria, and Runty's siblings all came. Everyone was exercising in tacit understanding. Drake was actually quite shocked. There is really a reason why the Beast Pirates are so strong. The Runty siblings are about the same age as Sanji, but the amount of exercise is even greater than him. This gave him a sense of urgency. He is much older than everyone here, but his strength is indeed at the bottom. He could never accept such a fact. So Drake worked harder than anyone else. Carrying a heavy burden, he worked hard to sharpen his body. This hard work lasted for about 2 hours. Brother Ian, it's time to eat. Sanji came over excitedly, pushing a huge cart. Drake knew that this kid actually got up very early, but he didn't use his time to exercise, but went to the kitchen to make breakfast with the chefs. He was the chef on the Golden Dragon appointed by Ian, and his cooking skills could not be lowered. Let's eat first. Ian clapped his hands and asked everyone to stop. Drake also put down the heavy barbell in his hand and walked over panting to prepare breakfast. Although it was breakfast, it was unusually rich because it was prepared for everyone who was exhausted from exercise. There were several kinds of staple foods such as bread, rice, noodles, etc. Barbecue, grilled fish, salad, cake, sausage, elbow, and other dishes were also indispensable. Drake is not picky about food, and in the past few years, he didn't get any special treatment on his bastard father's ship that as long as he could fill his stomach, anything would be fine. I have to become stronger too. Sanji, who was only 6 years old, said, I can't let brother Ian down. Derek knows that this kid is very grateful to Ian who brought him here. He likes life on Ghost Island very much. Here, he can do everything he wants to do. The whole morning also passed in the midst of crazy exercise. Lunch at noon is prepared by the chef in the main building. To be honest, it tasted much better than Sanji's, but Sanji was not frustrated about it. Instead, he was happy to taste the food of a better chef. After another hectic meal and some repairs, the main event came in the afternoon. Listen up, you guys. Jack, who was too tall, was teaching them. 6 moves are superhuman physical skills. They are moves that can only be mastered by people with extraordinary physical abilities. It's too early for you to learn it now, but you can already practice related practices first. 6 forms. Drake had seen Yamato and Ian perform it before. It is said to be a secret technique from the world government. Drake was interested. He even has ambitions. Luo and the others are still young and their bodies have not yet matured. It is difficult for them to learn this move, even for the runny siblings from ancient times. But he is different. He is almost 18 years old. Although he has always been very thin, he may not be stronger than Luo. But Drake discovered that since leaving his father's ship, he has entered a period of rapid development. Especially after arriving at Onigashima, my height increased centimeter by centimeter, and my muscles gradually grew. He thought that the body that had been suppressed for several years finally ushered in an explosive period. In this case, it is possible for him to learn the 6 postures. As long as you continue to exercise hard during this explosive period, your body will exceed its limits. You are the ones chosen by brother Ian, so we must not let him down. Jack finally said, otherwise I won't be able to spare you without him doing anything. You admire Ian too much. Derek couldn't help but think so. In fact, it's not just Jack, the runny siblings also admire Ian a lot, and even Sanji has gradually started to have this trend. Needless to say, Yamato, 2 of the 3 sentences are about Ian, let alone those pirates on Ghost Island who admired Ian very much. Where did Ian come from as a succubus? Halfway through the exercise, Ian and Quinn suddenly came to the square excitedly. They also brought a huge iron bird with a wingspan of several meters. Quinn is the leader of the Beast's pirates. According to other pirates, his status is only lower than Kaido, Jin, and Ian.at the same time. He is also the chief scientist of the pirates. Is this a weapon test? Derek couldn't help but feel a little distracted. Then he saw Ian himself sitting in the Iron Bird. The propeller in front of the Iron Bird suddenly started to rotate, driving the Iron Bird forward. Then, flying. Luo's exclamation came to his ears. Derek couldn't help but widen his eyes. A weapon that can fly. Even he knew the strategic value of such a thing. However, the Iron Bird's flight did not last long, and soon became lopsided and unbalanced, and then fell from the sky. Ian climbed out of the wreckage unscathed, but there was no trace of disappointment caused by failure on his face. Instead, he boasted happily. It's amazing, Uncle Quinn. He was able to achieve this in just a few days. He is worthy of being the chief scientist of the Beast Pirates. Then Derek saw that Quinn and his eyebrows suddenly lit up. Who do you think I am? Very good, very good. Then let's continue to improve. The most important requirement is to improve stability and flying height. There are too many strong people in this world. If you don't fly high enough, you'll be knocked down easily. Ian said angrily. But Quinn's face changed instantly. Are you teaching me how to do things? Ian said, my Uncle Quinn, you must have thought of it a long time ago. Quinn said arrogantly, isn't this nonsense? I am Quinn, a genius weapon expert. Drake looked at it and just wanted to say, this guy is so easy to fool. He was completely fooled by Ian. After a small episode, study continued, and the afternoon was spent in study. After dinner, exercise did not stop. Drake exercised until almost 10 o'clock before going to the big bathhouse on Ghost Island to take a comfortable bath. This was the most enjoyable moment of his day. The warm water reminded him of his mother's embrace. He almost forgot what it felt like to be hugged by his mother. But today, there was an unexpected situation. Pop, the sound of splashing water. Drake, who was leaning on the edge of the pool, opened his eyes, and the splash hit his face. He looked down and saw a low stool floating on water. "It's okay for Runty and his brother." An extremely unhappy voice came from behind. "But are you guys a bunch of rubbish qualified to be cadres?" Drake paused. Ian had already told him that the internal ecology of the beast pirates was a little bit of the law of the jungle. This is more than just a little bit, right? He turned around and saw several pirates with bath towels around their waists staring at him outside the pool. Drake paused. Then he stood up and walked out of the pool with the sound of splashing water. Nothing to cover. He felt that there was no part of his body that had to be hidden. The pirates surrounded Drake in an instant, and the leader pointed at his nose and cursed. "Don't think you can be arrogant just because you were brought back by Lord Ian. The beast pirates are strong and respected. Don't think you can stand on our heads with Lord Ian." So, Drake clenched his fists. Whoosh. The wind blew. A black shadow flashed. The boy who was still wearing a spotted hat in the bathhouse flew up and hit a pirate in the face with a flying knee, making the guy's cheek dented. "What are you still standing there for?" Law shouted. Drake did not hesitate and rushed directly to the pirate in front of him. He was not good at fighting, but he knew how to fight desperately. A full-strength punch hit a pirate in the face and knocked him out. "Kill them," Drake shouted. He felt the fire in his chest, flowing up along the trachea, and was about to burst out from his nostrils, mouth, and eyes. At this moment, he only felt unprecedented joy. Violence. Is it such a happy thing? The two of them instantly fought with a group of pirates. Then, "I'll help too," a slightly childish voice sounded, and Drake turned around and saw Sanji stumbling over. "Don't come over here, Sanji, you're too young." Drake certainly didn't want a 6-year-old child to get involved in a fight. However, "I have this." Sanji pressed the black jar his old father gave him to his belly button. Oh. Even in the middle of a fight, Drake's eyes lit up instantly. "So cool." Luo also exclaimed seriously. Sanji had already put on a black combat uniform and rushed over shouting, "Don't try to hurt my friends." "Friends?" Drake was slightly stunned. In his 17 years of life, this concept basically did not exist. Friends? Later. We were wrong. Drake, with a bruised face, felt a little strange when he looked at the pirates who bowed respectfully in front of them to apologize. It's worthy of being the one chosen by Lord Ian. That lord really didn't make a mistake. The pirate who was just yelling and looking for trouble with him now had a respectful look on his face. Is this the way of survival for the beast pirates? No. This is the way to survive in this world. But we beat you up. Why are you all talking about Ian? Do you worship him so much? Go away, Drake said coldly. Yes. Several pirates ran out in a hurry. Because the floor of the bathhouse was slippery, 2 of them slipped and fell to the ground, and then they knocked everyone down like bowling balls. Puff. Drake heard laughter. Turning his head, he saw Law covering his mouth, trying to restore his poker face. Law, so you can laugh. Although he was not injured in the combat uniform, Sanji, who could only sit on the ground, looked up and was surprised. I won't laugh, Law said with a straight face. My heart has died a long time ago, and what's left is only the flame that burns this world to ashes. I am the destroyer of the world. Drake paused. Then he looked down at Sanji. The 2 people, who were 11 or 12 years apart in age, met each other's eyes. Then, ha-ha. The 2 laughed at the same time. Drake couldn't help but said, Luo, don't you feel ashamed to say such things? Luo pursed his lips. Bear it. Bear it hard. Bear it hard again. But how can such a shameful thing be endured? You 2 are not allowed to laugh, Luo yelled. So he laughed even louder. However, Luo also became more cheerful. Drake was thinking while laughing. Is it because Ian said he would definitely cure him? Whether he can be cured or not, Drake has confirmed after such a long time of contact that Ian is at least very good to his own people. He is indeed a trustworthy man, although it is a bit strange to say this to a boy who is nearly 5 years younger than himself. But that's the truth, because even he himself has been changed. Ian of Finchin is really an amazing person. The next day, after a full breakfast, when Drake was about to continue his exercise, Luo, let's go. He suddenly heard Ian's voice. Go. Where to? When Drake was surprised, Ian said again, it's time to treat you. Drake was stunned and immediately looked at Luo. The child was already stunned. So soon, Drake watched Ian and others leave by boat at the dock. No, Ian is a really nice person, isn't he? It's been less than 2 weeks since we returned to Onigashima, and we're going to sail again just for Luo's illness? The Golden Dragon once again sailed out of the submarine port and left Wano country. But this time, in addition to the routine Ian and Jack Black Maria, there was also Luo on the ship. Of course, this voyage was not just for Luo's treatment. Or rather, this was secondary, and the main task was to go to Fishman Island. Vegapunk said that the world will one day sink into the deep sea. Although we don't know when this day will come and in what form it will come, it shouldn't be a bad thing to find some fishmen who can move freely in the water first. Luo stood on the deck, blowing the sea breeze. His expression was a little uneasy, and he couldn't help turning his head to look at Ian, who was sitting on the side of the boat with a fishing rod and fishing. Ian, can my disease really be cured? He has a great talent for medicine. After all, his father is a doctor. He read a lot of medical books and confirmed that his disease was incurable. Even if Ian said he would cure him, he still found it hard to believe. That judge is helpless against my disease, right? This world is big, Luo. Ian just said leisurely, things that medicine and science can't solve, leave it to the devil fruit. Devil fruit? Luo looked at Ian in a daze. Operation fruit, this fruit can definitely cure you, Ian said, but I don't know where it is now. According to the timeline of the original work, the appearance of the operation fruit will take at least 2 years. Luo's eyes dimmed immediately. You don't know what you are talking about. So now we have to find the second devil fruit, or the devil fruit ability user. Ability user? Luo asked subconsciously. What ability? Healing fruit ability user. Ian said, the healing fruit she holds can heal all injuries in the world. Heal all injuries? Luo was shocked. How is it possible? Isn't that a panacea? Don't believe it. Who do you think healed your broken hand in the original work? But to be honest, Ian is not very sure. Does the injury that can be cured only include injuries? Does it include diseases? And it is a disease caused by a virus that has accumulated for generations like Law? Well, even if the healing fruit cannot cure it directly, didn't Nagaji say that as long as all of Law's bones are scraped, he can be cured? At this time, the healing fruit can come in handy to ensure that Law will not die during the process of scraping his bones. Ian said, this is the devil fruit, kid. However, even if the healing fruit is useless, Ian is not very worried. As he said, there are too many things in the world that can cure Law. Not to mention the surgery fruit. Can the swallowing fruit separate the toxins in Law's body? Can the meatball fruit also be tried? Even if these devil fruits are useless, there is still something called pure gold that can extend Law's life indefinitely. So why panic? Really? Law sniffed carefully, his eyes full of expectation. He is only 11 years old. Of course, he doesn't want to die anyway. Especially, he hasn't taken revenge yet. The world government, the Navy, and the countries that destroyed Fravans and killed his relatives don't even think about escaping. So Ian, Yamato, who was sitting next to Ian and was quite anxious when fishing, nudged Ian with his shoulder. Where are we going next? Dressrosa. Dressrosa, the country of love and passion. This nickname makes people think about it. It's 6,000 words for no reason. 97. Princess Mancheri of the Lilliput country. Subscriptions requested. Dressrosa, a summer island located in the front of the New World. This is a very beautiful island. Because of the climate, it is full of flowers all year round. There are large tracts of flower fields outside the city, which makes the whole city bathed in the fragrance of flowers. It is definitely a good place for tourism. Until the establishment of the world government, this island was ruled by the Don Quixote family. But later the Don Quixote family went to Marihoa and became celestial dragons, so this country had a new royal family, the Riku family. This family has been passed down to this day, and it has been 800 years. In their hands, the development of this country can basically be described as tepid. Not poor and definitely not rich, but at least they can afford the heavy, heavenly gold. This country is peaceful and peaceful. But this peace is destined to be broken today. After nearly a month of sailing, the Golden Dragon finally approached this country. That's Dressrosa. Black Maria stood by the side of the ship, looking at the country in the distance. Don't you think it's a bit like Wano country? She said a bit like that means that the edge of Dressrosa is also surrounded by a circle of towering mountain walls that at first glance is indeed a bit like Wano country. Jack heard it and said, is this country also built on high ground? There is only a circle of boulders outside. Ian said, the terrain of Dressrosa is also quite peculiar. A circle of boulders surround the entire island, which is a completely natural wall. And in the center of the island, there is also a huge stone, which is the king's highland where the palace is located. Is the healing fruit here? Luo lay on the side of the ship, his face full of desire. It's in this country, but not on this island. Ian turned around. Babanuki, turn. Sailing around this country, there is a small island in its north. Yes. Babanuki responded loudly. I am worthy of being Brother Ian. You are so knowledgeable. Jack's face was full of admiration. It's nothing. You'll know after watching a few more episodes of the anime. The Golden Dragon sailed around Dressrosa and soon saw a lush island. The area is much smaller than Dressrosa, and the island is full of greenery, and there is no sign of human life at all. It is completely an island covered with primeval forests. This is Greenbit, the place where the dwarfs, the Tontata tribe, are located. Huh. Yamato, who was originally looking at Greenbit from a distance, suddenly lowered his head. Ian, wow. The sea surface suddenly exploded, and a huge fish that was dozens of meters long flew out of the sea. The appearance of this fish is quite strange. Its body is like a goldfish, but its color is dark red, and its head has a pair of sharp horns like a cow, and its mouth is full of sharp teeth. This is a fighting fish. The knowledgeable Ian explained online. The ferocious fish living near this island, like a bull, will attack all creatures in front of it. Is it time to explain now? Luo's eyes were red with anger. It's biting. It's only one step away from the healing fruit that Ian mentioned. You can't die in the belly of the fish here, right? At the moment he screamed, a black shadow had already jumped up. Hey! Yamato kicked the fighting fish directly on the head, cracking its skull, and then fell into the sea. Luo showed the excitement of surviving a disaster. But at the same time, Ian continued, it is worth noting that fighting fish always appear in groups. Ah. Luo's excitement solidified on his face. He looked at Ian and quickly looked down. Wah wah wah. The sea surface was boiling instantly, and huge fighting fish like sea beasts kept rushing up and rushing towards Yamato. Ha! But Yamato only felt very happy. She was as clever as a monkey, jumping on the heads of fighting fish one after another. Every time she jumped, a fighting fish was stepped into the seabed. The fighting fish tried desperately to bite her to death, but they couldn't even touch her flying hair. Ian, it's fun. The girl felt like she had found a new toy. Dot. Luo's mouth twitched. Forget it, as long as you are happy. Then have fun. Ian certainly didn't care. It's just a group of fish. So, under the protection of Yamato, the Golden Dragon finally docked at the shore of Greenbit. Babanuki, I'll leave it to you to watch the boat. Please leave it to me. After instructing Babanuki, Ian and the other 4, plus Luo, a total of 5 people, landed on the island. There seemed to be no trace of human activities on the island. It was clearly next to Dressrosa, but the jungle was so dense that there was no place to step. It was more like a continuous fence than a jungle. At this time, Jack's importance was reflected. He turned into a huge mammoth and marched forward savagely. All obstacles in front of him, whether trees or vines, were pushed aside, and a path was opened up. Ian, is there really anyone here? Luo was a little uneasy. This island is a primeval forest no matter how you look at it. Asshole, are you questioning Brother Ian? Before Ian could answer, Jack turned back angrily and yelled, Brother Ian can never go wrong. Even Black Maria nodded to herself. Well, it's Ian after all. These guys. Luo gritted his teeth. You guys believe in Ian too much. Is now the time for idolatry? There is someone, but probably not the person you imagined. Ian just walked forward slowly. Don't worry, with the noise we made, they should be here soon. All right. Luo rubbed his trouser legs nervously with both hands, and his eyes with dark circles looked around vigilantly, not missing any movement. Snap. Suddenly, he heard a soft noise. It was like the sound of branches being moved. Come yet? Luo suddenly turned his head. His expression suddenly became distracted. Yamato picked a gorgeous flower with 4 different colors from a bush and showed it to Ian like a treasure. Look, Ian, what a beautiful flower. Ian smiled, took the flower from the girl's hand, and then put it on her temples with his backhand. It's more beautiful this way. Yamato didn't mean to be shy at all. Instead, he tilted his head with a smile so that Ian could see more clearly. Really? Certainly. Ian nodded slightly. Hey. Yamato raised his chin proudly. Because it's me. The corners of Luo's mouth twitched. Is there any mistake? What you two here for? Why don't you get married sooner if you are so in love? Luo didn't realize that his character was gradually losing its original coldness. Just at this time, Ian turned his head suddenly. There are leaves swaying slightly on the treetops over there. Ian, Yamato's body tensed instantly, and his sharp golden pupils were instantly locked in that direction. Ah. Luo was a little confused. What's wrong? Not aware at all. Ian couldn't help but glance at Yamato. Quite keen. It seems that we are very close to awakening to seeing and seeing form. It seems we've found it. Ian took 2 steps forward and cleared his throat. Come out, I've seen you. In fact, my eyes didn't see it at all. Luo was still confused. See? What did you see? What? Did you actually discover it? A small figure jumped out from the branch of the big tree and landed on a flower next to it. Oh, how interesting. Yamato had already screamed in surprise for the first time. Luo couldn't help but scream. What is this? He was a small man, only about 20 centimeters tall. It looks furry, with a big head compared to the body, a sharp nose like a knife, and a big furry tail behind the butt, almost as big as the body. The round little face had a tense expression, and the little hand held a spear as long as a chopstick, which was pointed at Ian carefully. Ah, it's so cute. Black Maria also exclaimed softly, but of course, Halua was surprised in another aspect entirely. Brother Ian, what is this? Jack asked his knowledgeable brother Ian in confusion. The Dongtada clan, that is, the little human clan. Ian stepped forward and looked down at this little guy who was only a little bigger than his hand. Little humans? Luo was a little shocked. Besides the giants, are there actually small humans in the world? Ian chuckled. Even though he is so young, if you want to fight Luo, you will probably be beaten to pieces by him. Although the Dongtada clan is petite in size, their strength is several times that of humans, and their speed is so fast that it cannot be seen by the naked eye. Not to mention Luo, even ordinary fish pirates are no match for this little man in front of him. Hiss, let's put it this way, aren't the humans in this world a little bit greedy? They can't compare to the little humans, the fishmen, the furs, the giants, and the lunaria. But fortunately, all the top experts in the world are human beings. Strength in numbers, boy. Adult humans. What are you doing here? The little man pointed the spear in his hand at Ian, full of vigilance. My friend is suffering from a terminal illness and is about to die. I heard that Princess Manchili of the Dongtada Kingdom has the healing fruit ability, so I want to ask her to help with the treatment. Ian said honestly. Luo was stunned. So honest? It was completely different from the pirate style in his eyes. Princess? Since she is a princess, how can she help so easily? Hey, is that so? The little man's face was now filled with panic. Terminal disease, that's really something bad. Come with me. I'll take you to find Princess Manchili. After saying that, he had already anxiously jumped deeper into the forest. Ah. Luo felt like his jaw was about to dislocate. What is this? Let's go, follow. Ian walked forward naturally. Do you really want to follow? Wouldn't it be a trap? Luo didn't understand at all. So Ian, what's going on? Yamato couldn't understand either. The Dongtada family is very simple and kind. Ian said, they have no ability to distinguish lies and never doubt others. Hey. Black Maria narrowed her eyes and raised the corners of her mouth. What a lovely tribe. Aren't they easily deceived? Jack said. So they have been living in seclusion here. If this race really goes to the sea and is known to outsiders, it will probably be eaten up in no time. Following this little people, we came to the depths of the forest, on an ordinary open space. Wait here for a while. I will go to find a princess right away. The little man was even more anxious than Luo. Fearing that the patient would die because he was a little late, he went into the tree hole under a big tree next to him. Luo swallowed nervously. Is hope right in front of us? Ian. Yamato pulled Ian's sleeve. There are so many. They all say it is the little people a tribe. Ian looked around. Around, the treetops, bushes, and grass were all trembling slightly. There were many cute little guys watching them quietly. They were still whispering. It's the adult tribe. So big. What are they doing here? To be honest, it was a bit scary to hear so many whispers in the seemingly empty jungle. Fortunately, soon, the little people leading the way ran out of the tree hole. Princess Manshili is here. Behind him, a small little girl ran out of the tree hole. Each of them was a head shorter than the little people leading the way, and they should be considered children among the little people. With a thick head of long golden hair, she looked like a doll. Behind the little princess was a little human boy who looked similar, wearing a green hat and a needle on his waist. Oh, is it Leo? He and Princess Manshili were childhood sweethearts. Behind the two of them was an older little human wearing a crown. Where is the patient? The little man, who should be the king of the Tontata kingdom, jumped onto a tree stump and shouted, "Here!" Ian pushed Luo out. "Hurry, hurry, man, surely." The king hurriedly said, "He's going to die. Save him quickly." "No, he's not going to die that soon." Ian chuckled. "But what a lovely tribe." "I know." The little princess jumped onto Luo's shoulder nimbly. "I'll heal him." Princess Manshili was very light, like a little kitten, but Luo felt like a mountain was pressing on his shoulders. It seemed that he was not going to be treated, but to be judged. Luo even held his breath. What would be the result? Healing tears. The little princess cried, tears falling from her eyes and falling on Luo's neck. The warm tears gave Luo goosebumps instantly. "The ability is already working," Ian said. "Luo, how do you feel?" Luo was stunned for a moment and then hurriedly checked himself. Of course, platinum-lead disease has many external symptoms. Then, Luo froze. Everyone looked at him quietly. Immediately, 2 lines of tears flowed freely from the boy's eyes. Ian's mouth corners raised, and it seemed that he has come to the right place. Then, he looked at the little people around him. What should these kind and cute little people do? At the same time, in Dressrosa King's Highlands in the palace, I entered a reception room. The 2 kings were talking happily at this time, and a serious-looking man was guarding them. A guard ran in hurriedly at this time. "Your Majesty, King Riku, a pirate ship was found on the coast of Greenbit." Pirate ship? The man called King Riku's face changed drastically, and he stood up instantly. "On the coast of Greenbit?" "Greenbit, that's where the Tontata clan gathers." "Oops, they're in danger." "Which pirate group is it?" King Riku asked quickly. "Not sure. The pirate flag was not blown up by the wind, so it's not clear," the guard said quickly. King Riku gritted his teeth, then immediately made a decision and looked at the guard next to him. "Cyrus, come with me to Greenbit." He looked at the other king, who was still a little confused. "Elisabello, I'm sorry, I have to leave first." "You are too polite, King Riku." The king called Elisabello stood up and laughed heartily. "We are friends. Since there are pirates, I can't just stand by and watch. It's time for my king's fist to show its power again. Then I'll trouble you." 98. Help the Lilliput tribe move. King's fist. Subscriptions requested. Really? It really disappeared? Luo slumped on the ground, holding his hands up in a daze. He couldn't tell from the outside, but he could feel it very clearly. It was different. His body was completely different from before. The thing that was once rooted deep in his body, like a maggot, had disappeared. He felt relieved and broke free from the cage. Wow. Luo couldn't help but cover his face and cry. No matter how immature he said he wanted to destroy the world, he was just an 11-year-old child after all. He knew that he could only live for another 3 years when he was 10 years old, and then he lost all his relatives. The pressure he carried was too heavy. And now the threat of death has finally gone away, and Luo finally has the ability to imagine the future again. Thank you. Thank you. Luo sobbed and hugged the little princess who was squatting on his shoulders and was still panting slightly because of the huge physical consumption. Although Luo was only 11 years old and still very thin, he was undoubtedly a giant compared to Princess Manshili, who was just over 10 centimeters tall. He held the little princess in his arms like a rag doll, hugging her carefully. Thank you very much. The little princess, who was only 10 years old this year, was a little shy. Her little face was red, and she seemed to feel Luo's excitement. She raised her little hand and patted Luo's shoulder gently. It's all right now. Yeah. Luo let go of the little princess, held her in his palms with both hands, and nodded heavily at the same time. It's all right now. He can stride towards the future with his head held high. With all the hope. That willful princess actually knows how to comfort people. Princess Manshili's performance stunned Leo, her childhood sweetheart. In his impression, the little princess has always been willful and self-centered, and she doesn't listen to anyone at all. Hearing Leo's exclamation, the little princess, who was gentle and kind just now, suddenly had a vein on her forehead. She jumped to Leo's side like a shadow and grabbed Leo's ear. "Don't say bad things about the princess," the little princess said loudly. "Wow, it turns out that your highness is still the usual princess." Leo screamed. Ian couldn't help laughing. Classic happy enemies. However, Ian looked around. More little people appeared from all around, in the grass bushes, behind the leaves, and almost came out from the girl's skirt. "Great! Your highness cured this big person. Yes, in this way, he will be safe. You are worthy of your highness." The little people cheered for Luo's recovery sincerely. "So cute." Black Maria also sighed sincerely. "It is indeed a very cute race. Kind and pure from the bottom of their hearts, they are full of goodwill towards everything in the world, and even the concept of lies does not exist in their world. Such a race should live in this dense forest and not contact the outside world. But unfortunately, Ian appeared here. Then we can't pretend that we didn't see it." Ian sighed softly. "What should we do with these cute little guys?" The physical fitness of the Tontata tribe is of course very qualified as a soldier. With strength that exceeds that of humans several times and a speed that is so fast that people can't see clearly, the ability to fight head-on is already outstanding. If they are allowed to act as assassins, the role they can play will only be more exaggerated. However, if the character of the little people who can't distinguish lies is taken into account, they are the worst soldiers. If they really go to the battlefield, I'm afraid that they will be deceived by the enemy's words and turn on the spot. Moreover, isn't it too inhumane to let such cute little guys go to the battlefield? Faced with his request for help, they cured Luo without saying a word. Sure enough, they should be asked to do logistics. In addition to their outstanding physical fitness, the Tontata clan also has a unique ability. They are very good at cultivating plants that IT has said that there is no plant in the world that they cannot cultivate. Any plant in their hands can grow in the healthiest posture. They can be called the innate holy body of farming. In the original work, Doflamingo deceived the Tontata clan to help him cultivate the smile fruit. And it is a coincidence that although there is no result now, Judge also said that the artificial devil fruit he cultivated should also look like a fruit. Ian slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The Tontata clan saved Law. They are Law's benefactors, and Law is his partner, so rounding off, they are also his benefactors. In order to prevent the benefactors from being harmed by Doflamingo in the future, it is better to take them back to Wano country. The vast world of Wano country is just right for them to show their talents. I mainly focus on repaying a drop of water with a spring of water. Then, how can we bring them back to Wano country? Brew, brew, brew. The voice of Din Din Mushi suddenly rang. Ian raised his eyebrows and answered the call. Babanuki's voice came immediately. "Lord Ian, someone is coming. It seems to be the royal family of Dressrosa. They have discovered us." "The royal family of Dressrosa? Isn't that King Riku?" Ian's eyes lit up. There was a way. "Ian." Yamato's ears were very sharp, and he turned his head to look at Ian at the first time. The girl's heart is always restless, and she always longs for the extraordinary. Ian smiled. He walked forward, looking down at Princess Manshirley, who was playing with Leo. "Thank you very much for your help, Princess Manshirley. If it weren't for you, my friend would have left me." "You're welcome." The little princess, who was originally pulling Leo's cheek, suddenly felt shy when facing Ian's thanks, and immediately hid behind Leo and said softly. Ian said, "To express my gratitude, I will go to the ship to get some gifts for you now." "Gifts?" Leo blinked. "Princess, this adult tribe said they want to give us gifts." "Gifts?" The little princess also looked at Ian expectantly. "So please wait a moment." Ian said, "I'll go back and get it now." "Yes." The little princess nodded happily. Ian turned around and looked at his companions. Let's go back first." "Great." Yamato cheered. Later, on the coast of Greenbit, where the Golden Dragon is docked, Babanuki stood on the deck, holding a telescope and looking at the steel bridge connecting Greenbit and Dressrosa on the sea not far away. One after another, the fighting fish kept attacking the bridge, but they were easily shot down one by one. And the fighting fish attacked a group of guys dressed as soldiers, led by two men wearing crowns. The strength is quite good. Babanuki focused on a man who kept shooting down the fighting fish. It was a man dressed as a gladiator with a green vest on the upper body, which was tightly stretched by his muscular body, a short battle skirt on the lower body, and a red cape on the back. At this time, he was waving a two-handed sword and jumping around swiftly, accurately chopping off every attacking fighting fish. Very powerful. Babanuki made such a judgment. However, this powerfulness was compared to himself. Overestimating one's own ability. Babanuki just sneered. In front of Lord Ian and Miss Yamato, it was not worth mentioning at all, just like an ant trying to shake a tree. When Babanuki observed the people on the bridge over there, the people who hurried over on the bridge were also observing them. King Riku was also dressed like a gladiator at this time. Although he was a king, he liked duels very much, and even went to duels himself. He was by no means a weak king. On the contrary, he was also full of muscles. King Riku was carrying a big sword on his back and holding a telescope in his hand, looking at the golden ship from afar. What a big ship! He couldn't help but sigh. Dressrosa was not rich, and they could not build such a huge ship no matter what. King Riku instinctively felt something was wrong. Such a huge ship was not something that ordinary pirates could own. Moreover, why did I always feel that this ship looked familiar? There's nothing to be afraid of, King Riku. No matter what kind of pirates, I will crush them completely with my heirloom sword. Beside King Riku, a man named Elizabero too was constantly punching like a boxer, warming up and then retracting his punches. This action seemed to have lasted for a long time, making his whole body sweat and even his skin turned red. Listening to his old friend's words, King Riku couldn't help but smile softly. Yes, the king's fist passed down from generation to generation in the Elizabello family has the power to destroy the world. Now that Elizabello has been fully warmed up, what is there to be afraid of? Cyrus, please help me. King Riku looked up and said to the man who kept slashing the fighting fish, "It's not easy to pass this bridge without you. Fighting fish will indiscriminately attack anyone who approaches this sea area, even those who walk on the bridge. This is my duty," Cyrus said lightly. He's not only King Riku's guard, but also King Riku's son-in-law. These two identities do not allow him to let King Riku get into trouble. Under Cyrus's guard, a group of people quickly passed the bridge and then came to the Golden Dragon docked on the coast without hesitation. Here we go. Babanuki put down the telescope. Get ready for battle. The pirates on the deck picked up their weapons and laughed excitedly. Although they were all small fry, they were also small fry of the beast pirates. How could they take these guys seriously? At the same time, the gun compartments of the Golden Dragon were opened one by one, and the heavy guns on the side of the hull were exposed, ready to fire at any time. But it was at this time. A gust of wind suddenly blew on the sea. The wind on the sea is not a special thing. The special thing is that this gust of wind blew over the top of the Golden Dragon, and then the wilted black pirate flag fluttered in the wind, and finally the pattern on the pirate flag was revealed. King Riku, who had already approached, subconsciously raised his head and looked at the pirate flag. Then, that's it. Cyrus's face changed drastically. There was a white skull pattern on the pitch-black pirate flag, with 3 interlaced bones behind the skull, and the most conspicuous thing was the pair of huge horns on both sides of the skull. The beast pirates. King Riku was already pale and shouted. There was absolutely no mistake. The beast pirates stirred up the storms some time ago, and their pirate flag had been seen too many times in the newspapers. Why is the beast pirates here? Cyrus raised his hand to stop King Riku. Your Majesty, King Riku, let's retreat. No matter how much Cyrus believed in his own strength, he would not think that he had the strength to compete with the beast pirates. Moreover, even if he repelled this ship of people, what would happen? Could Dressrosa withstand a revenge of the beast's pirates afterwards? King Riku was pale, but he did not retreat immediately. If he retreated, what would the Tontata clan on the island do? That was at this time. Are you in such a hurry to leave right after you got here? In the forest next to them, a giant elephant directly crashed into a tree and rushed over. Above the giant elephant's head, the black-haired boy spoke slowly. Cyrus' face suddenly looked desperate. Ian, the burning sky, the real monster whose reputation has resounded throughout the world, has arrived. How could he be here? Ian stood on Jack's head, looking down at the group of people on the coast in front. The one with black hair and red cloak should be Cyrus, the legendary gladiator of Dressrosa, a man worthy of admiration. The man he protected was King Riku, another classic pirate-style victim. Then, Ian looked at the man with red skin, who was still punching. This guy, too, looks quite familiar. Don't be afraid, King Riku. Just at this moment, the man who kept punching shouted, I have finished warming up. Even the monsters of the Beast Pirates can never defeat my invincible family sword. Family sword? Ian finally remembered. Isabello too, right? This guy has a very interesting move called the King's Fist. It is said that after letting him warm up for an hour, he can swing a punch that is enough to kill the four emperors. Of course, it is said that in the original work, this fully charged King's Fist was also blocked casually by Bartolomeo. Come on, pirates. Isabello too was now emitting red steam all over his body, roaring at Ian. Let me show you the King's Fist to the Elizabello family. Wait, Elizabello. King Riku almost screamed. If the Beast's pirates were really provoked, then let me do it. Yamato subconsciously wanted to jump forward. But Ian grabbed Fate's neck directly. I'll do it. He looked at Cyrus and King Riku and threw Yamato towards them casually. You go and deal with them. Don't use too much force. At the same time, Ian shot up and landed lightly on the coast, coming to the other side of Elizabello. The golden flames wrapped him, and Ian immediately put on a heavy golden armor. Pterosaur Ball Form Orc Mode. The power of this move is unknown, so it's better to be cautious. Ian is even prepared to launch the god Phoenix directly if the situation is not right. He spread his hands diagonally downward and made a Frisia pose. Come on, let me see it. Elizabello too looked at Yamato, who fell not far away, and then looked at Ian, who was completely in another direction. If you can only choose one of the two, then take it, pirates. Elizabello roared, and his fists were ready to go. King Riku wanted to stop her, but was completely stopped by the oncoming cold air. Don't get in the way. Yamato's white mace was stuck on the ground, and King Riku's legs were completely frozen. But, oh, you react so quickly. Observation hockey? Yamato looked up, and the moment she made a move, Cyrus had already jumped up to dodge. This kind of reaction ability cannot be achieved simply by relying on prediction. It can only be observation hockey. He can actually use observation hockey? It's quite amazing. Cyrus, who fell from the sky, chopped down the two-handed sword in his hand mercilessly and shouted angrily, Thunder Destruction Sword. No matter who you are, I will never allow you to hurt King Riku, hurt your benefactor. At the same time, Elizabello's fist blasted out. King's Fist. Before the fist was fully blasted out, the air in front of him was already distorted, as if some terrifying beast was rushing head-on. When his arm was stretched out, a huge shock wave had already formed, and everything in front of him had been distorted. This powerful shock wave swept everything in front of him like a huge vortex in the deep sea. Oh! Ian exclaimed, and then was instantly swallowed by this wave. 99. Learn King's Fist. Easily done. Subscriptions requested. Huge fluctuations instantly penetrated everything in front. The entire land seemed to be divided into two, and a deep ravine was ruthlessly plowed along the coast. The sea surface behind was cut directly, and a huge rift was torn out in the sea. This rift went all the way forward until it was very far away before it healed with a gradually dissipating shockwave. Because the movement was too loud, Luo, who was blown directly onto Jack's back by the wind, was dumbfounded looking at the raging shockwave. What is this? Are all people in the New World so powerful? Can any country meet such a master? It is indeed the strongest sea area in the world. But of course, Elizabello's performance is quite rare even in the New World. Babanuki was stunned to say the least. Who is this guy? It's hard to understand that such a small country can hide such a master. Oh. Even Yamato couldn't help but exclaim, how amazing. Even she can't perform moves of this magnitude. No. I also have to work hard to become stronger. Otherwise, every time I encounter such a powerful opponent, I will be overtaken by Ian. The girl secretly swore in her heart. While swearing, she also did not forget to wave the iron rod to block Cyrus's chop. The moment the two-handed sword collided with Yamato's Takaru II, Cyrus's expression suddenly changed. From the sword blade to his hands, the ice was completely frozen, and the ice was still spreading towards his shoulders. Can you use the color of knowledge, but not the color of weapon? Yamato raised his foot and kicked Cyrus away, who could not avoid it at all. Then you will never defeat me. There is no way to resist her freezing, and he is not even qualified to fight with her. Cyrus turned over and gritted his teeth secretly. His hands were completely frozen, and he couldn't move at all. So amazing, this little girl is totally beyond what he can handle. At the same time, haha. Elizabello gasped for air. This punch, an hour of skill. Burning skies, Ian. Can you catch it? Hey, are you really okay? Cold sweat broke out on Luo's forehead. Starting from Elizabello, huge ravines spread to the coast, and above the sea water was stirring endlessly, setting off huge waves one after another. Wouldn't that guy Ian be punched to death? Don't be stupid. An attack of this level won't even hurt a hair on Brother Ian's head. Jack just snorted. You call this level of attack an attack of this level? Luo twitched the corners of his mouth. That's awesome. A faint voice sounded. Luo quickly turned around. Ian stepped on the air and flew from the sea, landing lightly on the coast under Elizabello's eyes as if he had seen a ghost. He had returned to his human form, raised his right hand, and gently twirled his index finger and thumb. Just a little bit. It can hurt me. Elizabello's punch was indeed powerful enough, and he was blown away like a baseball. But if this blow could kill Mr. Kai, it would be a joke. If you evaluate it with a professional eye, this blow should be as powerful as Diamond Josie's punch. The power of disaster levels. It's already great. You know, Elizabello's real strength is not even as good as Babanuki, but being able to throw a punch of this level can be called an exaggeration. Really interesting move, right? It can make a person throw a punch far beyond his own strength. Although it takes an hour to warm up to throw this punch, it is almost useless in combat. However, wouldn't it be nice to be able to throw a super powerful punch at the beginning of fight? And Ian thinks that with the exaggerated defensive power in the form of a winged Dragon Ball, can he warm up while withstanding the opponent's attack? How can it be? Elizabello too turned pale and staggered back. How could his invincible family heirloom sword fail? There is no reason. His punch can even knock down a solid fortress and even penetrate a towering city wall. If Ian knew what Elizabello was thinking, he would probably say, just a fortress, just a city wall, the purity is too low. Ian walked up to Elizabello and said kindly, It's a very interesting move. I'm very interested in it. Please teach it to me. Are you kidding me? Elizabello was shocked and angry. How could I possibly teach you this? That is the secret of their Elizabethan family. Anger turned into strength, and Elizabello punched Ian with his backhand. But black lightning burst out around Ian. Well, Elizabello's body trembled, and he knelt down weakly. Let's teach. Ian kindly reminded, Elizabello's family, it shouldn't be difficult to find your country. Luo, who got off Jack's back and approached the others, couldn't help but twitching after hearing Ian's words. Ian was so kind when he was on Ghost Island, he almost forgot that this guy was an extremely dangerous pirate. Elizabello turned pale. Yes, this guy is the leader of the Beast Pirates, and he can bring disaster to his country with just one thought. He was a good friend of King Riku, and according to the principle of human beings flocking together, Elizabello, who also cared about the people, finally lowered his head with a look of decline. I understand. I will teach you. Great. Ian nodded with satisfaction. Regardless of whether this move can be used, as the old saying goes, if you have many skills, you won't be overwhelmed, right? Then Ian looked at King Riku, who was frozen on the ground by Yamato's ice. This man also looked defeated. Obviously, the strength displayed by Ian and others made him feel desperate. King Riku, Ian walked up to the man and said, Can you do me a favor? King Riku's face was full of sorrow. I don't think there is anything I can do to help you. There is no need to belittle oneself. Everyone has his own moment of debut. Ian said even a piece of toilet paper or a pair of underwear has its use, let alone a person. And now, my friend, it's your hero's turn. The hero appears. King Riku licked his lips. What exactly do you want? Ian, as long as you don't harm my country, I can promise you anything. Great. Ian admired King Riku's weakness, but it would be troublesome if he really met a tough guy. You don't have to worry. I'm not interested in your country at all, and what I want you to do is very simple. Gather your soldiers, King Riku. Soldier? King Riku was stunned for a moment. Then, Ian raised his hand and pointed to the forest aside. Come and attack this forest. King Riku's eyes suddenly widened. He realized something. Or, Ian raised the corner of his mouth. Attack that little country in the forest. King Riku's eyes widened. What do you want to do? 800 years ago, when the Don Quixote family ruled Dressrosa, the Dantata kingdom had been deceived by them and thus enslaved by them. But after the Riku family came to power, they changed this situation. The little humans were liberated, and in order to prevent the little humans from being persecuted, King Riku of all generations tacitly hid the existence of the Dantata kingdom. This also gave Dressrosa the romantic legend of an elf. But now, the boy in front of him, Ian from the Beast Pirates, is going to attack the little humans. You don't need to care so much, Ian just said calmly. Now gather the troops. Or do you prefer that I summon the Beast Pirates fleet? King Riku's body instantly stiffened. Later, Ian took his friends back to find the little humans. Ian, what exactly do you want to do? Luo couldn't help but ask. Let the king send troops to attack this forest. Then no matter what he thinks, he doesn't want to repay the little humans, right? I want to bring the Dantata clan back to Wano country. Ian didn't hide anything and said calmly. You guy. Luo suddenly became angry. Princess Manxili saved my life. That's why we need to bring them back to Wano country. Ian said, Doflamingo is eyeing Dressrosa. If he ignores the Dantata kingdom, Doflamingo won't be polite. Then wouldn't it be better if you just stopped that guy Doflamingo? Luo said angrily. Does that guy still dare to disobey your orders? Although he was still a member of the Don Quixote family not long ago. After seeing the power of the Beast Pirates, Luo could only say that he could not go back Don Quixote. This kind of garbage organization is really unfamiliar. Dover is my friend. Dressrosa has nothing to do with me. I have no reason to stop him, Ian said confidently. But you also know what kind of person Doflamingo is that he knows the existence of the Dantata clan. Even if I order him not to do it, will that guy do nothing? Luo frowned immediately. Yeah, that guy Doflamingo is a pure scumbag. Isn't it strange that the Dantata clan, which is simple and possesses certain strength, would not be tempted by that guy Doflamingo? You know, Luo, the Dantata people are innocent, kind, and simple. If they are exposed to the world, they will undoubtedly face disaster. Ian patted Luo's shoulder. So only Wano can protect them. If you, kid, are worried, I can appoint you as the affairs officer of the Hadontata clan, and you will be responsible for all the affairs of the Hadontata clan. Luo pursed his lips. It seems reasonable. Ian smiled. Still too young. The group of people once again came to the gathering place of the little humans. Back. The adults are back. They're back with gifts. What gift is it? There are already more little humans here, and they all cheered to welcome the arrival of Ian and others. Ian smiled and said, Jack, bring the gift. Understood, brother Ian. The majestic Jack stepped forward and placed a huge box in front of the little people. He opened the lid of the box, and the sweet aroma that hit his face made people's index fingers twitch. It was a cake, a huge cake like a hill. This was just made urgently by the chef on the ship. Oh, it's cake. I saw it in Dressrosa. What a big cake. It's like a mountain. The little people cheered again. Please enjoy, Ian said with a smile. Okay. One by one, the little people were already cheering and rushing towards the cake. The huge cake, which was several meters high, was indeed a big mountain for them, and they were like bees on a hive, densely gathering on the cake. So sweet, so delicious. Little Leo's face was covered with cake, and he raised his head happily. The little princess next to her said the same. This is the best gift. The best gift? It's just a cake. It's so easy to be satisfied. Adults, you are really good people. The little humans commented on Ian and others. Good person. Ian deadpanned. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the distance of the forest. The little princess Manxili raised her head blankly. Then there was another series of loud noises, and at the edge of the forest in the distance, the flames had begun to spread. Attack. This is an attack. Ian said affirmatively. Attack. The king of Dantata Kingdom, Ganxiao, who had a long beard, looked confused. The little humans have been living peacefully for 800 years. Go over and have a look, Ian said. We will also go with you adults. The energetic Leo also raised his hands high. So Ian and others led a group of small humans and quickly headed towards the direction of the explosion. As they approached there, all the little humans couldn't help but exclaim, Burn! It's burning! King Ganxiao screamed. The flames ignited the jungle and were spreading unbridled. The scorching temperature made all the little humans dare not get close, and they all screamed in panic. This forest is their home. Yamato, Ian shouted. Give it to me. The girl jumped up and entered the orc mode directly. She swung a mace behind her back and said, Horse Phantom Blade. White mist surged out in an instant, directly covering the entire area where the flames spread. In the blink of an eye, the extreme low temperature stopped the burning phenomenon, or it should be said that the entire forest was frozen into ice. Oh, they're all frozen. The little people were already exclaiming, and they surrounded Yamato with chirping, "It's so awesome, adults." Hey. Yamato smiled proudly. Easy. Let's go and see what's going on. Ian stepped out. Luo pouted. What are you pretending to be? The group of people walked out of the ice forest, and what appeared in front of them were soldiers arrayed on the coast. King Ganxiao immediately exclaimed, "It's King Riku." King Riku sat on a tall horse and looked coldly at the people walking out of the forest. "Get out of my country." King Riku roared loudly. "Greenbit is our territory of Dressrosa, Dantata Kingdom. Your time of occupying this place is over. Get out of my country. If you don't get out, I will set fire to this forest." In line with his roar, the soldiers behind him had raised their weapons, and heavy cannons were ready to go. Cyrus stood beside King Riku, his head lowered, and his expression could not be clearly seen. Faced with King Riku's threat, King Ganxiao's beard exploded. "What should we do?" King Riku said Greenbit is his territory, so where should we go? You just believed it. You didn't even say you resisted, and you weren't even prepared to argue? At this moment, Luo fully recognized what Ian said. Leave the Dantata Kingdom here, and when Doflamingo comes, they will definitely suffer disaster. Ian said seriously at this time, "In that case, how about Wano country? I am the king of that country. It is quite vast and has a lot of forests, which is very suitable for you to survive." Really? The little king raised his head in surprise. "Sir, you are such a good person." Yes, the adults are really good people." "Then let's go to Wano country." "When are you leaving?" The little humans also started chirping. "Is it that easy?" Luo twitched the corner of his mouth. Ian did a great job indeed. "That would be great if you agree." Ian chuckled and nodded. "Then let me go negotiate with King Riku and ask him to give you some time so that I can have someone pick you up. The adults are so reliable." Leo sniffed and jumped onto Ian's shoulders, looking at him with eyes full of admiration. Ian patted his little head gently and then took a few steps forward. "We have made the situation clear. The Dantata Kingdom is also willing to leave, but King Riku." Ian looked at King Riku and shouted, "Given us a few days, relocation will take time, right? Then I'll give you a few more days." King Riku snorted coldly. "If they don't leave when the time is up, don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, he turned his horse back, and the moment he turned his back to the Dantata clan, his eyes became extremely heavy. After all, it was for their country that the Dantata clan was sacrificed. "Okay." Ian smiled and turned back. "Just wait a few more days. I'll send someone over right away." "Yeah." The cute little people have cheered. The big people are really heroes. A hero like Rolando. Rolando, the big talker, is a great hero who once taught the little people planting techniques. Hero. Many little people surrounded Ian and kept cheering. The guilt came all of a sudden. "Ian." Ian said, "My name is Ian. You don't have to call me a hero. Just call me Ian." Ian Lando. The little people called Ian that. They think Ian is the second Rolando. Ian slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, who should be asked to pick up the little people? It seems that there is only one choice. 100, Violet. Porter Kai, teacher. A few days later, on the coast of Greenbit, the Golden Dragon quietly docked here. The little Dantata people sat quietly on the side of the big ship, one of them holding an apple that was a little exaggerated for them, staring at Ian, who was punching and retracting on the coast below. Ian's skin was red at this time, with a faint steam rising from the surface of his body, just like the Straw Hat Boy turned on the second gear, with a weird sense of elegance. But his breathing was very stable, and every punch was the same as the previous one. There was no difference in the posture, strength, and time of the punch, that he was as stable as a robot. This punching has lasted for nearly an hour, and Ian stood here and punched continuously. This is the King's Fist learned from Elizabello, too. To be honest, this move is not that difficult. The essence of the King's Fist is to accumulate strength. This accumulated power is certainly not muscle power, but a very special kind of physical energy, which is basically the embodiment of physical strength. Since we already have willpower, it is not difficult to add some physical energy, as long as the two do not merge into chakra. Of course, this is not a move that anyone can use, but only a guy like Elizabello who is born with a strong body can use it. If ordinary people use it, they will not have time to store enough energy, and they will probably drain their bodies. Of course, Ian meets this condition. In the past few days, Ian has easily learned this move through Elisabello's words and deeds. And now it's time to experiment. The surging energy surged in the body, and the body could no longer block it this time. The body energy turned into steam and seeped out from the pores. Luo also stood at the side of the ship, just watching quietly, but he was thinking in his heart, is this funny move really serious? A move that requires an hour of warm-up before it can be used? This won't be useful in a fight. But anyway, the energy has been stored, and Ian is ready to punch. He took a deep breath, put his right fist to his ear, spread his feet apart, turned his body to the right, and tightened his muscles like a bowstring. Punch. Luo's eyes widened instantly. The air in front of Ian seemed to solidify instantly, and the water mist visible to the naked eye spread, and in the center of the water mist, a hole was punched. The air was distorted. No, it looked like the space was distorted by this punch. A streak of light that was like a laser roared out instantly, and in an instant it had crossed the sea and disappeared directly at the end of the sea. This streak of light that crossed the sea tore the sea apart, leaving a mark on the sea surface that had not dissipated for a long time. Take back what I said. Luo's pupils trembled. It's too exaggerated. This powerful move is completely worth it, even if it takes an hour to store energy. After a short silence, awesome. Ian Lando. The little guys watching the excitement on the side of the ship cheered instantly. Each one was even more excited than Ian himself. Ian slowly let out a sigh of relief, and sweat was already on his forehead. A large amount of physical energy was punched out in one breath. It was impossible to say that he was not tired. However, the power of this blow was indeed considerable. It was much stronger than the strongest punch he could throw in the orc mode. I dare not imagine how powerful the king's fist would be after using the ability. Maybe one punch could stun Teacher Kai. The only drawback is that the charging time is too long, 1 hour. Basically, you can only prepare before the battle, and then give the enemy a hard blow. If it is an encounter, it will be useless. As for Ian's previous idea of using the ball-shaped defense to resist the beating and warm up at the same time, it basically failed after he really understood this move. The warm-up movements are not really about accumulating energy, but about forcing out the energy hidden in the body and then locking it in the body. Once the warm-up movements are interrupted, the energy will either dissipate or return to the body, and the previous preparations will be in vain. Even if the ball form is more resistant, it is impossible to ensure that the movements will not be interrupted. Unless there is a way to forcibly retain the energy of the body, even if the warm-up movements are interrupted, the accumulation of energy will not be interrupted. Ian thought, life return or something like that. But in that case, the accumulation of energy will become very slow. It will always be interrupted by others. Even if the energy will not dissipate, it will take a long time to store the energy. After all, it is not very practical. I will think about how to modify it later. Now there is another thing to do. Ian, the white-haired girl, jumped off the golden dragon, excited. Can we go play? It has been docked on the shore of Greenbit for several days, and Yamato has long been impatient. Now that Ian's training has been declared successful, it means that he can finally go out and play. Looking at the girl's wet, expectant eyes, Ian nodded. Let's go and have fun in Dressrosa. Great. After all, Dressrosa is a well-known tourist country. Once you come, there is no excuse not to go shopping. Later, in the flower field outside Dressrosa, Ian and the two were walking among the flowers. Ian wears a black pullover sweatshirt on his upper body, a pair of loose dark blue casual pants, a peaked cap on his head, and a pair of brown sunglasses. He looks casual and comfortable and can also conceal his identity. If you don't put on some disguise, I'm afraid it will be chaos just after entering Dressrosa. So what's the point of playing? Compared with him, Yamato, who has not been wanted so far, does not have this trouble. The girl also wears a brown cap, a large red and white baseball uniform on the upper body, lined with a white t-shirt, and a pair of light blue slim jeans on the lower body. She is also full of youth and vitality. There were only 2 of them, Jack, and the 3 of them were not interested in playing. Jack and Luo wanted to practice more, especially Luo. After the life crisis was over, not only did he not slack off at all, but he became even more diligent. Because he has a future. Black Maria prefers playing with the little humans and going shopping. She likes these cute little people very much. And now she has been awarded the title of Maria Lando among the Dantata clan. Ian briefly wondered why it wasn't Brando. So beautiful. Even a rude person like Yamato couldn't help but be shocked by the beauty of this gorgeous flower field. The sunflowers all over the mountains and fields dyed everything in front of them golden, making the two of them feel like they were in a sea of gold. Gorgeous and magnificent, dreamlike and intoxicating. If you like, we can open some flower fields in Wano country. Ian's tone was calm. What's the point of opening a few flower fields? Do you understand the value of the king of Wano? Don't want. Yamato shook his head and said with a smile, having seen it is enough, there is no need to own it. Ian was stunned. This girl can occasionally say thought-provoking words. Come on, Ian. Let's go see the city. Yamato held Ian's hand and ran through the flower field, leaving behind a string of clear laughter like the sound of a clear spring. The architectural style of Dressrosa is biased toward the Spanish style that Ian remembered from his previous life. Bright colors and strong personality. Compared with Wano country, it can only be said that the difference is very big. The two of them felt a bit like country bumpkins entering the city at this time, so they looked east and took a closer look. Yamato was even more excited and ran to the store to see what they were selling, and immediately wanted to try the snacks in that store. But Ian is more interested in the ladies of this country. The nickname of the land of love and passion is really no joke. There are basically few ugly-looking ladies on the street. They all have pretty faces and neat makeup and are slim and graceful. What's even more interesting is that you can basically meet men and women dancing in the street within a few steps. There is no shyness. They are calm and relaxed, and they enjoy it. In one word, the romance of riding a horse. Yamato was eager to try, and she looked at Ian with burning eyes. There's really nothing I can do about you. Ian bowed slightly and politely extended his right hand towards the girl. Hey. Yamato happily grabbed Ian's hand and put his other hand on Ian's shoulder, while Ian also gently hugged the girl's slender waist. Neither of them has ever learned to dance, but they have never eaten pork and have never seen a pig run, right? With the two of them having life-returning level of body control, just watching the people around them dance is enough. There wasn't even music. Ian danced with Yamato in his arms. The two people who were dancing for the first time showed an amazing tacit understanding and the resulting moving dance moves. Even the people around them were attracted by the two of them and couldn't help but cast admiring glances at them. They are all looking at us. Yamato raised his head, his golden pupils shining brightly. Ian chuckled and looked down at her. After entering the growth stage, he was already half a head smaller than Dahigao. Then let them watch. Because it's us. Both of them stopped talking and were silently immersed in the dance. Until, wow. Suddenly, there was a scream. The atmosphere of the dance disappeared instantly. Ian turned his head in surprise. Not far away, he saw a beautiful woman pressing a man to the ground and stabbing the man's chest with a sharp knife. Blood was already flowing all over the floor. However, no one around him stepped forward to stop him. Ian couldn't help but gasp. Are the folk customs so simple? Dressrosa, also known as Texas, right? How dare you cheat? Go to hell, you bastard. The woman roared loudly. Love killing, Ian thought, and then he saw the surrounding residents of Dressrosa casting approving glances at the woman. Are you not approving of something? Then he suddenly remembered that the ladies of Dressrosa were very radical in their approach to love. Radical means that they fall in love easily and then devote themselves wholeheartedly to it, completely living up to the nickname of the country of love and passion. But at the same time, they often take very drastic actions after being betrayed. It seems to be commonplace to assassinate the betrayer on the street. What Uchiha? Ian commented. That's it. Cut his throat. While Ian was thinking, Yamato had already approached the woman and loudly gave advice. Pierce his heart. The woman did as she was told, then looked up and thanked Yamato. Thank you for your support. You're welcome. Yamato said with a smile. Betrayers should die. Although I know this is Teacher Kai's words and deeds. But girl, why do I always feel that you are implying something? Well said. The woman with blood on her face showed a coquettish smile. Little sister, you have to remember that love never allows betrayal. Ian's eyes twitched, and he felt a little embarrassed. He quickly grabbed Yamato's hand and walked out. Let's go shopping somewhere else. Side of the street as they hurried away. A girl with short brown hair was suddenly stunned and looked at their backs blankly. What's wrong, Violet? Next to the girl, a pink-haired woman asked with concern. In her arms was a small baby with the same pink hair as hers. Sister, I have something to do. Please go back first. Violet gritted her teeth and chased after him. Violet. Her sister was left with a puzzled look on her face. The country has a problem. The 14-year-old Princess Violet realized this after her father left in a hurry that day. She is the second daughter of King Riku, and she is also a superhuman stare fruit user. One of the powers she possesses is clairvoyance. So that day, she subconsciously used her ability to see what her father was doing. Then she saw brother-in-law Cyrus, who was easily defeated by the white-haired girl, and her father who bowed his head in front of the black-haired boy. After that, it was time for my father to come back in a hurry and lead the troops to Greenbit to bombard the forest. Because the clairvoyant could only see pictures but not hear sounds, Violet didn't know what happened specifically, and she didn't dare to ask her father and brother-in-law. Both of them were tight-lipped about it and told their families nothing. But of course, the girl's heart was filled with worries. So at this moment, after seeing the two boys and girls, Violet was ready to do something. In addition to being clairvoyant, her glaring fruit can also read minds. Just by getting close to the two of them, you can read their thoughts, and these two people won't even notice anything. She wanted to know what the two men were trying to do. With this thought in mind, Violet hurriedly followed the two people around the corner, but before she could activate her ability, the two of them turned again and turned into an alley. Violet gritted her teeth slightly and followed again. However, when she also entered the alley, she found that the alley was empty. How come? The girl didn't understand. She subconsciously wanted to use her ability to search. "Are you looking for us?" The sound comes from above. Violet looked up in surprise. The boy and girl stepped on the air and floated in the sky. At a T this time, they fell lightly and landed in front of her. Oops. Violet's heart skipped a beat. My heartbeat is about to stop. Because she knows that these two guys are exaggeratedly strong. Especially the black-haired boy, Ian from Finchin, whose name she knew. The critical moment brought out the girl's potential. She scratched the back of her head and pretended to be stupid. "I just want to go home. Did you misunderstand something?" "Is that so?" Yamato looked at Ian in surprise. But Ian just smiled and said, "Princess Violet, don't think of me as a fool." Violet stiffened. He knows himself. No reason. How did he know? Is this something strange? After all, after spending so many days in Dressrosa, is it strange to send someone to collect information about the royal family, especially knowing the abilities Violet possesses? Ian looked at the girl, who was instantly frightened. Staring at the fruit is also an ability of considerable strategic value. I originally said I would find her when I left, but she ended up showing up at her door. If I don't send you an offer from the Beast Pirates, wouldn't this fate be in vain? Girl. Ian called Violet, who was 1 year older than him, a girl. Have you ever considered joining the Beast Pirates? Huh? Violet was stunned for a moment and then shouted incomprehensibly. What did you say? I said, if you don't join the Beast Pirates. Ian smiled and was very kind. I will destroy Dressrosa. The girl's face instantly turned pale. Huh? Ian, you're here again. But Yamato laughed and patted Ian on the shoulder. Do you like threatening others so much? Because it's useful. Ian chuckled. As I said, good guys being threatened by bad guys is a unique feature of pirates, and you have to try it. The next day, Greenbit by the coast. Here. Yamato waved happily towards the sky. Dad, we are here. In the sky, above the clouds, the giant slowly lowered its head, and its slender body was looming in the clouds. Kid, you were so brave to order people around. Ian laughed. There is no other way except for you, Mr. Kai. Is there anyone in the Beast's Pirates who is more suitable for carrying the Mr. Kai? 101. Violet joins the group. Dive into the deep sea. Subscriptions requested. Greenbit by the coast. Teacher Kai has returned to his human form. So big. Bigger than Ian Lando. Bigger than Maria Lando. Is it a big human race? Teacher Kai's face was expressionless, even though a group of cute little elves were surrounding him and chattering nonstop. Expression management can be said to be quite good. Are they them? He looked at Ian. Yes, it's cute, isn't it, Teacher Kai? On Ian's left shoulder stood Leo, and on his right shoulder stood Princess Manchili. He also held a younger Dongtada child in his arms, looking up and biting his fingers like a little squirrel, looking at Teacher Kai curiously. Reminds me of Yamato when he was little. When he was 2 or 3 years old, Yamato was also a cute little dumpling with a chubby face and chubby little hands. It He was always calling Ian and holding his hand and wouldn't let go. He was so cute. Cute. Teacher Kai sneered. I don't know what he is laughing at. Could it be that he was dissatisfied with comparing his childhood Yamato to the Dantata clan? Moreover, the Dantata clan is very good at cultivating plants. Ian said bluntly, when Gaji's research on artificial devil fruits is successful, they will be able to help a lot. Moreover, even if the artificial devil fruits are not included, they will have a huge promotion effect on Wano's agricultural production. Although Wano is currently engaged in large-scale, mechanized agricultural production, it would not be a bad thing to increase output. You know, in this world, food is sometimes a more sought-after hard currency than weapons. After all, you can live without weapons, but you cannot live without food. In this world, there are really many people who have no food. Teacher Kai nodded gently. He doesn't care much about the increase in grain production, and it's not like he doesn't have enough to eat. However, he couldn't ignore the fact that it was helpful to cultivate artificial devil fruits. Artificial devil fruit, this is what he is most interested in and looking forward to during this period. Although he already agreed in his heart, Teacher Kai still snorted as usual. It's best not to let me go all the way in vain. Of course not. Ian was used to Teacher Kai's occasional arrogance. He looked around at the little humans and said, right? Of course. Leo excitedly jumped on top of Ian's head. We will never let the great human race down. Ian clapped his hands and said, okay, let's go back and pack our things now, and we'll be ready to go soon. Great. Pack your things. Just like children after school in kindergarten, the little humans rushed into the forest one by one with laughter and joy. Teacher Kai. It wasn't until the little humans ran into the forest that Ian seriously warned. The Dantata clan is very simple and naive. I'm afraid they will be harmed by the pirates in our family. You also know what the pirates in our family look like. Teacher Kai's eyebrows stood up and he said angrily, I will kill anyone who dares to touch them. When it comes to artificial devil fruits, he will never allow anyone to mess with it. I can rest assured that. Ian breathed a sigh of relief. It's not a joke to say that I want to repay the Dantata clan. Kidnapping these elves already made me feel guilty, but it would be really hard to bear if they were harmed again. Let them go to Wano country, and at least let them live a better life than in Greenbit. Then Ian looked at Luo. Luo, do you want to go back together? The diseases have been cured. No. But Luo shook his head and said with some anticipation, next, we're going to Fishman Island. Who doesn't want to go to Fishman Island? Ian glanced at the kid. You've been thinking about mermaids since you were young, right? I had the opportunity to take you to the water city to get to know Grandma Kokoluo. However, since this kid wants to be together, it doesn't hurt to take him along. Jinbei has already wandered into the sea with Tiger. What else is dangerous about Fishman Island at this time? Soon, the little humans, carrying their families and carrying large and small bags, came back and they gathered on the coast. Then Teacher Kai transformed into a cyan dragon and soared into the sky, releasing a purple flame cloud downwards, directly surrounding the area, forcefully breaking it off the grim bit, and then rolled it up fly into the sky. Wow, so awesome. The little people had begun to exclaim again. Not to mention them, even Luo was stunned. Kid, Yamato. Teacher Kai looked down at Ian, then looked at Yamato. Come back soon. Why is Teacher Kai, an empty nester, feeling lonely too? Ian smiled. Of course. New. Yamato's answer was full of energy. Goodbye, Daddy. Then Teacher Kai turned around and dragged the fragments of the island towards the direction from which he came. Ian Lando. Goodbye. On the fragment of the island that was rolled up by the clouds, the little humans said goodbye to Ian. Ian also waved vigorously towards them. See you later. Soon, Teacher Kai disappeared from the horizon. Okay, then it's time for us to leave. Ian said, let's go sailing. Also stayed here for several days. The golden flying dragon finally set sail again. However, he did not leave Dressrosa directly. Instead, he stopped again on the coast of this country. Brother Ian, is there anything else? Jack was puzzled. Wait for someone. Ian chuckled. Waiting for someone? Luo was confused. Who are you waiting for? Didn't I say it yet? Ian waved towards the island. Between the two huge rocks on the edge of the island, a girl carrying a bag came out of the narrow road. We have a new member on the ship. Ah. Luo looked blankly at the girl walking alone. He's not even 2 years older than me. Moreover, he was still sobbing quietly. At first glance, you can tell that you didn't join it seriously. Okay, that's very Ian. Later, the golden flying dragon finally set sail, heading towards the Red Earth continent. At the same moment, Dressrosa, the King's Heights, was in the royal palace. Father, I want to join the Beast's pirates and become an all-powerful pirate. Just pretend you never gave birth to a daughter like me. King Riku slowly read out the text on the letter in his hand. Word for word, IT was obviously only a few sentences, but he broke down in tears just halfway through reading. Ian forced her. Cyrus' face was filled with regret. I should have noticed it earlier. Scarlet said that Violet was unconscious after she came back yesterday. IT must have been that time. No, Cyrus, it's not your fault. King Riku covered his eyes with his hands to hide his ugly appearance. That child is just too kind. I can even imagine Ian threatening her with something she cherishes. What should we do? Do nothing. Cyrus, a man as strong as steel, almost shed tears. Violet joins the Beast's pirates, and we don't know what kind of misfortune she will encounter. Your Majesty, King Riku, can we ask for help from the Navy? Navy. King Riku paused for a moment, and then he said dejectedly, let's not talk about whether the Navy will go to war with the Beast pirates for Violet. Isn't Violet willing? Cyrus was speechless. Nothing can be done. The golden flying dragon has gradually moved away from Dressrosa. I doubt I am Violet. The little princess held her breast slightly and lowered her head, playing with a corner of her skirt uneasily with her hands and making a very small sound in her mouth. Violet is the second princess of Dressrosa and a superhuman stare fruit user. Ian then helped her introduce it. This ability is quite interesting. IT can read minds, see through things, turn tears into attacks, and even observe scenes 1,000 kilometers away. IT is a true clairvoyance. After hearing this, Luo instantly understood why this little princess appeared here. Even he was tempted by such a useful ability, let alone Ian, who seemed to have a collecting habit. Ian asked everyone on the boat to introduce himself, so this was considered acquaintance. It's a pity that Violet obviously doesn't have strong adaptability and is still in a state of fright. Therefore, Ian decisively asked Black Maria to attack. Although Maria is only 1 year older than Ian, she possesses amazing maternal qualities. In other words, Maria is the woman who can be my mother. Well, in the original work, she's indeed equivalent to Yamato's stepmother. Fortunately, Yamato was smart enough to cut off the father-daughter relationship with the old man in time and avoid having multiple baby mothers who are only 1 year older. Of course, Maria, who has grown up with Ian now, probably won't want to be with the old man. Don't be afraid, Violet. Maria whispered to comfort Violet, who was the same age as her but less than a quarter of her height. Her huge hands gently stroked Violet's back. The contrast in size left no doubt. Maria was able to snap Violet's spine directly. Of course, Black Maria didn't do that. She just said gently, Ian is actually a very easy person to get along with. You may not have thought it before, but now that you are our companion, you will understand in the future that no matter what kind of danger he faces, Ian will protect us. The little princess didn't respond. It was indeed a bit difficult to convince her that Ian, the pirate who coerced her, was a good person in just a few words. Naruto had to do this job. So Maria changed her perspective and said softly, you can't go back now anyway, right? Then learn to adapt first and survive on this ship first. The little princess's eyes finally jumped slightly. Black Maria breathed a sigh of relief. Finally got it done. On the other side, Ian has caught fish again. I don't think a princess of a country would honestly become a pirate. Luo was beside him, leaning against the side of the ship, holding 2 dumbbells and saying, it doesn't matter. Ian said calmly, when Dover starts taking action, everything will be fine. Luo was stunned. Immediately, it dawned on me. Yes, no matter how unconvinced the princess is at the moment. Once Doflamingo takes action against Dressrosa, the only one she can turn to is Ian. Luo suddenly took a breath of cold air. It has to be Ian. Is this also in your calculation? Then he asked with some expectation, are we going to Fishman Island next? No. Ian said, we need to find an island to coat the ship first. Fishman Island is located in the deep sea, 10,000 meters below the sea. Even if the Golden Dragon is a very impressive ship, it is impossible to dive directly into the deep sea. It has to be coated first. Since it needs coating craftsmen. People who engage in this profession are rare on the sea. But fortunately, a pirate group of the level of the Beast Pirates certainly has a group of coating craftsmen, and Ian's ship has several coating craftsmen. Next, we just need to find an island close to Fishman Island and let the craftsmen coat the ship. So 2 weeks later, on a deserted island at the entrance of the New World. Ian stood on the coast and looked into the distance silently. The sea in the distance finally came to an end. The red high wall that blocked out the sun and reached the clouds stretched in front of it, as if it had never changed. The wall of size that separated the human world from the underworld. Red Earth continent. People generally call this high wall this way. This high wall is the dividing line between the first half and the second half of the Grand Line, the only and largest continent in the world. What's on it? Yamato stood beside him, looking up at the part above the red Earth continent that was covered by thick clouds. Marihoa? Ian said, Marihoa, the center of the world government, the gathering place of the celestial dragons. He turned around. Do you want to go and see it? Yeah. The sea breeze blew up Yamato's white hair, and the girl smiled. It seems very interesting. It's not the time yet, Ian said. Wait a little longer. If you want to get the ultimate peace of mind in this world, you must go to Marihoa, and you must also eliminate the celestial dragons. Behind the two of them, Violet, squatting on a rock on the shore, said nothing. She had not done anything radical after boarding the ship, but she had always been in a low mood. But at this moment, even if she was playing badly, it was hard not to be shaken by Ian's words. What a lunatic, she thought. He actually planned to attack Mary Geos and the celestial dragons. At this moment, Lord Ian, Babanuki hurried over. The final inspection has been completed. We can set off for Fishman Island. Ian looked back. On the coast in the other direction, the Golden Dragon was quietly docked there. The surface of the golden ship was now covered with a layer of film that was close to the hull, shining in the sunlight. Is it finally dawn? Ian raised the corner of his mouth. Then let's go. Oh. Cheers. On the Golden Dragon. Yamato ran around happily on the deck. Her feet made a quacking sound when they stepped on the membrane layer, which was bouncy and soft, like QQ candy. The Golden Dragon set sail and sailed all the way to a place close to the Red Earth continent. Then, Lord Ian, we are going to release the membrane layer. The boatman on the boat began to inject air into the membrane layer. The membrane layer that was originally close to the hull began to expand suddenly, swallowing everything on the ship directly. Within a few minutes, a huge bubble wrapped around the Golden Dragon had formed. It's going to sing, Babanuki shouted. The bubble will greatly reduce the buoyancy of the sea water. We are going to sink into the deep sea. As he said, the Golden Dragon began to sink, and it was completely sunk into the sea in just a few seconds. Ian looked up, and the sea water was above him. This feeling is really wonderful. Then, he looked down, looking at the dark depths below. Next, the target is Fishman Island. 102. Passionate Fishman Island. Immigration plan. The Golden Flying Dragon keeps falling into the deep sea. The expanding bubbles unreasonably offset a considerable degree of buoyancy, making the ship unable to resist the pull of gravity and falling straight down. As the depth of descent gradually increased, the surrounding light quickly became dim, until later, the surroundings were completely dark and you could not see your fingers. Well, Violet subconsciously crossed her arms. There were lights on the surface of the Golden Flying Dragon, so that the people on board would not be able to see anything. But outside this big ship, I couldn't see anything. An indescribable horror arose from deep in the girl's heart. The so-called fear comes from the unknown. Violet couldn't help but wonder, in this darkness, a huge monster would suddenly rush out and open its mouth to roar. In the darkness, on the left side of the ship, a huge thing suddenly rushed out, rolling up the sea currents and making the entire Golden Flying Dragon tremble. It was a huge, strange fish with a head like a lion. A T this time. It opened its mouth wide, revealing a mouth full of ferocious, sharp teeth, and bit towards the side of the ship. Ah! Violet couldn't bear it anymore and screamed as she collapsed on the ground. Appeared. Monsters in the deep sea. Even Luo was shocked. See, beast? But he suddenly turned his head and looked at the guy lying on the side of the boat chatting with Yamato. Ian raised his head and looked at the charging beast. Black lightning suddenly shot out from his eyes. Get out. The body of the sea lion, which was more than 50 meters long, stiffened instantly. Then, visible to the naked eye, this guy's ferocious expression became distorted, and his look of fear was already visible to the naked eye. Without hesitation, the huge deep-sea monster turned around and ran away. Although the intelligence of these sea beasts is not as good as that of the sea kings, it is actually not lowered as long as you master the method, you can actually communicate with them. And this method of communication is in the hands of fish people and mermaids. Murlocs can tame sea beasts. Since we have to form a Murloc army, let's form a Murloc and Sea Beast Sea Cavalry Regiment. Hey, you got a head start? When Ian thought about it. Behind, Violet was still pale and trembling. It wasn't until several seconds later that she realized that the monster had been driven away by Ian. She is already safe. But, wow. The girl suddenly began to cry loudly. I've had enough. Why am I here? Why do I have to go through this? The girl who was only 14 years old finally collapsed after experiencing this life and death crisis. Fortunately, Black Maria is here. The girl who was full of maternal nature looked at Violet, who broke down and cried, and came over with some distress. She quickly hugged the girl into her arms, patted her back gently, and comforted her. Okay, it's okay now. Olet, the monster has been driven away by Ian, and we are safe. Whoa. Violet cried louder. However, he did not reject Maria's embrace. Ian did not look back, but listened to the howling from behind and said calmly, Maria, rather than comfort, I think Violet may need you to change her dress more. Black Maria was stunned. Violet, who was crying loudly, froze up and didn't even bother to cry. Only then did she notice that the skirt seemed to be clinging to her body and still a little warm. Ah, I was so ashamed that I couldn't even care about fear. Compared with death, social death is indeed more painful. Luo almost laughed out loud. Or Ian can comfort people. Won't he stop crying immediately? Violet hurriedly followed Black Maria into the cabin. Before entering, the girl couldn't help but glared at Ian's back fiercely. This bastard is so abominable. But then she remembered that just now, Ian shouted angrily and scared the monster away. As Maria said, this guy is indeed quite reassuring. Ian didn't know that the little princess had gradually begun to have symptoms of Stockholm, and she didn't have the time. Since entering the deep sea area, Ian has always maintained a sense of awareness and vigilance, which is why he was able to discover Violet's little secret. The sea beast just now is nothing. The Neptune species are the overlords of the deep sea. Although the hull of the golden flying dragon is inlaid with sea tower stones, but again, the Neptune class have very high IQs, and it is not that easy to deceive them. If he really ran into a Neptune type, he would have to fight in person. Of course, it doesn't matter. After all, after using his ability, Ian is completely uncontrollable by the seawater. And without the geographical advantage, even those Neptunes at the 5,000-meter level are nothing. However, the Neptunes did not appear until they had entered the huge cavity under the Red Earth continent. Soon, the dark seabed in front suddenly glowed with light. As the distance gradually got closer, the light became more and more obvious, until finally, an island bathed in the light falling from above appeared in front of Ian and others before. Fishman Island has arrived. Regardless, Ian was slightly relieved. However, Ian, who did not know how to listen to the voices of all things, could not hear the wonderful sound echoing in the sea water on all sides. Who is he? He has incredible power. Is he the new king? He is going to find our king. Will the king be in danger? He is a pirate and the successor of Joy Boy. If he can help, then it is not far away. It is very strange. It is obviously an extremely loud sound, but no one in the deep sea can hear it. Only inside the Fishman Island, in the Dragon Palace, the huge baby suddenly began to giggle, and there was no one teasing her. At the same time, the Golden Dragon has arrived in front of the Fishman Island. What a big bubble! Yamato exclaimed. Fishman Island is wrapped in a huge bubble, and there is a smaller bubble above the huge bubble, which is the Dragon Palace. Although Fishman Island is the hometown of fishmen and mermaids, they don't want to stay in the water all the time. It is better to say that the fishmen and mermaids who have been staying in the deep sea are more eager for sunlight and air than humans. The sunlight is brought by the Yangshu Eve, and the air depends on these two huge bubbles. They isolate the seawater and fill the interior of Fishman Island with air. How is it, Jack? Ian said with a smile. Fishman Island. It looks good. Jack nodded gently. As a fishman, he has never been to Fishman Island. He was born overseas and grew up in the Beast Pirates. Then let's go land. Ian said, let's see if it's nice inside. If you want to land on Fishman Island, you can't just go straight to the huge bubble like the Straw Hat Pirates did. In order to prevent human invasion, the huge bubble that wraps Fishman Island is divided into several layers. The moment you hit and pass through the bubble, the membrane layer protecting the ship will detach, and then the big ship will fall and smash to pieces. Even if you don't fall to death, you will face a thick layer of seawater next, and the seawater layer filled with huge ocean currents is obviously not easy to break through. So let's go through the main entrance. The Golden Dragon slowly arrived in front of the huge gate in front of Fishman Island. It was called a huge gate, but in fact it was just a membrane layer that isolated the seawater outside. A group of fishmen dressed as soldiers guarded outside the gate. "Drive the ship in," Ian gave orders loudly. So the big ship rushed directly towards the huge gate without stopping. Seeing this scene, the fishmen guards hurried over. Their duty was to check the ships that wanted to enter Fishman Island. Even if pirates wanted to land, they had to go through this process. And now this ship actually wanted to break in directly, which was already at the level of being able to directly contact the king's army. But when they saw the pattern painted on the sail clearly, there was no doubt that all the soldiers of Fishman Island were stunned. Let alone stopping it, they didn't even dare to say a word at this time, and could only watch the ship break into Fishman Island. That pattern? No way. Boom. The huge Golden Dragon crashed headfirst into the huge door. The moment it passed through the membrane layer, the coating covering the Golden Dragon shattered, and the big ship flew into the interior of Fishman Island, landed in a rushing river, and moved forward. After passing through a long passage, the scene inside Fishman Island finally appeared in front of everyone. Oh. Yamato looked up at the sky in surprise. There are blue sky and white clouds under the sea. There is not only air inside Fishman Island, but also sunshine in the sky, and above the sky, there are even floating clouds. I don't quite understand the principle, but it's beautiful. On both sides of the river, the buildings of Fishman Island are also clearly visible. These buildings are very much in the style of Fishman Island, often with decorations such as shells or corals, and many of them are structures with the upper part located in the air and the lower part sunk in the water. After all, fishmen and mermaids are amphibious. Looking forward along the river, in front of the river, there is a wide bay with many ships docked here. It should be the port of Fishman Island, right? Then Ian looked up. In the sky, Ryugu Castle was clearly visible. The distance was not too far, so he shouldn't have to wait too long, right? At the gate of Fishman Island. It's the Beast Pirates. The soldiers guarding the gate had already screamed. The Beast Pirates are coming. Quickly notify King Neptune. If we are not careful, this will be a disaster. So above Fishman Island in Ryugu Castle, the king of the Ryugu Kingdom, the huge Neptune, received a call from the guards. "You said the Beast Pirates?" The scream resounded throughout Ryugu Castle. Below, the port bay of Fishman Island. At this time, it was already in chaos. The arrival of the Golden Flying Dragon was like a bomb, which directly caused the entire bay to explode. "It's the Beast Pirates." Such shouts instantly swept the entire port. No matter human, merman, merchant, pirate, or local resident, everyone in this port is a slave of fear at this moment and can only run away crying. That's the Beast Pirates, one of the strongest pirate groups in the world. What's the face of the card? The face of the card? Ian looked at the crazy fleeing crowd and wanted to laugh. Sometimes it's not good for people to be too famous. Sometimes I want to get along with everyone as an ordinary person, but I find that there is a sad, thick barrier between each other. However, not everyone chose to run away. At least 3 kinds of people did not choose to run away after confirming the origin of the Golden Dragon. "Kid, you are Ian of Burning Sky, right?" An excited voice came from the side. Ian turned his head and saw a pirate ship approaching quickly and blocking the front of the Golden Dragon. On the ship, a muscular man with a full beard was holding a big axe and looking at him excitedly. "Hee, your head is mine. As long as I kill you, I will be famous all over the world." This is the first type. This kind of guy who doesn't know what he is really never absent. Ian couldn't even muster up a little interest. But fortunately, someone was able to raise it. "Do you want to hurt Ian?" Yamato had already jumped up and leaped into the sky like a cannonball, and the next moment he fell on the deck of the ship with a bang. Then, crack. Visible ice spread on the deck of the pirate ship. In just a few breaths, the upper half of the entire ship had been frozen into an ice sculpture. And Ian, at this time, had already looked at the second type of people. Still a pirate. Lord Ian. The ship stopped at the side of the Golden Dragon, and a guy dressed like a pirate was very excited. "Please let us join the Beast Pirates." They are guys who want to cling to someone. They feel that they can't reach the top by themselves, so they want to join the strong and see the style of the top. The evaluation is that they are not as good as the top group. Ian's sight did not stay on them, but looked at the third type of people. The third type of people are the residents of Fishman Island, a group of mermaids. They stayed in the water, looking at Ian and others who brought chaos and surprise. There was even a bold mermaid lady shouting to the ship, "I heard that you are very powerful pirates." Oh. Even Ian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at this time. The average appearance of the ladies in Dressrosa is outstanding enough. But compared with the group of mermaid girls seen at this time, it is not good enough, and the mermaids here are often much bolder. The few shells are full of clothes. Who can resist this? Even Jack, who was as cold as he was somewhat absent-minded at this moment, not to mention Luo, who blushed and wanted to see but didn't dare to, looking like a teenage boy. Not to mention them, even Violet, who had been hiding in the cabin because she felt embarrassed, couldn't help but go up to the deck and cast a stunning look at the mermaids. This is Fishman Island? I actually came here. Violet was also a little surprised. Ian didn't answer the mermaids, but just smiled. Oh. But even so, the mermaids exclaimed, "Don't you think he's handsome? He looks weak and white, which is my type. He's still a child, but he tries to look serious, which makes him even cuter. Little handsome boy. Do you want to come down and play with the sisters? The sisters can play adult games with you." So enthusiastic. When a group of ragged and beautiful ladies wave at you, it should be said that few people can resist. Fishman Island is indeed the paradise in the dreams of thousands of men. Even Luo couldn't help but cast a jealous look at Ian. Isn't this guy just a little more handsome, a little stronger, a little more powerful, and a little richer? What's so great about that? But, hey, what do you guys want Ian to do? The angry voice came from the deck of the completely frozen pirate ship. Yamato stepped on the side of the ship with one foot in anger, looking down at the mermaids with a fierce look, and was so angry that he said, "Stay away from Ian, you annoying guys." The girl had unconsciously used the domineering aura of the Overlord color, and the sea surface was shaking slightly. The fishmen didn't even have time to be afraid. They all rolled their eyes and floated on the sea with twisted faces like dead fish, like ghosts who died with their eyes open. Jack and Luo's mouths twitched instantly. The beautiful scene instantly turned into a thriller. It directly became the stargazing party with Yingmingkai. Maria was silently cheering for Yamato. "That's it. No, it should be like this, Yamato." Ian couldn't help but recall what happened in Dressrosa before. "I always feel that the future is not good." He looked up with a little melancholy and saw the flag erected at the port. That was the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. Fishman Island is Whitebeard's territory, and King Neptune is Whitebeard's good brother. If he messes up here, the second battle with the Whitebeard pirates will undoubtedly begin. So we have to negotiate well. Don't make it difficult for me. Ian looked up and saw a group of black shadows approaching quickly in the sky. The one in the front was a big whale. There was a bubble on the whale's body, which gave it the ability to fly in the sky. At this time, the huge whale had a visible panic on its face and was desperately flying down. And on the back of this whale, there was a man riding. He was unusually huge, with thick brown beard, wearing a crown on his head, holding a trident in his hand, and a long fish tail in his lower body. Behind him, there was a group of other fish, and on the back of the fish were soldiers with guns and live ammunition. They came quite fast. Ian raised the corner of his mouth. "Ian of Burning Sky, what do you want to do?" The man, the king of the kingdom of Dragon Palace, the great knight of the sea, Neptune, approached and shouted, "Fishman Island is protected by the Whitebeard pirates. Do you want to go to war with the Whitebeard pirates?" He paused. "So please calm down. No matter what you want, we can talk." The most cowardly words were said in the most resolute tone. Ian smiled and said loudly, "Neptune, I'm here to talk about business." "Business?" Neptune was stunned. "So don't you invite me to Dragon Palace Castle?" Ian said. "This matter is still very important, so let's find a more formal place." So immediately, Ian and others boarded Neptune's flying fish troops and headed for Fishman Island in the sky without stopping. Neptune asked his subordinates to get off the fish and freed up a few fish for Ian and others to ride. On the way, Neptune asked in a puzzled voice, "But Sir Ian, I don't think there is any business that we, Fishman Island, can discuss with your beast pirates." "Of course there is," Ian said. "For example, the immigration plan." Neptune's eyes widened instantly. "Immigration plan?" 103, Princess Odoheim's approval. Fishman Street. Ryugu Castle is located above Fishman Island, wrapped in an independent huge bubble. But of course, the bubble where Ryugu Castle is located is still connected to Fishman Island through some huge pipes. These pipes are spread all over Fishman Island, and there is high-speed water flowing inside. Fishmen and mermaids can quickly travel to various places in Fishman Island through these pipes. This is a very large and luxurious building, not much smaller than Onigashima. The most eye-catching point is that a huge blue dragon sculpture is perched on the top of this palace, which is lifelike, with complete beard and hair. The huge head is located right above the palace, roaring silently with its mouth open. Is it Dad? Yamato was stunned when he looked at the dragon. So you are Dad's fans? In this world, when it comes to blue dragons, of course, the one who comes to mind is Teacher Kai. Neptune's face showed a trace of embarrassment. How to answer at this time? Will it anger them if I say no? This is the totem of Fishman Island for generations? Ian chuckled. Vegapunk said that the devil fruit comes from the desires in people's hearts. Then, will the first generation of blue dragon fruit users come from Fishman Island? Shenlong. Is it the legend passed down by the residents of this island? In any case, the highest city under the sea, Ryugu City. Later, in a banquet hall inside Ryugu City, a banquet to welcome Ian and others is being held. Whether it is out of fear or politeness, Ian really can't find fault with Neptune's behavior, and his attitude towards them is quite solemn. Even though he is not familiar with Fishman Island, Ian can see that the standard of this banquet is quite high. The table in front of him is full of various unfamiliar foods, even including a lot of fish. It is a little-known fact that mermaids don't eat fish. There are also some beautiful mermaid ladies dancing on the central stage. Most of the senior officials of Ryugu City have come, and they hold their breath carefully for fear of angering Ian and others. In addition, Neptune's family also came, including his eldest son, Shark Star with blue hair. And welcome to Fishman Island. The speaker was a woman sitting next to Neptune. She was wearing a long dress with a goldfish pattern, with golden hair combed into two buns like rabbit ears on top of her head, with round cheeks, looking dignified and kind. Otohan, the princess of the kingdom of Ryugu. A fragile but strong woman. She raised her glass to Ian. Guests of the Beast's Pirates, I hope you can enjoy the upcoming banquet. Ian smiled and raised his glass to her. Otohan was only a little over 2 meters tall, while her husband Neptune was a giant mermaid over 10 meters tall. The difference in size was simply amazing. Could it be that Neptune was also a master of life return? In this case, Princess Otohan is also amazing. When Shirahoshi grows up, her body will be bigger than her father. Even as a baby, her body should not be less than Princess Otohan. Neptune couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this happy scene. Although Fishman Island is protected by the Whitebeard pirates, his good brother Whitebeard is too far away. If this burning sky, Ian really wants to do something, they can't stop him at all. It seems that he is really here to discuss business. I just don't know what the immigration plan Ian mentioned means. I hope it's not too harsh. Neptune took a deep breath. While he was full of worries, Ian's friends were really enjoying the banquet. The special food from the bottom of the sea made everyone marvel. Yamato ate happily, and Jack swallowed silently. Even Black Maria was smiling happily. Law even said, it's a pity that Sanji didn't come. And Violet, she tried to shrink in the corner, reducing her presence, looking around with her eyes. For her, this was her first time leaving Dressrosa, and everything on Fishman Island surprised her. And at this time, so Sir Ian, Princess Otoheim started the topic. What do you mean by the immigration plan? Finally, we got to the point. Ian wiped his mouth and said seriously, it means literally, Princess Otoheim, our beast pirates hope to migrate a group of fishmen or mermaids from Fishman Island to Wano Country. Ian is going to make Wano Country the second home of fishmen and mermaids. In this way, not only can we get a huge boost, more importantly, we have the right to claim the title of Sea King. What? Neptune almost knocked over the dining table in front of him. His face immediately turned red. He almost cursed out loud. What a bullshit immigration plan. Aren't they just trying to come to Fishman Island to plunder slaves? They sound so high-sounding, but aren't they just human traffickers? But really? Princess Otoheim's eyes lit up, and she even stood up directly. Because she was over 30 years old, she already had legs. She strode over and looked at Ian with hope. Ian, is what you said true? Otoheim. Neptune screamed. You won't believe this guy. In fact, Ian was stunned for a moment. He said almost subconsciously, "Of course it's true, I don't need to lie to you. Wano country has a vast inland sea and even many underwater ruins. There should be no other island in the sea that is so suitable for fish people to survive." Yeah. Odoheim nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of emotion. Ian raised his eyebrows, remembering this woman's abilities. No wonder. But why? Neptune saw his wife's fascinated look and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you doing this?" "We, the Beast Pirates, are planning to form an underwater force, and the fishmen and mermaids are the best candidates," Ian said bluntly. "In addition, the seabed is also a huge treasure, containing many resources. If you want to exploit these resources, the help of the fishmen and mermaids is also indispensable. You can even help explore the seabed of Wano to see where Pluto is hiding." "Force." Neptune gritted his teeth. "Sure enough, I just want to use Fishman Island." "Very good." Princess Odoheim even shed tears at this time. "This is so wonderful." Not to mention Neptune, even Ian's friends were confused by her exaggerated reaction. What's going on with this woman? Is it so easy to believe it? However, the Princess of Fishman Island wiped her tears and turned back to her husband and said, "Nipton, it's true. What Ian said is true. He is serious. He is serious about wanting it. Migrate some compatriots to Wano and become members of that country." Neptune was stunned. He was reminded of what his wife was capable of. Ian was also sighing at this time. What an incredible experience. Odoheim is a born person who awakens the haki of seeing, hearing, and color. Her knowledge has the ability to sense the emotions of others, and she can easily empathize with others. In other words, she is the innate holy body of the Holy Mother. So, of course, she could easily tell whether Ian was lying. What's even more exaggerated is that she can also force others to empathize with her and perceive her own emotional changes. To some extent, she can even directly change a person's values, which can be called a different kind of brainwashing. "Promise, Ian Neptune," Odoheim said loudly. "This is the best opportunity. Ian has no discrimination against us. He really wants to help us get to the sea. She has always felt that the future of Fishman Island is to go to the sea. We can't stay in this dark, deep sea forever. Do you want generations of children to not know what the sun and sea breeze feel like?" Facing his tearful wife, Neptune remained silent. Although Odoheim is his wife, he actually does not agree with Odoheim's ideas. Fishmen and mermaids are too weak compared to humans. If you blindly go to the sea, you will only suffer endless persecution from mankind. However, looking at his wife who looked convinced, Neptune hesitated. And when he looked at Ian, this hesitation turned into something else. If the goal cannot be achieved, Ian will never give up, right? He looked at Ian and said, "Sir Ian, how can I trust you that my compatriots will not be persecuted by you if they go to Wano country?" "I can promise." Ian solemnly said, "The fish and mermaids have gone to Wano. They will not be treated any differently. I will provide them with protection. Anyone who dares to harm them will be my enemy." "Just kidding. The fish people who can move freely in the sea are even more important than the natives of Wano country." Discrimination? If they want to discriminate, they should be discriminating against the natives of Waji country. Don't talk about yourself. Even Teacher Kai would not be willing to persecute them. Besides, I have a living example here. Jack. Ian looked at Jack, who had been eating silently. Jack instantly understood what Ian meant. He immediately sat up straight, opened his clothes, and exposed the gills on his shoulders. There is no need to doubt that brother Ian, a fishman, can also live a good life in the Beast Pirates. The premise is that you are strong enough. Neptune was stunned. Fishmen. Are the officers around Ian also fishmen? Neptune looked at Odoheim again. The mermaid princess nodded repeatedly. It's true, they are all serious. Is that so? Neptune took a deep breath and looked at Ian solemnly. Sir Ian, in that case, let's talk about the immigration plan you mentioned. If we really want to ensure safety, then perhaps it is not a bad thing to allow some compatriots who are willing to go to sea. Neptune knew very well that the yearning for the blue sky and land had been rooted deep in the souls of the people of Fishman Island for hundreds of years. Who doesn't yearn for the sea? I'm just afraid of danger. Is this done? Luo was so stunned that the food in his mouth almost got stuck in his throat. Is it that easy? Just a few words and it's done. Sir Ian, Neptune asked, how many people are you going to take away? Say it beforehand. I will not force my compatriots. You can only take away those who voluntarily want to leave with you. The number of people doesn't matter. Ian said, I hope that the first batch of immigrants will set a benchmark and let the subsequent merfolk know that the country of Wano really welcomes their arrival. Also a benchmark. Neptune murmured in his heart, how many people are you planning to take away? However, Neptune breathed a sigh of relief at Ian's attitude. As long as it's not forced. Then let me help. Odoheim volunteered. I will prepare a broadcast for the entire island immediately and tell everyone the good news. Thank you so much. Ian is sincere. It doesn't matter whether it's unrealistic or not, but at least now, this woman has been a big help. In addition, Ian raised the corner of his mouth. Can you take me to Fishman Street? Fishman Street. Neptune was stunned. Why do you want to go there, Sir Ian? That's where the gangsters gather. Fishman Street was originally an orphanage on Fishman Island, but due to the lack of conventions, it has become a paradise for bad boys. It just requires a little gangster. Ian said, if you want to form an army, of course you have to choose guys who are more brutal. Neptune was slightly startled. So after the banquet, Neptune personally took Ian and others to Fishman Street. Or take a giant sea fish and approach the Fishman gathering area on the back of Fishman Island from the air. At the same time as they flew over, the island-wide broadcast also started ringing. Compatriots, Princess Odoheim's exciting voice sounded. I have good news to inform everyone. The opportunity to go to the sea has appeared. Neptune glanced at Ian, who was listening quietly. He said with some caution, I'm afraid the effect won't be very good. After years of hatred, the citizens' attitude toward human beings is generally very hostile. Moreover, what Tiger did not long ago further intensified this hostility. It doesn't matter, Ian said. As I said before, it is enough for some people to be pioneers. There are a full 5 million people on Fishman Island. It shouldn't be difficult to find a few thousand people who don't hate humans and yearn for land, right? Neptune nodded slightly, feeling that Ian was quite reasonable and a good person. Not long after, Fishman Street arrived. It's called a street, but it's actually not a street, but a rather broad block. Tens of thousands of people live here. When Ian and others arrived here, they heard fish people in twos and threes on the street discussing what Princess Odoheim had just said. She said the Beast's pirates. Have the Beast's pirates come to Fishman Island to recruit people? Damn humans. They want to take action against Fishman Island again. Damn Neptune. Damn Odoheim. If Brother Tiger is here, there will be no room for those human pirates to be rampant. What nonsense are you talking about? That's the Beast's pirates. If we can join the Beast's pirates, how can any human dare to look down on us? Huh? You bastard, do you want to bow to humans? I'm just telling the truth. So, when Ian walked into this neighborhood, he saw a lot of fish men fighting with each other. The people's support is available. Ian stretched, and in the next second, he soared into the sky. Immediately afterwards, a brilliant golden flying dragon flew across the sky, and blazing flames rose into the sky. The intense light and heat immediately radiated to the entire Fishman Street. All the fishmen involuntarily cast their gazes at him. I'm Ian, from the Beast Pirates. Ian's mighty voice suddenly swept through the entire neighborhood like a storm. People who want to follow me and cause trouble with the Beast Pirates can come to my side now. As soon as these words came out, the entire Fishman Street immediately boiled. It's coming. It's really coming. Ian of Fenshin, the Beast Pirates. If we can join the Beast's Pirates, who else in the world would dare to mess with us? I want to join the Beast's Pirates. They are one of the strongest pirate groups in the world. Of course, there is another reaction. Asshole, how dare you come here? Damn humans, how dare you come to Fishman Street and let yourself go? Go. Go and drive them away. That's right. Brother Tiger and the others are not here, so we have to protect Fishman Street for them. So with two different purposes in mind, two different groups of Murlocs gathered into a torrent and headed towards Ian at the same time. 104. Noah's Horror. Hody Jones's Death. Chapter 10. For Noah is shocked. Death of Hody Jones. Ian flapped his wings and flew in the air. He saw two distinct streams of people coming towards him from two directions at the same time. They even shouted completely different slogans. Human, get out of Fishman Island, as well as, Lord Ian, let's join the Beast Pirates. Everyone is very enthusiastic. Bai-Z and Hai-Z had an offline gathering. I have become a traffic star and said yes. Ian, what is that? Look, it's so big. Before the two groups of fishmen got close, Yamato's surprised shout came from below. The girl raised her hand and pointed into the distance. Ian raised his head, and in the far distance of Fishman Street, Outside the huge bubble covering the block, a huge creature existed quietly there. That is, a ship. Luo was almost stunned. It's too big. It's as huge as an island. If you don't look carefully, you might subconsciously think of it as a big mountain. But when I took a closer look, I realized that it was actually a ship, a huge sea ship. The width must be measured in kilometers, and it must be at least 2 digits, and the height must be several kilometers. What the hell is that? Maria couldn't help but be speechless. It's hard to imagine how such a huge ship was built. Is there really any wood that can support a ship of this size without falling apart? Not to mention Violet, dumbfounded, surprised, and excited. Ever since leaving Dressrosa, what I saw every day was something I had never seen before. Maybe it would be nice to be a pirate. That's Noah. At this time, Fishman Jack, who came to Fishman Island for the first time, suddenly said, "When I was very young, I heard my mother say that this is the Ark of the Oath, and it has been docked here a long time ago." Pledge. Luo subconsciously asked, "Who made the oath to whom?" "How could I know?" Jack snorted. He is not as knowledgeable as Brother Ian. It is said that it was an agreement between the mermaid princess and someone 800 years ago. As an aboriginal, Neptune explains, this ship was born for that agreement. So, what exactly is the agreement? Luo was even more curious. I don't know that. Neptune shook his head. It was so long ago that no one knows. Isn't saying it the same as not saying it? Luo twitched the corner of his mouth, which made people even more concerned. Ian chuckled. Of course, it was the oath between Joy Boy and the mermaid princess. As for the content of the agreement, you can guess. Move the Fishman Island to the sea or something like that. But it doesn't matter. Ian was not interested in these things. He only knows that as long as he kills him, as long as he eliminates the world government, as long as he has the strongest power, the greatest power, and the most wealth, he will be able to gain the ultimate peace of mind. And now is the time for this ultimate peace of mind to come faster. Ian lowered his head. Lord Ian, let's join the Beast Pirates. A group of Murlocs had already rushed over from one side of the cross street in front with faces full of fanaticism. Are these guys so enthusiastic? Luo was a little confused. Just one sentence from Ian made these Murlocs so crazy? Or is that Princess Odoheim's prestige so high? What stupid thing did you say? Jack said matter-of-factly, "We are the Beast Pirates." Luo Wei was startled. Then he thought for a moment. Understood. That's right, the name Beast Pirates alone is enough. This is one of the strongest pirate groups in the world, an existence at the top of the New World. Apart from the Navy headquarters and the world government, only the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates in the world can rival the Beast Pirates. The government and Navy will not recruit fishmen. Therefore, the Beast Pirates are already the strongest existence that the fish people can come into contact with. Referring to the pirates who wanted to join the Beast Pirates at the port before, the actions of these Murlocs are really easy to understand. After all, there is no shortage of people who want to follow the crowd. Of course, the people approaching at this time were not just the fish people who wanted to join the Beast Pirates. Get us out of Fishman Street, humans. Another group of fishmen turned out from the other side of the street. They looked up at Ian and roared angrily, "You are not welcome here." However, Ian didn't even need to speak. The attitude of these fishmen immediately angered their compatriots. "You bastards. What are you talking about? Do you want to prevent us from joining the Beast Pirates? Get out of our way. Don't come in the way. Don't disturb Sir Ian." As a result, the little black guys here who were still scolding Ian were laughed at by these weak-minded compatriots. "Damn you bastards. Are you going to bow to this human being? Do you still have any dignity as fishmen?" The two groups immediately began to curse each other, and they started a confrontation in the middle of the cross street. As the insults gradually escalated, a fight seemed imminent. Everyone stop it. At the critical moment, Neptune patted the whale and stepped forward, shouting, "Are our compatriots still killing each other?" Compatriots. Among the little Heisey group, a fishman sneered, "How dare you say that, Neptune? Aren't you and your wife the ones who want to sell your compatriots to the Beast Pirates? Immigration plan. Damn it, no. Is it the slave trade? If the traffickers don't sell it fast enough, you have to be the supplier yourself, right?" Behind him, a large number of Murlocs responded, "Die to Neptune. You should die too." Neptune's face turned pale, then red. Then, "Neptune deserves to die, but don't slander Sir Ian." Bai Zi argued loudly. "That's right, Neptune is indeed worthy of death, But that is the strongest beast pirates. How could they engage in slave trade? The two sides quarreled again. Neptune, who was thought to be damned by both parties, sighed. There was nothing he could do. Fishman Street has long been out of the control of Dragon Palace City, and he, the king, is not respected at all here. Neptune could only raise his head and look at Ian. It's your turn to perform. Ian flapped his wings and lowered his altitude. Okay, let's stop the quarrel. As a faint voice sounded, a terrifying aura fell from the sky without mercy, pressing directly on every fishman present like a huge mountain. The ground was shaking, and the surrounding buildings were shaking. What was even more astonishing was that brilliant flames surged from Ian's body and turned into a golden sea of flames covering the sky. Every fishman suddenly broke out in cold sweat on their forehead and back. What's this? They do not know. They only know that if this guy is willing and the flames fall, they will be wiped out in an instant. I have only one word, Ian said calmly. If you are willing to follow me, come to my side. If you want to be my enemy, show your weapons. The whole place was silent, and Ian's words instantly suppressed the whole place. The average physical fitness of the fish people is 10 times that of humans. But after all, the number of people is too small, and there is no advanced combat power. Apart from Jinbe, basically only Jack, a guy with fish-human skin and human heart, can take action. Now that Jinbe and Tiger are gone, no one in this Fishman Street can even stand up to Ian's domineering look, and everyone is dripping with sweat. And the golden flame was like the death scythe lying across everyone's necks, making them tremble. The black men who just shouted that they wanted to drive away Ian, or even kill him, seemed to have their throats strangled, and they couldn't shout a single word. On the contrary, Baizi boiled immediately after being silent for a moment. Lord Ian, this is the power of Lord Ian. What a powerful force. Lord Ian, we love you. Let's join the beast pirates. These guys couldn't care less about quarreling with their compatriots and swarmed towards Ian. Ian knew that in terms of moral quality, it must be much higher on Xiao Haizi's side. This group of white boys who will bow to him without hesitation must be mostly scum. They're all guys who come for the power of the beast pirate. If they're given greater benefits, they will definitely not hesitantly betray the beast pirates. But it doesn't matter if he is a scumbag. An obedient scum is better than a disobedient saint. Looking down at this group of dark fishmen, Ian's lips curled up. Fishman Street was a former orphanage, so the people living here are basically young and middle-aged fishmen who are basically ready to fight. After a little training, the desired fishman army can be formed. Babanuchi, Ian shouted. Lord Ian, I'm here. This time, instead of guarding the ship, Babanuki, who was brought over by Ian, responded loudly. Register them, Ian said. Clear. Babanuki responded loudly and then roared at the top of his lungs at the dark fish people. Everyone line up for me. Come one by one. Someone organized, and the chaotic Murlocs finally had some order. At this time, the sunspots were at a loss as to what to do. What to do now? Are they going to go to war with Ian, who can barely move them just by his momentum? Ian looked at them. It's time to leave. Silent. They don't even have a leader, so what can they do? Kuriko's team gradually dispersed. Ian watched them. This time these guys are still very resistant to themselves. But it does not matter. As long as the first batch of Murlocs and mermaids who went to Wano Country passed back their experiences in Wano Country, these guys would change their views. Again, what fishman and mermaid doesn't yearn for land? Even when Aaron built his Fishman Paradise, he referenced the appearance of Shampoo Paradise. He did not hear such a conversation among the scattered fishmen. Is that all, Hody? Forget it. How is that possible? They're just humans. Low-level species that can't survive in the water. See how I deal with them. Come with me. Ian landed slowly and returned to his human form. Babanuki took a moment to look at the long queue in front of him. It is estimated that there should be more than 1,000 people, right? Quite a lot. How many people are there in total in Fishman Street? This wave should be considered as wiping out all the scum in Fishman Street. It can be regarded as a small contribution to improving the average moral level of this neighborhood. Ian, when they were counting heads, Yamato came over with a smile, raised his hand, and pointed, How about we go there and have fun? Ian followed her finger and looked over. She was referring to Ark Noah. Let's go. Ian nodded happily. It should take some time to register in Babanuki, but if you have nothing to do, it would be nice to visit some places of interest. I'll lead the way, Neptune said quickly. Noah is too important that if he doesn't follow, what if something happens? So, except for Babanuki, who stayed to register, everyone went to Noah located deep in Fishman Street. Ian could clearly feel the complex looks the fishmen here gave him when he walked through the streets of Fishman Street. But it doesn't matter. Straight ahead. Encountered a problem halfway. Noah is located deep in the Fishman Street, where there are no bubbles. Everyone enters the bubble circle on the big fish carrying them, and then they can enter the deep sea. The closer you get, the more you feel the size of this huge ship, and in addition, the depths of Fishman Street are far away from Fishman Island, and the light shed by Yangshu Eve becomes thinner. In this dim environment, Noah looked even more towering and majestic, like a titan looming in the darkness. It's amazing, Ian even exclaimed softly. It is indeed not easy to build such a ship. The group entered the large ship through a window in the middle of Noah. What's amazing is that there are bubbles inside the big ship. Because people often come to visit, Neptune explains, so bubbles were created inside Noah as well. How thoughtful. Ian thought that this was indeed convenient for visiting, and he could sense what he as a W at T this time. There were many people in Noah. Anyway, the tour begins. At the same time, the depths of Noah. What a reckless human being. How dare you come into Noah? The great white shark, who had a fat belly and looked quite young, laughed strangely. I was originally worried that there would be so many damn traders helping him in Fishman Street, but he actually ran into Noah. There's no better opportunity than this Hody. Next to him, a fishman who looked like he was covered in blue and purple striped pockets laughed. As long as the bubbles in Noah are destroyed, they will die in pain in the water. The 15-year-old great white shark, Hody Jones, had cold eyes. He turned his head and said, "What are you still hesitating about, Vanderdyken? As long as you kill them, that 800 million head will be yours." "Don't give me orders, kid." Vanderdyken, a four-legged murloc wearing a top hat, snorted. "Wait for me to apply the waterproof coating first." A flash of disdain flashed in Hody's eyes. As a fishman, he actually refused the sea. This bastard has already decided to die. Later, Vanderdyken's preparations were completed. He stood next to the huge bubble maker and smiled. 80 million pirates, how does it feel to kill them? Just a human being. Hody sneered. Just a lowly species. So, Vanderdyken pressed his hand on the switch. Boom. The huge ship suddenly shook. Ian and others wandered around in Noah. In fact, it's not much to look at. The biggest feature of this ship is its size, super big. Other than that, there are no decorations or antiquities left. After all, its only use is to take the residents of Fishman Island out of the deep sea. It is just an oversized vehicle. After a short stroll, everyone lost interest. But that's it. The giant ship suddenly shook, and along with this vibration, earth-shattering sounds came from all directions. Neptune was stunned and looked around in astonishment. What's wrong? Is there an earthquake? Violet covered her head, looking scared. The corner of Ian's mouth sank. The bubble we are in has been destroyed, and seawater is coming in. What? Luo's expression changed greatly. Isn't that a dead end? Violet's face turned pale, and her legs instantly tightened. Oops, it's coming again. Ian, Black Maria said subconsciously, think of a solution quickly. Brother Ian. Jack looked at his great brother. He always believed in Brother Ian. Yamato, freeze the passages around here. Ian gave the orders. Simple. Yamato instantly transformed into a snow-white werewolf, holding kin number 2 behind him in his palm, and then the white mace struck the floor. The powerful freezing power took effect instantly. With him as the center, the passages on the upper and lower decks were all frozen, and they were instantly blocked by ice. The water pressure in the deep sea is very strong. Ian said, the ice alone shouldn't be able to stop us for long. The water pressure of 10,000 meters under the sea can deform steel. Therefore, the dark domineering energy spread from his feet, directly hardening all the ice blocking the door. I'm coming too. Yamato stopped laughing at this time and also released his domineering energy to strengthen the ice with Ian. Boom! The surging sea water hit the ice blocking the door, and the terrifying force made the ice tremble. Ah! Violet screamed directly. His face turned pale immediately. Again. Okay, it's okay. Ian said calmly. Can steel be deformed by pressure? How does mere steel compare with a tempered domineering spirit? While it's now. Ian took out a piece of coral and said, Give yourself some portable coating. Since we can coat boats, we can certainly coat people. After people bubble on the boat, they can move around in the water calmly. Brother Ian, Jack spoke while coating himself. Although he was a fishman, he couldn't touch the sea water because he was an esper. You just said that the bubbles were destroyed? Yes. Ian nodded and looked in a certain direction. Aren't you already eager to see us die? Hody Jones walked quickly through Noah's passage. Although the swimming speed of the fishman is not as fast as that of the mermaid, it is still one of the fastest in the sea, not to mention that he is better at swimming than the great white shark man. Several companions and Vanderdecken followed him, all of them with excited looks on their faces. Oh, Hody laughed loudly. Damn humans. Now you know the power of the fishmen. What beasts pirates, what burning sky Ian. In front of the fishmen, they are nothing more than lambs to be slaughtered. Hody can't wait to see that damn human being's unyielding look. The water pressure in the deep sea might have crushed him to pieces. Behind him, Vanderdecken was equally excited. That's a head worth 800 million. Get rich. But what? Hody stopped suddenly. In front of him was a thick wall of ice. A wall of ice blocks the seawater. Try to be clever. Hody sneered. If you can stop it for a while, can you still stop it for a lifetime? He raised his fist to smash the ice wall directly. However, the ice wall shattered on its own. That man, Burning Skies Ian, walked out. Yes, go. Against the water rushing in, Ian walked out step by step. The surface of his body is covered with an air bubble. It's really you. Ian looked at the fishman in front of him and said, Hody Jones. Hody's pupils suddenly shrank. This guy actually knew him? Hody, Vanderdecken screamed. This guy is still alive and well. This is different from what he promised. Then kill him now. Hody roared and stabbed Ian directly with a trident in his hand. You think you can sit back and relax with a bubble on your body? Let me show you the difference between you and the fishman, human. Ian raised his chin slightly. You said gap? Is this what you mean? Buzz. The surrounding seawater suddenly began to shake, and even the surrounding Noah's hull was trembling. Wow. Several of Hody's friends instantly foamed to the mouth and passed out on the spot. Hody and Vanderdecken also fell to the ground limply, unable to move as if their brains had been hit by a heavy hammer. I deliberately kept your consciousness. Ian said. Golden light bloomed from his body, and the golden winged man appeared in front of the two of them. Because you are amazing, Hody Jones. I really haven't been angry in a long time. Are you ready for some sunshine? Hody lay slumped on the floor. What's this? Was it the aura ability that the guy showed just now? So strong? No more, I can't even move. Then he saw. Gulu, Gulu. Golden flames emanated from Ian's body, and the seawater around him began to boil instantly. Then, Hody's eyes suddenly widened. Broken. The terrifying flames directly burst the bubbles on that guy. Ah, you idiot. Hody used his last strength to laugh out loud. Don't you humble humans even have fully evolved brains? Without the bubble that protects him, no matter how strong he is as an ability user, he cannot escape death in this deep sea. Ah, Hody suddenly screamed. So hot, etc. He looked up in disbelief. Ian was still standing there, just standing there properly. How could the one who was riding the horse still stand there properly? Seawater has no effect on him. Even this guy turned directly into flames. In an instant, scarlet and gold intertwined, and more violent flames surged out of his body. The surrounding seawater was forcefully forced back, and the corridor was directly emptied, leaving only brilliant flames. Noah was on fire. Whoa. Vanderdecken was already wailing as the flames engulfed him. Swallowed them. Ah, Hody also screamed. Ignite the seabed? Flames towering over the deep sea? Is this thing really the sun? Monster! Monster! This is the last sound Hody left in this world. 105, Charlie's Prophecy. 9 Snakes Crisis. Subscriptions requested. Fishman Street. Enscathed. Ian and his team returned to the area covered by bubbles. Ha dash. Violet breathed heavily, lying on Black Maria's back with tears in her eyes. I thought I was dead. Ian turned his head slightly and glanced sideways at this guy. You'd better pay attention to your skirt first. Don't think that you can get away with it by running around in the water. I think it's very interesting, Yamato said with a smile. It's been a long time since I swam. She was referring to the journey of swimming in the deep sea. wearing bubbles to picking them up on the back of a big fish. What's interesting, Luo's face was also dark. It was almost over. No, it should be said that there are many moments where everything could end at any time. Luo felt that he probably never wanted to come to Fishman Island again in this life. Sorry, Sir Ian. Neptune was also sweating profusely at this time. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. He's also feeling scared now and again. If Kaido's disciples and daughter really die on Fishman Island, then this country will be finished. But now the result seems to be very bad. What should Ian do if he is angry? Nothing. Ian didn't care much. He just said with great interest, Nipton, you shouldn't say sorry to me, but you should say thank you. Mr. E, I killed both Hody and Vanderdeeken Point. One of these two people is the villain who will kill your wife in the future, and the other is the pervert who will pester your daughter in the future. Isn't this worthy of a thank you? Neptune was a little confused. Thanks? Where to start? Is it because Ian felt that he had helped him uncover dangerous elements in the country and wanted to thank him? Neptune did not hesitate and bowed to Ian seriously. Thank you very much, Sir Ian. Ian nodded slightly. Go back, Babanuki should have almost finished counting. This is indeed the case. Babanuki's work efficiency is still very good. Sir Ian, all personnel have been registered. Babanuki reported to Ian, the total number of people is 1,362, including 1,220 fishmen, 1,054 men, 166 women, and mermen. 142 people, no women. Ian raised his eyebrows. Is there actually a mermaid and female fishmen? But it doesn't matter. More than 1,000 people are enough to initially form an undersea force. Ian turned his head and looked at the Murlocs arrayed aside with enthusiastic smiles on their faces. Then from today on, you are a member of the Beast Pirates, he said seriously. Oh. The fish people cheered instantly. Ian raised a finger and said, I'll give you 1 day to pack your things and take care of your own affairs. We will gather at the port bay 1 day later. Everyone's name has been registered, so don't think about escaping from the battle. The Beast Pirates do not allow traitors to exist. Of course not. The fish people laughed loudly. We will also follow the Beast Pirates, and you will become famous with Sir Ian. Ian chuckled. That's it, disband. Yes. The fish people dispersed happily in 2s and 3s. In this case, it depends on the performance of Princess Odoheim. Go back to Fishman Island, Ian said. Everyone returns. En route, Ian suddenly asked Neptune, I heard that there are 2 historical texts on Fishman Island? Forehead. Neptune was at a loss. How could he even know such a thing? However, Neptune still said honestly, originally there were 2 pieces, but now there is only 1 piece. I gave that piece of red historical text to the Whitebeard Pirates as a thank you gift for protecting Fishman Island. Ian nodded slightly. No wonder that when the Straw Hats came to Fishman Island in the future, they only saw Joey Boy's apology letter, but the historical text of the road sign was missing. In Whitebeard's hands, that would be quite troublesome. But it doesn't matter. 1 piece or whatever, it doesn't matter at all. It doesn't matter whether Rafter goes or not. On the way back, Neptune called Odoheim. After hanging up the phone, he said, Odoheim is giving a speech at Jitakiron Square, and by the way, she is registering citizens who are willing to move to Wano country. Shall we go over now? Then go and have a look. Ian also wanted to see the outcome of Princess Odoheim's battle. Jitakiron Square, a huge square surrounded by coral hills, is also one of the famous scenic spots on Fishman Island. When Ian and his team came here, what they saw was the mermaid Odoheim, who was making an impassioned speech on the high platform, and the sparse mermaids below. Ian is really sincere. Princess Odoheim shouted loudly, I believe he will never deceive us. If we go to Wano country now, we will definitely not be persecuted. This is the best opportunity to establish contact and friendship with humans. The people in the square below had indifferent expressions. Someone asked loudly, but Odoheim Empress, why should we trust that human being? He is even a pirate. Because he is sincere. Odoheim put her hand on her chest and said loudly, he is so sincere, so I believe him. A booing sounded from below. What sincerity? You are fooling people like children. The square, which was originally empty, quickly became deserted, and no one was willing to continue listening. In the sky, Neptune on the back of the whale side, Odoheim's proposal was not popular on the island. Now that the people are asked to leave with the pirates, no one will believe it. Ian nodded gently. Below, noticing their arrival, Princess Odoheim waved to them happily. Everyone landed. So, Princess Odoheim, how is the situation? Ian asked the key question. There are only more than 3,000 people now. The princess had a bright smile on her face, and she clenched her fists tightly. But I believe that after my efforts, there will be more people. As if to show her determination, Her Royal Highness punched hard. Then, click. Wow, it hurts. She burst into tears suddenly. Odoheim, are you okay? Odoheim. Neptune also screamed. Ian's mouth twitched. Although I knew your body was fragile, this is too fragile, isn't it? Did you dislocate your hand when you let go? What kind of glass man is this? However, more than 3,000 people. Odoheim said that the number would increase after her efforts. Ian didn't think so. These more than 3,000 people should be the total number of residents on Fishman Island who believe in Odoheim and yearn for the land. No matter how passionate the speech is, it probably won't be of much use. Unless Odoheim brainwashes the group. But it's not bad. Ian thinks that this number of immigrants in the first batch is not small. It can be used as a benchmark to show the residents of Fishman Island later. Neptune and his wife hurried to find a doctor. Ian and others are ready to have a good walk around the island. Since we are here, right? Besides, Fishman Island is a world-famous tourist destination. How can we not take a good walk? Since we are going to play, of course we will split up. The 6 people were divided into 3 groups. Ian and Yamato were in one group, followed by Jack and Luo, Black Maria, and Violet. The combination can be said to be very reasonable. Ian had consulted Neptune before and asked him, the king of the Kingdom of Dragon Palace, to recommend the must-see attractions on Fishman Island. Neptune then introduced Ian to the key attractions on Fishman Island. Fish People Cultural Hall, Marin Shopping Center, Fish Free Villa, Mermaid Bay, Coral Hill, etc. Ian and Yamato walked along the route planned by Neptune, and soon it was dark. Yangshu Eve transmits the light of the sun. When it gets dark on the seabed will naturally get dark as well. If you want to say which of the many attractions you have seen along the way is the most fascinating, it is probably Mermaid Bay. Since it is called this name, it is of course because there are many mermaids playing there. Few men would say they don't like it. However, Ian did not get too close, fearing that the enthusiastic girls from Fishman Island would say, "Handsome boy, come and play," and then cause another tragedy of looking up at the stars. Ian was going to find a place to finish his meal. The restaurant has been chosen. There are many shops in Coral Hill. One of them is called Mermaid Cafe. Ian decided to have dinner here tonight. This is also a key attraction recommended by Neptune. This is a very new store. Neptune said that it has only been open for a short time. But the focus is not the store itself, but the people in the store. Push open the door and walk in. Guest, welcome. The person who spoke was a very young mermaid lady. She was wearing a blue hoodie and a hat on her head, but the hat could not hide her very beautiful face. Her skin was a little too white, but she didn't look creepy, but instead gave her a sense of coldness. The mermaid girl raised her head, and after seeing Ian and the other person clearly, her beautiful face slightly frowned. Noticing her expression, Ian pulled out a chair and sat down. "What, don't you do the pirate business, Miss Shirley? This girl is the #1 fortune teller of Fishman Island. When she was 3 years old, she predicted the birth of Princess Shirahoshi and even predicted the arrival of the Great Pirate Era, the outbreak of the Top War, and the death of Whitebeard. Quite amazing. Even if Neptune didn't recommend it, Ian would come to see her." The owner of the Mermaid Cafe, the mermaid Shirley, hesitated for a moment, and she nodded gently. "What do you want to eat?" "The Beast Pirates, Ian of Burning Sky." These 2 names were heard all over Fishman Island today, and she was not blind or deaf, so how could she not know? "I want to eat grilled fish," Yamato said loudly. "We don't serve fish in this restaurant," Shirley said word by word, coldly. "Mermaids don't eat fish." Ian pushed Yamato to his side and said, "Let's order what's recommended on today's menu." Xiali nodded slightly. Also, Ian raised his lips. "What's the price for divination?" "Divination?" Yamato looked at Charlie in surprise. "Are you a fortune teller?" Charlie took a deep look at Ian and said, "If it were you, I would be very curious about what kind of future you will have." She pulled a crystal ball from under the counter. "Oh." Yamato walked over curiously. "There's nothing. So you're not a fortune teller." Ian grabbed the guy's sleeve and pulled her back to prevent her from disturbing Charlie. Just like all the stereotype fortune tellers, Xiali stared at the crystal ball in front of her attentively, and moved her hands irregularly on top of the crystal ball. Then, forehead, the girl's eyes trembled, and she raised her head to look at Ian in disbelief. You seem to see an interesting future. Ian also became interested. Dot. Charlie was silent for a moment. I saw the flames all over the sky gathering towards you. The whole sky was dyed golden, and you turned into a fireball like the sun, fighting with someone. Ian blinked. Ah, so simple. I'm really out of words. You can give me some of the Riddler. What kind of trouble will this simple future lead to? Nothing else, like, who am I fighting? You can't see clearly. It's a figure shrouded in a black robe. Charlie said. Oh, him. Good news. In other words, he really had a decisive battle with him, right? That's okay. Ian nodded slightly. I want it too. Yamato couldn't wait to get in front of Charlie. Charlie then started rubbing her glass ball again, like a raisin gun. Soon she raised her head again, looked at Yamato, and then at Ian. Congratulations. Oh, completely understand. It's simpler than my own prediction. Ian nodded. Thank you. Ah. Yamato blinked blankly. What do you mean? Ian rubbed her head and said, Children, don't ask too many questions. What? I'm not a child anymore. In any case, the results obtained from this divination are still very satisfactory. That night, Ian and others rested in Dragon Palace City. Ian also saw Princess White Star, who is only 1 year old this year. Although she is only 1 year old, the little princess is already much bigger than Ian. It is worth mentioning that when the fishmen and mermaids give birth to offspring, it does not mean that the parents will be of the same fish type as their children. The racial affiliation of fishmen and mermaids is randomly selected from the genes of countless types of fish that are engraved in their genes. For example, Princess Odoheim is a goldfish mermaid, Neptune is a coelacanth mermaid, but Shirahoshi is a giant mermaid. Of course, this is not because Neptune wants to be a father, but that is the setting. The next day, Princess Odoheim ran out to give a speech enthusiastically, but Ian didn't think she could achieve anything. Ian had breakfast and was going to meet the ordinary people of Fishman Island who were willing to immigrate. They are different from the gangsters in Fishman Street. They will not be incorporated into the army, and their management methods will be somewhat different. But until then, Sir Ian, something interesting seems to have happened at sea. Neptune delivered a newspaper. Ian took the newspaper and read it. Then his eyes widened in surprise. Of course, it's Shijing Bao. That's what it says. The Navy declares it is bound to wipe out the cancerous island of 9 snakes. Is this happening in the original work? 106. Go to see the fun. Meet on the way. To be honest, Ian was a little confused. There is no such scene in the original work. According to the development of the original story, the 3 Hancock sisters had returned to 9 Snakes Island with the help of Rayleigh and his wife at this time, and nothing happened in the next 2 years. It was not until 2 years later that Hancock became the new emperor of 9 Snakes and the captain of the 9 Snakes pirates, showed extraordinary strength during a subsequent expedition, successfully aroused the government's interest, and was recruited as a new member, the Shichibukai. Although the incident of the Navy's attack on Kuja Island also happened in the original work, it had to wait until 15 years later, when Vegapunk invented Seraph and the Shichibukai was abolished. What is the Navy doing? Why did you suddenly start playing jungle? But after thinking about it for a while, Ian understood why. The first thing to understand is that the 9 Snakes pirates have long been a thorn in the Navy's side. The Kingdom of 9 Snakes is located in the Windless Zone, although the Windless Zone, like a natural chasm, can defend against almost all external invaders. But similarly, this sea area also trapped the Kingdom of 9 Snakes. This small country is bound to be short of resources and cannot be self-sufficient. In this case, the only way is to go outside. The method for the Kingdom of 9 Snakes to go abroad is the 9 Snakes Pirates. The Kuji pirates have been around for as long as the Kuji Kingdom has existed. This pirate group is probably the oldest in the world. Unlike other pirate groups who spend 3 days fishing and 2 days drying nets, the Kuji pirates are conscientious and dedicated to launching expeditions on time for the survival of the country. After all, pirates are serious civil servants in the Kuji Kingdom, a career that everyone envies. It is truly unimaginable how much damage they have caused over the past hundreds of years, probably even dwarfing that of the Beast Pirates. If it hadn't been for the protection of the Windless Belt, I'm afraid the Navy would have swarmed in and turned the daughter country into ruins. And now there is a way to cross the Windless Zone. Ian put down the newspaper and smacked his lips. Blame me. I blame me for announcing the method of crossing the windless zone in advance in order to sell seafloor stones. If a fire breaks out at the city gate and the fish in the pond is affected, it is. However, Nine Snake Island is not so easy to win. The most praised thing about the Nine Snakes Kingdom by outsiders, apart from the fact that they are a daughter country with only women, is the warriors there. Kuji Island is the home of hockey. Almost all the warriors of the Kuji Pirates master hockey. Their average quality is exaggeratedly high, and their high-grade armed colors are not uncommon. The current captain of the Nine Snakes Pirates is also a powerful pirate. In addition, the former Emperor Guriosa was a member of the former pirate group Rock's Pirates. Although he is old now, he may still have some strength. The most important thing is that the former Emperor Xiaqi's concubine was named Lei. The Navy's operation may be in vain unless they can get Garp and Sengoku to dispatch. But Ian narrowed his eyes. If Rayleigh really takes action, it will only make things more complicated, right? Now is not the time 15 years from now when Big Mom and Teacher Kai have been killed. The times have completely gone haywire, a new king is about to emerge, and the Navy is unable to spare any effort. Even if the Navy suffered a defeat, it would never give up. If the remnant of the Roger Pirates and Vice Captain Rayleigh really dared to confront the Navy, wouldn't that be a great achievement for the Navy? Ian thought maybe it would be profitable. It was already difficult for Rayleigh to protect Nine Snakes Island alone. But we can. It has been said that Nine Snakes Island is the home of hockey, and almost all the warriors there have mastered Hakata, so do they have any secrets? Ian stood up immediately. We need to take action now. When the Navy found out that Rayleigh was on Nine Snake Island and sent Garp or Sengoku there, he would not dare to get close and could only run away. After thanking Neptune, he immediately summoned his friends. Brother Ian, you said you want to leave Fishman Island alone? Jack was stunned. Yes, you stay on Fishman Island for now. I will be back soon. Ian said, it's just time to give the newly recruited Fishmen pirates some basic training. I'll leave this matter to you, Jack, to at least make them obedient. Is there anyone more suitable than Jack to be the future leader of the Murloc troops? He is very powerful, and he is also a fishman. You can also learn the physical skills of Fishman Island, Ian said. Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu are both very powerful physical skills, and they are very suitable for Jack. If a strong fishman does not learn the fish body technique, he can only live a life of relative failure. I see. Jack nodded vigorously. It's rare to see Ian work so hard. Black Maria was surprised by something else. If it goes well, the harvest this time will not be small. Ian said, it's worth the risk. Black Maria nodded slightly. She knew that Ian hated trouble most of the time, especially when it was big. However, when he feels that it is worth doing, he will basically not hesitate too much. What would you do if something happened while you were away? Luo was worried about something else. Yesterday's thrilling encounter with Noah really left a heavy psychological shadow on him. This is a Fishman Island located 10,000 meters under the sea. If something happens, there will be nowhere to run. If you are afraid, just stay in Dragon Palace City these days. Ian didn't mind. Luo was only 11 years old, his terminal illness had just been cured, and he still had a bright future waiting for him. I will ask Tipton to take good care of you. Who would be afraid? Luo Ling snorted. Who do you think I am? Okay, so Ian. Yamato patted Ian on the shoulder. When do we set off? Ian twitched the corner of his mouth and looked up at Yamato. So Yamato-san, do you know what it means to set off alone? But looking into the girl's golden eyes, Ian sighed. There's nothing you can do about it. Immediately, time does not wait. Although Morgans was well informed, it was impossible for him to publish the news before the Navy started taking action. The Navy should have already begun to take action, and there is not much time left for itself. Ian and Yamato set off immediately. Because he had to hurry up, he simply asked Neptune to send a king's army of Dragon Palace City to drive a huge shark to give him a ride, which was much faster than taking a boat. The big fish quickly passed through the huge hole under the Red Earth continent, and at this time it had arrived at the first half of the Grand Line, the sea area known as Paradise. Then the big fish started to rise. Soon the two of them will be able to appear on the sea into Paradise. Ian, where are we going? Yamato was very excited. Although she didn't know what Ian was going to do yet, her intuition told her that it must be something very interesting. The legendary Daughter's Country, Daughter's Kingdom. Yamato looked confused. Never heard of it at all. Ian was not surprised at all. This guy is indeed semi-literate. However, there is now another problem. Even if you want to go to Nine Snake Island, you don't know where that island is. I only know that Nine Snake Island is in the windless zone, but I have no idea where exactly it is in the windless zone. Even the Beast's Pirates intelligence reserves probably don't have information on the location of Kuja Island. Therefore, it is time to invite foreign aid. Ian took out his phone and dialed a number. Click. There was a soft ring, and the call was connected. Is it Ian? A familiar smiling voice came from the other end of the phone. Morgan's? Ian asked. Where is Nine Snake Island? Oh. Ian's acquaintance, Morgan's, was a little surprised. You want to go to Nine Snakes Island too? You said too. Ah. Whether the legendary Daughter's Kingdom will come to an end is something that people all over the world are paying attention to. Yes, which man would not pay attention to this matter? The corner of Ian's mouth raised. What a coincidence. Yes, what a coincidence. Nine Snake Island. An island located deep in the windless zone. The island has a strange topography. The island is surrounded by dense forests, and in the middle of the island is a ring of mountains. On one side of the mountain, 9 huge snake head sculptures are carved on the cliff. Below the sculpture, the huge Chinese characters 9 snakes with flying dragons and phoenixes are clearly visible even from more than 10 nautical miles away. Inside the crater is a vast plain, dotted with a large amount of farmland and some not-so-prosperous towns. This is the entire composition of the country called Amazon Lily. The most distinctive thing is that some of the suspended buildings built on the inside of the crater are as amazing as castles in the air. Further above these suspended buildings, on the top of the crater, a city wall was built presumably to defend against foreign enemies. At this time, on one side of the city wall, it came so fast. A woman of about 60 years old pressed her hands against the city wall. Although she looked old due to the erosion of time, her still pretty face and shapely figure could give a glimpse of the beauty of her youth. A big black and white snake curled up at her feet. As if it felt the anger of its owner, the big snake also leaned up and spit out its forked scarlet tongue threateningly into the distance. What made both the woman and her serpent so angry was something far away on the sea. That's the boat. Navy battleship. There are 5 ships in total. The other 4 are large ships with a length of nearly 100 meters, and the one in the middle is even more exaggerated, at least 300 to 400 meters long. It's not good. Next to the woman, a short old woman was holding a cane made of a snake that had stretched its body. She was murmuring worriedly, "Something is really going wrong now. The Navy is getting serious." Of course, a fleet of this size is serious. The Navy is here to completely destroy the Kuja pirates, or in other words, the Kuja Kingdom. Also, the 9 Snakes pirates have been active for too long, and the Navy may have already become unbearable, right? Is it necessary to be so scared? Groliosa. The woman stretched out her hand, and the long snake coiled at her feet slid into her hand obediently. It immediately tensed up and turned into a spear. It's not like we haven't fought against the Navy before. If they dare to come, we'll annihilate them. Stupid Ross. The old woman, the former emperor of Amazon Lily, Groliosa, shouted, "Even if we can defeat the Navy once, will the Navy give up? Maybe Garp will come next time. It will be the Warring States period." Ross, the current emperor of the 9 Snakes Kingdom and captain of the 9 Snakes Pirates, changed his expression slightly. Groliosa said in a low tone sadly, "The moment the moat in the windless zone was broken through by the inlay technology of Sea Tower Stone, I knew that such a day would come, but I didn't expect that it would happen so soon. The windless zone can no longer protect 9 Snakes Island." When the Navy was ready to take action, they had no chance of winning. Whitebeard would just choose to run away when faced with the Navy's pursuit, okay? And they didn't even have a place to escape. There is only one ship on the entire Kuji Island, and that is the ship of the Kuji Pirates, the perfume colobus that relies on 2 giant sea snakes to sail in the windless zone. But how could this ship carry all the residents to escape from 9 Snakes Island? We can only hold on. Boom! The spear transformed into a long snake was now completely black. As the Empress thrust down hard, a hole was directly poked in the hard city wall. It's useless to cry now. Ross, who is already quite old and has been the captain of the 9 Snakes Pirates for more than 20 years, showed a determined look in his eyes. Repulse this wave of Navy first, and then think about other things. Groliosa nodded slightly. Yes, there is no point in thinking too much now. Get ready to fight. Ross raised the spear in his hand high. The Nine Snakes pirates, get ready to fight. Oh. Behind her, on the city wall, was the strongest fighting force of the Nine Snakes Kingdom, and the pirates of the Nine Snakes pirates responded in unison. Among these Nine Snakes warriors, there are three sisters who are not very conspicuous. Big sister. The two sisters looked pale and held their sister's hand in fear. Are you trying to take us back? The black-haired eldest sister also had wavering eyes. However, when she looked at her two sisters, this wavering was replaced by determination in the blink of an eye. No one can take us back. No one can. Buzz. Invisible momentum quietly rose. Same moment. Above the sea, on top of the largest naval battleship, the man wearing a navy hat and a red suit looked at the island indifferently. Prepare to attack, he said coldly. Lieutenant General Sakaski. Behind him, another officer said in astonishment, don't we need to communicate first? Maybe we can get the Nine Snakes pirates to surrender directly? What's there to talk about with the pirates? Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Akainu Sakaski, said coldly, all evil must be completely eradicated. Let Doberman take the two ships around the back of Nine Snake Island to prevent them from escaping. Flying squirrels and ghost spiders will land directly from the front with me. The officer saluted instantly. Yes. Navy attack. Same moment. On another sea area not too far away from Nine Snake Island, a small boat rocketed across the sea like an arrow from a string. On the boat, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses rowed his oars so fast that the oars turned in a circle. Old lay. There's a woman sitting behind the boat, smoking a cigarette slowly. While the smoke was flying, she said leisurely, the situation seems not to be good. It's all Kaido's fault. The man Pluto Rayleigh rowed the boat steadily while sighing. If he hadn't sold so many sea tower stones, how could this happen? Anyway, let's resolve this battle first. As for whether Garp or Sengoku will come later, we'll talk about it later. The woman is indifferent. Riley was suddenly stunned. He looked up. In the sky, something is landing. I don't think it's a good thing for you to go directly to Nine Snakes Island now, Senior Pluto Rayleigh. The Hardy Boy's voice fell from the sky. Riley pushed up his glasses. What a coincidence. 107, Nine Snake Island Offensive. Fist of the King. Seeking. He. Are you sure, Ian? Are you sure you want to go down? In the hot air balloon floating in the sky, Morgans was chattering like an idiot and laughing strangely. He looked at Ian as if he were seeing a little boy's priest. The one below is Pluto Rayleigh. In the previous phone call, after the two confirmed that the other party was also going to Nine Snakes Island, they naturally chose to go together. Ian wanted to rub Morgan's hot air balloon and let him lead the way. Morgan simply felt that if Ian also participated in the next war on Nine Snake Island, it would be more explosive. This is the self-conduct of a journalist. If there is no explosive point, then create explosive points. Although Ian was in the hot air balloon at this time, he still entered the orc form. He was pumping his fists slowly but firmly. Keep pumping his fists. This kind of action has been going on for quite some time, and now there is even heat rising on the surface of his body. Since we bumped into each other by chance, I have to say hello. Ian chuckled. That's Pluto Rayleigh. That's right. Morgan's also looked like he was itching all over. I really want to go down and interview him. Pluto Rayleigh. The adventures of the Roger Pirates back then were really itchy and unbearable. No, I want to go down and do an exclusive interview with him. Don't say stupid things, Ian said calmly. I'm not sure if there will be a fight. Isn't it more appropriate to go down? Morgan's breathing became rapid. Being able to witness the battle between Burning Skies Ian and Pluto Rayleigh with your own eyes. Even if you die, it will be worth the price of admission. Are you also a bloodthirsty viewer? Ian twitched the corner of his mouth. In fact, it's not just Morgan's. There was another person in the cage of the hot air balloon who was also looking at Ian with burning eyes. Too dangerous, Ian said. You guys are waiting for me up there. If I really had to fight Rayleigh, I should be able to escape unscathed by relying on my nearly completed King's Fist. But it would be different if Yamato was added to the mix. Ian, stingy. The girl made faces at Ian. I'll let you have fun later when we get to Nine Snakes Island. Ian left these words, then turned over and jumped from the hanging basket, diving directly towards the small boat below. Clap it, shoot it. Morgans jumped directly to the edge of the hanging basket, took out the phone bug, and patted it down. But why does Pluto Rayleigh appear here? Does it have any connection with Nine Snake Island? It feels like it's big news again. Yamato also walked to the hanging basket and looked down. The girl's eyes looked worried for the first time. Pluto Rayleigh, even she knows this name. The right-hand man of the Pirate King, a real monster. On the boat below, the woman Xiaoqi, the former king of the Kingdom of Nine Snakes, blew out a smoke ring lightly. Oh, I'm down. Yes. Laylee was also a little curious. He actually came down. If you don't come down, you won't be able to talk, right? Ian flapped his wings and landed, floating in front of the boat, looking straight at the two of them. Of course, he kept pumping his fists. I don't think we have anything to talk about, boy. Rayleigh sighed, stood up, and put his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Although the Roger pirates have been disbanded, Odin and Toki are still my friends. One of his two friends was killed by Kaido, this boy's teacher. One was forced to commit suicide by the beast pirates. The loss of these two lives is inseparable from this boy. Although he has retired from the world, friends are still friends after all. Don't get excited, Senior Rayleigh. Since you have retired, how about leaving the matter of revenge to the Whitebeard pirates? Ian smiled, but in fact his muscles were tense and the rhythm of his fists was slower. The more important thing now is the safety of Nine Snake Island, right? Riley paused. Boy, what do you want to say? Xiaoqi spoke calmly. As Senior Rayleigh said just now, the Roger pirates have been disbanded. Even though the name of Pluto Rayleigh can still shock the world, but, Ian said, it's no longer enough to protect Nine Snakes Island, right? Rayleigh frowned slightly. Are you questioning Lao Lei's ability? Xiaoqi held the cigarette between her slender fingers, and she glanced at Ian lightly. There's no need to bluff. Rayleigh-senpai is indeed very strong, but, Ian smiled, as I said just now, if Senior Rayleigh appears on Nine Snake Island at this time, the situation will only get worse. Will the Navy let go of the Pirate King's left and right hands? Even if it can repel a Navy attack, the next time it will be the demon-slaying order led by Garp and Sengoku. Rayleigh was silent. Xiaoqi just smoked silently. But, the corners of Ian's lips raised. We can do it, our beast pirates can do it. Riley narrowed his eyes. As long as Mr. Kai lends the beast pirates flag to the Kingdom of Nine Snakes, everything will be fine, Ian said. Rayleigh is indeed strong enough, but obviously not as strong as Teacher Kai. Moreover, as a solitary person, the deterrence he can bring is indeed much worse than that of the beast pirates. More importantly, the beast pirates and the world government have a cooperative relationship. Since there is cooperation, we can talk about it. After all, is a mere Nine Snake Island a place that the world government must conquer? If the government really hates Kuja Island so much, how can this island survive for hundreds of years? The windlass bell can stop the ship, but it cannot stop the strong men. Whether this action was initiated by the world government or not is a matter of debate. So, Laylee said, Young man, what do you want to say? Do me a favor. Ian said, let the Kingdom of Nine Snakes willingly accept our protection. He looked at Xiaoqi. It shouldn't be that easy to convince the Nine Snakes pirates with my empty words alone, but with the help of the former king of the Nine Snakes Kingdom, it will probably be much easier. Both of them were slightly startled at the same time. You boy. Laylee couldn't help but gasp. How audacious. How dare you come here to ask for help? Nine Snake Island. Sakaski stepped on the shore of Nine Snake Island. In front of him, the naval soldiers had already launched a charge towards the depths of the island like a tidal wave. Farther back, naval battleships were roaring, using fiery cannonballs to open a path forward for the naval soldiers. Cannonballs streaked across the sky with sharp winds and fell like raindrops in the forest. Many even hit the huge mountain wall of Nine Snake Island directly, and a series of huge explosions shook the world. In just a few minutes, the forest on Nine Snakes Island had already ignited with raging flames, and the devouring tongues of fire seemed to be spreading to burn everything on the island. This scorching temperature did not make Sakaski feel the slightest discomfort. Rather, it made the cold man's mouth slightly raise. That's its sin. They should be completely burned with flames. He raised his head, looked through the treetops in the forest, and landed on the front of the mountain in the distance, where he saw the huge Nine Snakes. Hey! The Vice Admiral, who had the most fiery abilities but the coldest heart, sneered and raised his right hand. The entire right arm melted instantly and turned into billowing magma with black smoke. Big fire. With a wave of his right arm, a huge fist of magma that looked like a hill suddenly spurted out and hit the mountain with a thunderous roar. The next moment, the two collided, and the sky shook with loud noises, and the ground shook with violent collisions. The magma fist hit the mountain, and the terrifying impact directly shattered the surface of the mountain. As the magma splashed, the mountain peak also began to collapse. The 9 snake-shaped sculptures that symbolized the kingdom of 9 snakes suddenly collapsed, and the entire upper half of the mountain collapsed. Dust was flying, and the sound was loud. "You bastard! What have you done?" Angry roars came from deep in the forest. Sakaski raised his head, and in the forest in the distance, a large number of arrows shot up into the sky in an instant, covering the Navy here like a heavy rain. Sakaski raised his hand and grabbed an arrow. The slender arrow was entangled with invisible waves. Boom. This was the reaction when another arrow landed on a big tree nearby, and a big hole was directly blown out of the surface of the tree. Domineering. The iron-blooded vice admiral of the Navy sneered. These arrows are all wrapped with domineering energy, and their power is far more amazing than that of muskets, almost comparable to cannons. The naval soldiers who were hit were instantly dead, and even the unlucky ones hit by the domineering explosion will be blown away directly. In just an instant, the naval soldiers who landed had already suffered heavy losses. "Ghost Spider, what are you still hesitating about? Get someone help me." Sakaski stood still and raised his hands to the sky. "I'm here to support you." Meteor volcano. Bang, 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 bang. Just like setting off fireworks, huge magma bombs soared into the sky one after another, directly dyeing the entire sky red. In the Navy queue in front, a man holding knives in both hands and with black hair on his back holding 6 knives like arms shouted loudly, "Come with me." The Navy began to charge. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, what is that? The captain of the 9 Snakes pirates, a woman holding a snake-turned longbow in her hand, Rose looked up at the sky in astonishment. The sky was already dark red, as if it was burning and boiling. Then the meteorite fell. Huge magma bombs fell with long tails of flames. "It's Sakaski," the former Emperor Groliosa screamed. "Alternate Admiral Sakaski of the Navy headquarters. The Navy actually sent this monster here. Get away! Get away, everyone!" Rose screamed. This is not a move that the warriors of 9 Snakes can resist with their weapons. But fortunately, the warriors of 9 Snakes are not only good at armed color, but also the power they possess. A group of female warriors showed amazing agility at this time, flying through the forest to avoid meteorites falling from the sky. Boom, 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 boom. The meteorite fell, and the depths of the forest were smashed to pieces in an instant. The splashing magma completely ignited the dense forest, and the thick poisonous smoke choked everyone so much that they dared not breathe. "Go out," Rose ordered loudly. "The 9 Snakes pirates, follow me to stop that Sakaski." The National Guards stopped the other invading navy. The National Guards are equivalent to the subordinate organization of the 9 Snakes pirates, responsible for maintaining the security of the island, but it is also a position that can only be held by warriors who have mastered the domineering. Rose lowered her head and looked at her senior. "Guruliosa, what mother-in-law I'm going to fight." At this point, what else can I say? Guruliosa took a deep breath, and her originally short figure seemed to have become a little taller. The 9 Snakes pirate charge. Just like a man with 8 arms like a spider, the Navy headquarters Rear Admiral Ghost Spider is rushing through the forest quickly. Having never encountered an enemy, this bloodthirsty man feels a little unhappy. Suddenly, whoosh, a dark shadow flashed in the forest. Ghost Spider's eyes suddenly lit up. Is it finally here? He waved his knife to meet it. But don't block the way. What greeted him was a pitch-black spear. The surface of the spear was surrounded by invisible waves. Ghost Spider was struck by lightning, and the amazing power of the spear blasted him away directly. After the spear flew away, Ghost Spider, Rose did not stop at all, and continued to charge forward without stopping. Soon, the dark red figure appeared in her eyes. "Damn Navy! Die for me!" Rose roared, jumped up, and stabbed Sakaski with the spear in her hand. "Don't know whether to live or die." Sakaski just sneered. "Dog bites Red Lotus." The right arm blasted, and the huge dog-headed magma roared out, biting towards Rose like a vicious dog from hell. But at this moment, a loud shout came from the front, and a pitch-black arrow shot out, wrapped with a powerful and domineering arrow that directly blew up the dog-head magma. Sakaski couldn't help but look down and saw Guruliosa holding a bow not far away, and behind her, more members of the 9 Snake pirates rushing over. "Old woman group," Sakaski sneered, "your era has long ended. You are the first one to end." Without the obstruction of magma, Ross's spear fell. "It's ridiculous." The man gathered power in his left arm, held dog. His ability is called the natural magma fruit, which not only gives him the same blazing temperature as magma, but more importantly, he also turns into a volcano, and his every move is like the explosive power of a volcanic eruption. And at this moment, the volcano erupted. The magma fist is also wrapped in domineering, and in an instant, it hits Ross's spear with an unstoppable force. Not even a fraction of a second was enough to stop it. The snake that turned into a spear hissed, its hard body softened and trembled violently. Seeing that the situation was not good, Rose rolled in the air and dodged quickly. But even so, when she landed, her right shoulder was severely burned. What was even more miserable was her snake, whose lower half of the body had been completely melted and had lost its life. Rose couldn't help but show some sadness in her eyes as she watched the snake that had always been with her die. "Rose, be careful." There was a scream from usse behind her. Without hesitation, Rose turned over and retreated. The next moment, a heavy lava fist hit the ground, directly blasting a huge hole in the ground. Sakaski raised his body and said calmly, "Wouldn't it be better to just die honestly like this? The one who is going to die is you." Rose took a deep breath. Behind her, the warriors of the Nine Snakes pirates were ready to go. However, further behind, the Navy had already surrounded them. "As long as we get rid of these guys, it's over, right, Mr. Sakaski?" The spider demon came walking over. There was another man walking side by side with him, wearing a gray suit, a purple mohawk, and Major General Flying Squirrel. "Usse, let's deal with this magma bastard," Rose shouted. Others, "Kill those Navy men." "Yes." Without any hesitation, the pirates of the Nine Snakes pirates rushed towards the Navy men, and the two Nine Snakes emperors also rushed towards the strongest enemy. Fragrant kick. Boa Hancock rushed to the front of the Nine Snakes pirates. The girl's eyes were filled with rage. Damn it, these Navy men should all die. Without hesitation, she kicked the Navy soldiers in front of her into gravel all over the ground. The girl shuttled through the crowd with amazing agility, and after a few kicks, there was already a pile of gravel on the ground. "Power user. Be careful, that woman is a power user," the Navy men exclaimed. Even the pirates of the Nine Snakes pirates couldn't help but exclaim, "Hancock, you're so awesome. I'll deal with this woman." Major General Flying Squirrel volunteered and swung his sword. "Don't get close to her. The ability to turn into stone, if touched, is not something that ordinary Navy can handle." However, big fragrant foot. Hancock's slender right leg turned into a spear and thrust forward instantly. There was a loud bang. The flying squirrel who blocked the attack was kicked out. "What?" Ghost Spider couldn't help but frown. "Flying Squirrel, what are you doing?" How could he know that the flying squirrel was speechless? Not only the ability, but also the domineering of this woman is exaggerated. Hancock looked at Ghost Spider fiercely. "What kind of life do you think we live in Merigios? We are struggling on the line of life and death all the time. In order to please those celestial dragons, we fight every day with our lives. I have been persecuted for 4 years. Now you dare to step into the Nine Snake Island. You are seeking your own death." But, wow, accompanied by 2 screams of pain, Hancock turned his head in astonishment. In just this short period of time, Captain Ross and the mother-in-law were already beaten out and fell heavily to the ground. Their bodies were covered with burns. "It's time to end." The man with magma rolling all over his body stepped forward. What made Hancock even more furious was, "No, don't come over here." Her 2 sisters seemed to be afraid that they would be caught by the Navy again. They were so scared that they sat limply on the ground, hugged each other, and looked up at Sakaski, who was approaching with great fear. "Mary Sonia!" Hancock screamed, and her slender body rushed out like a cheetah. But Sakaski raised his fist, and magma rolled out. "Pirates, you deserve to die." "No." Amid Hancock's heart-wrenching scream, the magma fist swung out. But at this moment, a brilliant golden light fell from the sky. "Heroes are here." Sakaski's eyes suddenly widened, and his fist seemed to hit the sea stone. Although he repelled his opponent, he did not cause any damage at all. This guy is brilliant gold, ferocious and majestic body, wide wings that seemed to cover the sky. Ian of Finchin. He said the name. Ian of Finchin smiled brightly. "Surprise. Mexer-fucker." He punched. "Fist of the King. After more than an hour of practice, I just want to ask if you are afraid." 108. fierce fight with a Kainu. 1000% of the power of riding a horse. Winged Dragon explosive punch. At this moment, Ian fired the strongest punch in his life. Before the terrifying power was released, the clothes in Ian's back and right arm exploded, and thick white mist spewed out. Then the punch flew out. What in the world can resist such a terrifying punch? What else can resist the rider? Sakaski's eyes widened, and before the look of astonishment even had time to spread on his face, the strong light had completely engulfed him. Light, glare. It was as dazzling as the first bright light when the world first opened. The blazing forest was dimly lit, and both the Navy and the pirates of the Nine Snakes pirates were stung by the bright light and couldn't even open their eyes. The roaring shock wave instantly penetrated the forest, the earth was torn apart, and the sea was pushed away. The naval warships docked on the coast were shattered in an instant like sand sculptures on the beach, and they were broken like real weathering. The earth-shaking loud noise exploded unbridled until then, causing the loud sound waves to turn into strong winds, blowing so hard that the surrounding trees could only bend down in submission. What is that? Major General Flying Squirrel's lips trembled, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Don't understand. I can't understand it at all. The roaring shock wave finally faded away. Ian let out a long sigh of relief. In front of him was a chasm that could be called a natural chasm, which had completely divided the coast in front of him into two parts. Sakaski, on the other hand, has completely disappeared and no one knows where he went. So tired. It took a lot of energy out of the body in one breath, and it was impossible to say that I wasn't tired. But fortunately, this loss of physical strength did not appear directly at this moment, but was gradually lost during the long period of more than an hour of accumulation. It doesn't mean that he immediately collapsed after this punch. Besides being tired, the corners of Ian's mouth were raised in a rather wanton arc. So much so that when Hancock, who had subconsciously rushed behind him, stared at his back blankly, the first thing he noticed was the raised corners of his mouth. He seems very happy. The girl thought so. It's so exciting. Ian was indeed happy. This punch is unprecedentedly smooth. It was as if the surgeon had performed a day-long operation and his bladder was about to burst. The moment when it was about to explode, he finally rushed into the toilet and started to release the flood unscrupulously. However, now is not the time to take things easy. Ian looked back, and what caught his eyes was the stunning black-haired girl. Slightly startled, Ian thought, this must be Boya Hancock. Apart from her, there should be no one more qualified to be Hancock. Who is your boss? Ian asked. The girl was stunned for a moment, and then subconsciously looked at Captain Ross, who was lying on the ground and struggling. That's you, right? Ian walked over to the woman. It's really miserable. The front of the body was severely burned and looked charred and black, like the best-selling product in the age of discovery. But it was actually pretty good. If she hadn't been so domineering, she would have been melted by now. After all, their opponent was a Kainu, the future Marshal of the Navy. Can you still hear the sound? Ian asked. Ross raised his head and just looked at Ian with confusion. Ian from Burning Sky. Why is this guy here? How could he help us? What does he want to do? Ian didn't wait for the woman to ask these words. He directly handed a phone to Rose. Just listen, someone wants to talk to you. Ross was stunned again. Then, Rose, can you hear me? It's me. A deliberately low voice came from the other end of the phone. But Ross was stunned. Xiachi, it's her ex, the former emperor of the Kuja pirates. At the same time, Ian of Burning Sky. The flying squirrel was trembling, and the long knife in his hand was pointed directly at Ian. He shouted, call for backup. Let Doberman bring people over quickly. Stop calling people. Major General Flying Squirrel. Ian smiled like the eldest brother of the Axe Gang. Of course, there are people over there to deal with it. On the other side of the island, 2 naval warships are blocked here. They wanted to block the retreat of Nine Snakes Island, leaving the Nine Snakes pirates with nowhere to escape. But at this time, on the deck of a battleship, frost has covered everything. Haha dash. Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Pitbull Doberman, panted hard. The astonishing low temperature made his breathing difficult, and the hand holding the handle of the knife became stiff and almost trembling. On the deck, each naval soldier had been frozen into ice sculptures and was silent. And the one who did all this was just a little girl. Yamato, who had transformed into a werewolf, smiled and carried the mace. Ian said he wanted to save your life, but it should be okay to give you a good repair first, right? Then come here. You stinky girl. Doberman roared and charged towards Yamato. Hey, laming gossip. The crystal-clear iron rod swung. The other side of the island. Ian was not worried about the battle with Yamato. With the strength of the Yamato with the second Aegean, even the elite vice admiral of the Navy headquarters may not be able to beat her, let alone the elite rear admiral of the Navy like Doberman. The gap in strength is quite large. Not to mention, Senior Rayleigh has actually landed quietly, and he is looking at the overall situation. This is also the reason why Ian dared to appear directly in front of Akainu. To be honest, when Ian knew that Akainu was the leader of the Navy this time, he was a little hesitant. But it was different after meeting Rayleigh on the way. The Flying Squirrel tried to call the other two ships, but no one responded at all. He could only look at Ian and roar anxiously, "Answer me. Why are you here? What do you want to do? Do you want to go to war with our Navy? Go to war." Ian slowly turned his head and looked at the angry man. "You probably made a mistake." Whoosh. He turned into a residual image, so fast that the Flying Squirrel could not react at all. The next moment, he was grabbed by the neck and lifted up by Ian. "I am the one who should be angry." The violent momentum instantly spread in all directions with Ian as the center. The earth was shaking, and the forest was trembling. The surrounding Navy fell down in groups like wheat being cut. Same as my eldest sister. Finally recovered from the fear just now, one of Hancock's two sisters, the second sister Sonda Sonia, murmured in astonishment, the domineering aura of the king, and her eldest sister, at this time, stared at Ian. "Don't you know?" Ian tilted his head. "Nine Snake Island is the territory of our beast pirates, so I want to ask, do you want to go to war with us?" The Flying Squirrel struggled hard, but his weak strength could not shake Ian's arm at all. At the same time, "What are you kidding? Ian the Burning Sky." The hawkish ghost spider has never been a man of few words. While roaring angrily, he rushed over to Ian with 8 swords in his hand. "When did Nine Snake Island become the territory of your beast pirates?" Ian raised his eyebrows slightly at this time. The gorgeous and complex sword light of Ghost Spider was defeated by a leg. Hancock's leg. Fragrant kick. The girl kicked up and directly repelled Ghost Spider. Ian was a little surprised. The arrogant Hancock in the original work was surprisingly grateful. He glanced at the girl, then looked up at Spider Demon. "Nine Snakes Island has long been the territory of our beast pirate. Don't you know that a certain king of this country was a good friend of my teacher Kai?" He lowered his head and looked at the old woman who sat up while rubbing her old waist, and was also burned black by a kind. "Right, Senior Gurliosa? The child of Kaido's family?" Gurliosa looked up at Ian with some relief. "You are much more likable than Kaido." She couldn't help but think back to 20 or 30 years ago, when she went out to sea in pursuit of love, but ended up joining the Rocks Pirates by mistake. Even in the Rocks Pirates, which is full of scum, Kaido is the least likable one. Only Ling Ling, who is also not very likable, can play with him. However, the unlikable Kaido has taught a likable child. Gurliosa, Spider Demon, was slightly stunned. He had heard of this name. He was one of the officers on the Rocks Pirates. "Right." At this time, Ross also spoke loudly. "Our Nine Snakes Island has been a vassal of the Beast Pirates for a long time. Are you the Navy going to go to war with the Beast Pirates?" This. For a moment, the hawkish ghost spider hesitated. But the Beast Pirates. Ian curled his lips. Ghost Spider's reaction was not surprising. In the original work, in order to wipe out the Nine Snakes Pirates, a group of Navy vice admirals landed on the Nine Snakes Island with Seraphs, facing Blackbeard, who came to disrupt the situation and kill a large number of Navy. The Vice Admiral Hiwashishin dared not even fart. He could only helplessly say that he needed permission from above to go to war with the 4 emperors. And what is the difference between the current Beast Pirates and the future 4 emperors? It's just that there is no title of Pirate Emperor now. I understand. Ian smiled and threw the Flying Squirrel in his handbag. Ross also breathed a sigh of relief. Just now on the phone, the former Emperor Xiachi told her about Ian's proposal. Although she felt that joining the Beast Pirates was not a good thing, she could not care so much now. As long as she could protect this country and the people here, it would be fine. But at this time, what are you still talking about with pirates? A dark red figure streaked across the sky like a cannonball and fell towards Ian like a meteorite. Dogbite's Red Lotus. Still so energetic? Ian felt his scalp tingling. The punch just now should have been as good as a serious punch from Teacher Kai, without exaggerating. Originally, even if this didn't seriously injure Akainu, it should at least knock him offline for a while. But I still underestimated him. Sure enough, this bastard Akainu has no other advantages except for his durability. In the original work, after being hit twice by the furious Whitebeard, he rested on the ground for a while and then came back alive and well. However, he noticed Akainu was not without any injuries. Or rather, the injuries were quite serious. There were thick blood stains on the corners of his mouth, nostrils, and eyes. Yes, after being hit by such a blow unexpectedly, how could he be unscathed? Even Kazuki Oden would lie down directly after being hit by Teacher Kai. How could this guy be unscathed? Ian just raised his hand and casually smashed the falling doghead magma with a punch. This temperature couldn't even hurt his skin. He could even say leisurely, "You have to think clearly, Vice Admiral Sakaski. If you fight me now, my most respected Teacher Kai will start to act 14 base, G10 base. Which base will he start to destroy first? You want to threaten me." But Akainu didn't buy it at all. He was already bloodthirsty. Who do you think I am? Hell dog. The hot magma fist came towards him. Even if he didn't care about the temperature of the magma, Ian couldn't help but become serious at this time. This punch was very heavy. But, you are seriously injured. Am I still afraid of you? If I can't handle it, there is still Rayleigh to back it up. Since Akainu was also a power-type character, then pterosaur ball form. The flames suddenly surged on his right fist. Pterosaur's iron fist. Boom. Flame versus magma. Gold versus dark red. Flames and magma shot out in all directions at the same time. Sakaski's eyes have changed. How is it possible? It's just a flame. It wasn't burned out by my magma. It's just magma. Ian laughed wildly. Look at me burning you to ashes. Sure enough, after that blow, Akainu's power was weakened. The golden flames rose, surging like waves. The magma fist was evaporating. Pterosaur 100 Fist. The fist wrapped in surging flames was like the wind, bombarding Akainu's body nonstop. Akainu finally changed color and punched out again, but this punch was just an ordinary fist, wrapped in domineering fist. Get out of my way! The surging domineering turned into a shock wave, blowing away all the flames, and also blowing Ian away. Tisk. Ian smacked his lips. Even though his body was weakened, his exaggerated domineering was still there. Sakaski looked down at his right hand in disbelief. His hand was full of burn marks. Ian's fist marks were also left on his body. As a magma, he was actually burned by the flame? Our abilities. Ian clenched his fists and copied Akainu's famous line, "Are the relationship between superiors and subordinates a mere magma? Do you want to compete with the sun?" That's why it is said that the natural system can't keep up with the version. Elementalization and domineering are not matched. Even if Akainu's domineering is very strong, it is difficult for the magma body without a physical body after elementalization to completely cover the domineering. In this case, it can't stop the burning of the golden flame. Akainu's forehead veins popped up instantly. Don't get too proud, kid. He tore off his suit, revealing his sturdy upper body, with tattoos all over his body. Compare with a navy, he is more like a gangster. Akainu stopped using his ability, and his fists suddenly turned dark. This pair of fists is enough to kill you. Invisible waves wrapped around his iron fists. Of course, it was also top-level arm color. Then come on. Ian smiled and went forward. Akainu was the biggest unstable factor in this plan. He must understand one thing. He can only choose to compromise. Ian walked briskly, and Akainu was as fast as the wind. The next moment, the two punched each other heavily. It hurts a bit. Ian made a judgment immediately. The strength of the domineering is almost only slightly worse than that of Wang Ji. But probably because of the injury, the power is much smaller. Akainu was also gritting his teeth. The punch Ian just threw was not an ordinary physical attack, but penetrating shockwave. Unprepared, his muscles were severely damaged, and even his internal organs were injured. He couldn't use his strength at all at this time. It can be said to be extremely aggrieved. His aggrievedness made Ian laugh out loud. Is that all the power you have, Sakaski? This attack can't penetrate the ball-shaped defense at all. Ian immediately swung his iron fist wildly, and brilliant golden flames surged. Every punch was an explosive flame bombardment. Since he couldn't break the defense, what was there to be afraid of? Ian was too lazy to block Akainu's attack, and just swung his fist wildly without caring. For a while, Akainu was beaten back step by step, After all, he had to divide a lot of domineering to defend against Ian's attack. In this way, the power of the attack was weakened. Ian became more unscrupulous. What's wrong? Is that all the strength you have? Damn it! Akainu was helpless and furious. But actually, Ian couldn't do much about this guy's domineering aura, unless he could accumulate a second King's Fist. But where would he get the time now? However, if he wanted to make Sakaski feel that he was powerless, it should be enough, right? Just at this moment. Stop it, Navy! A low shout suddenly came from the side. Akainu turned his head subconsciously. Then his pupils shrank, and the flying squirrel and the spider demon were already controlled by the Nine Snakes pirates. At this time, the two were very embarrassed and were stepped on by Ross and Girliosa. Around them, the Nine Snakes warriors drew their bows and arrows, and the sharp arrows were aimed at the two, ready to take their lives at any time. At this moment, Ian directly activated the Phoenix and fired a scarlet-winged dragon's destruction fist. However, Akainu was more alert than Kazuki Oden, and he instantly distanced himself. TSK. Ian was shocked as he returned to his ball form. Are you on guard? It's not nice to have information leaked. What are you doing? Sakaski looked at Ian deeply. Then he turned his head and asked. He was not questioning the Nine Snakes pirates, but questioning what these two rubbish were doing. The flying squirrel lowered his head guiltily. Sorry, Mr. Sakaski, there are too many of them. Captain Ross looked at Akainu steadily. If he can't handle you, can he handle your subordinates? At the same time, Ian, I've got it done here. A cheerful laugh came from the depths of the jungle, and Yamato also jumped over, holding an ice sculpture in her hand. That's Doberman. Akainu gritted his teeth. Had the two ships that were outflanking the back of the island also had problems? So now the Navy has been wiped out except for him? Ian's mouth curled up. Looks like we can talk now, right, Lieutenant General Sakaski? 109. Dialogue with the Five Elders. He is like a dog. Facing Ian's invitation, Sakaski just became furious. Talk? What's there to talk about with a mere pirate? The violent domineering energy surged crazily, and those who didn't know thought he had awakened his domineering color under the stimulation. But do not move. Rose snorted coldly and stepped hard, causing the ghost spider's cheekbones to creak. Otherwise, we will kill them. Even someone as cold as Akainu hesitated at this point. These people who were caught were not other people, but comrades who had followed him through life and death countless times over the years. You gotta figure something out, magma bastard. Ian's face became stern. I'm not begging you now, but you are begging me. The flying squirrel's face turned pale, and he could only apologize. Sorry, Mr. Sakaski. It was us who held us back. Ghost Spider was a little solemn. Mr. Sakaski, that's the Beast Pirates. Not to mention that the mission has failed now. If we still force a war with the Beast Pirates, the losses will not be small. Akainu gritted his teeth. How to do? With his current physical condition, it will be difficult to defeat this guy Ian if he continues to fight. Even if he could win, he would never be able to keep him. This bastard also has the ability to incarnate flames that is almost impossible to interfere with. Even if they continue to fight, they won't be able to hurt a single hair of the Beast Pirates. On the contrary, the navy he brought with him will be completely destroyed. Even the people on Nine Snake Island were able to calmly arrange their escape with the help of the two warships they brought. There is no doubt that this operation has been a complete failure up to this point. But do you want to bow to the pirates just like that? What a joke. Akainu suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing fiercely. How could I give in to evil? What a joke. Oh, Ian sighed in surprise. So cold. Even if you reach this point, you still have to continue fighting. You really don't care about the lives of your subordinates. Since he is looking for death, then kill him. Hancock said coldly. It has been weakened to this point. Even he will never be able to defeat so many of us joining forces. This is indeed true. Anyway, the injured person is Akainu. Ian just needs to continue to maintain the ball shape and consume him. What can he do when he is alone? But that's not how it works. If you really want to kill Akainu, it's actually very simple. You just need to call Rayleigh out. In his current state, Akainu would never be able to withstand Rayleigh's swords. But what about after killing Akainu? Can't do this. Groliosa immediately rejected Hancock's suggestion. The former Rock Pirates veteran shook his head. What we seek is the security of the country. If we really kill this guy, there will be no change. This man is a candidate for Admiral of the Navy headquarters. It is very important for the Navy or for the entire world government. If we really want to kill him, even the beast pirates won't be able to save Kuja. In other words, the beast pirates themselves cannot protect themselves. However, it is still possible to seize him and negotiate terms with the government. The corners of Ian's mouth raised. Don't even think about it. Akainu also realized the current situation. Now he has nothing to do with Ian, and with the addition of the 9 Snakes pirates and Kaido's daughter, he might really be stuck here today. Ian smiled. Kidding. If you really want to catch Sakaski, you don't know how much loss this guy will suffer in a trapped beast. If you really want to push Sakaski to a desperate situation, it is entirely possible to explode with a burst of willpower and have a flashback. Ian didn't want the Kuja pirates to suffer much loss. After all, the 9 Snakes pirates will be the affiliated pirate group of their beast pirates. Ian doesn't want Yamato to take risks even more. Really, you think I can't negotiate terms with the government, huh? Ian smiled and waved to Ross' phone bug. Ross reacted quickly and immediately threw the phone bug in his hand to Ian. Ian dialed a certain number slowly. Ian, what on earth do you want to do? An angry roar instantly came from the other end of the phone. Did you really know what happened here? The first time he and Yamato appeared on the scene, there must have been a Navy reporting to their superiors. Don't worry, old friend. Ian smiled. Now it's time for me to question you. Why does the Navy dare to take action on the territory of our beast pirates? Stop treating me like a fool. The old friend on the other end of the phone, Mr. Goat from CP0, was furious. You are provoking the Navy, provoking the world government. You are the ones provoking the beast pirates. Ian has never cared about oral pleasure. I have to remind you first, old friend, the current situation here is that, except for Vice Admiral Sakaski, all the Navy has the army was destroyed. What? The goat was stunned and exclaimed in disbelief. Are you kidding me? How could you possibly do such a thing? Don't believe it. Ian smiled, walked to the flying squirrel, and handed the Den Mushi to the guy's mouth. Come on, tell my old friend about your current situation. Remember to be honest and objective. The flying squirrel just looked at Ian in astonishment. Is he really talking to CP0? Or is he just making a random call to bluff? 5 seconds. Ian looked at the silent flying squirrel and said, if he is still unwilling to speak after 5 seconds, Yamato, I will smash the ice sculpture in your hand. Okay. Yamato, of course, doesn't care. The flying squirrel suddenly shuddered. I say, now is also a good time to ask for help. I am the headquarters Major General Flying Squirrel. Vice Admiral Sakaski was tricked by Ian and was severely injured by him. Now he can't do anything to them. I and the Spider Demon were captured by the 9 Snake Pirates, and Doberman was defeated and captured by Kaido's daughter. He was right. Except for Mr. Sakaski, everyone else was wiped out even. He paused and looked at Sakaski, whose face was as black as coal. Mr. Sakaski's situation is not good either. He was injured too badly. Now blood is still oozing out of his nostrils. The other end of the phone was stunned. Ian raised his eyebrows. Still don't believe it? So he picked up the Den Mushi again and pointed it at Akainu. Sakaski, you also say a few words. Major General Flying Squirrel doesn't seem to be famous. My old friend doesn't know him. If you don't answer, Yamato. Ready at any time. Yamato smiled and raised Doberman's ice sculpture high. Akainu's face was ashen, and his body was emitting an astonishing temperature. Even the blood flowing from his nostrils was directly evaporated. With great humiliation and embarrassment, the man finally spoke. I was tricked by this bastard. Tricked? Ian sneered. I hit him head-on with that punch. Could it be that when Red Hair avoided Kid in seconds, he was also tricked? Akainu wanted to curse. Who would have thought that this guy could suddenly burst out with such power? Vice Admiral Sakaski, the goat on the other end of the phone, finally exclaimed. How could it be? He simply couldn't believe it. Such a thing actually happened on 9 Snake Island. Even Kaido didn't go there. Only Ian, who was burning the sky, went there. Ian, wait a minute. The goat shouted anxiously. I'll report to my superiors. Then the phone was suddenly hung up. The scene suddenly fell into a dead silence. A few minutes later, the Den Mushi in Ian's hand chirped like crazy. Ian raised his hand to answer it. Den Mushi changed its appearance instantly. It wore a small hat, had a pointed nose, and a thick beard. Ian raised his eyebrows. This look. Ian of Fenshin, you are really brave. Hearing this voice, Sakaski's face changed instantly. 5 elder stars. He lost his voice. As a candidate admiral of the Navy headquarters, he was certainly qualified to meet the 5 people who held the highest power in the world. 5 elders. Ian chuckled. I'm really flattered. The world's highest power is here to negotiate with me personally. Negotiation? Young man, don't take yourself too seriously. The 5 elders on the other end of the phone, Satan said lightly. There is only one outcome for threatening the government, and that is destruction. Then how about giving it a try? Ian still adheres to the principle of talking big. We kill all the Navy here, and then the Beast Pirates and the world government will officially go to war. It's nothing more than giving up Wano country and returning to a life of wandering on the sea. The Roger Pirates were a thorn in your eyes, but you couldn't do anything about them, right? We can also T or Y at a T the same time in return. We will destroy the member states one by one. Of course, Wano country cannot be abandoned. Pluto is there. But the 5 elders don't know. This is a boast with information asymmetry. Sarton's tone suddenly changed. Are you threatening me? Ian sneered. You threatened me first. The 5 elders are not only celestial dragons, but also political leaders. The secret of politics lies in compromise. Is it really worth sacrificing a candidate admiral and going to war with the Beast Pirates for a mere 9 Snake Island? Ian believes that the 5 elders know how to choose. At this time, Hancock stared at Ian's back in a daze. The 5 elders are the highest-ranking celestial dragons, right? What do you think, 5 elders? Will this call end here? Ian continued. If so, we will kill all the Navy on the island right away. Who do you think I am? Akainu finally couldn't hold back. 5 elders, ignore the bastard's nonsense. I'll kill them now. Shut up, Sakaski, you stupid dog. On the other end of the phone, Satan's anger instantly poured out towards Akainu. If you can really do this kind of thing, there won't be this call. Isn't it embarrassing enough? That's right. Shut up, stupid dog. Ian smiled. Didn't you hear what your master said? Akainu's cheek muscles trembled. His teeth were almost bitten to pieces, and his fists were almost bleeding. What a poor dog. Even your master doesn't help you. Ross also chimed in. Ian, what do you want? Finally, Sartan spoke. Ian curled his lips. Rose and Groliosa behind him were extremely excited. Success. This boy really did it. The expressions of Akainu and the 2 rear admirals changed instantly. My request is simple. Ian said, 9 Snake Island has been the territory of our beast pirates since ancient times. Now let the Navy get out of here, and then don't disturb the people here again. Since ancient times? Sartan sneered. The beast's pirates were established not even 30 years ago. In return, Ian added, the 9 Snakes pirates will stop taking action in the future so that you can at least have a decent face. It can be said to the outside world that the 9 Snakes pirates have been wiped out. How about that? Is that enough to give you face? Rose's expression changed. She wanted to say something, but Groliosa quickly held her hand. Sartan on the other end of the phone pondered for a moment. Okay, great. Ian raised the corners of his lips. Humans are easy to talk to, unlike dogs who only want to bite people. Sakaski stared at Ian. People? Sartan sneered again. At least the dog is obedient. Sakaski. He raised his voice. Take your people and go back to the Navy headquarters. Think carefully about how to take responsibility for this failure. Call ended. Did you hear that? Ian put away the phone slowly and looked at Sakaski with interest. Go back. Akainu had a sullen face and said nothing. He just looked straight at the ghost spider and flying squirrel who were still trampled. We will help you send the others to the warships at the rear. Ian said with a smile, this is to prevent Sakaski from jumping over the wall in a hurry, but you have to go through it yourself. Sakaski stopped talking and walked straight into the depths of the forest. Yamato looked at his back and suddenly said, he looks like a dog. Ian emphasized, remove the image. What a dog. Sakaski suddenly turned around, his eyes like a rabid dog, eager to devour anyone. What? Do you still want to do it? Ian chuckled. Do you want me to call again? Akainu's body shook violently. Finally, he turned around and continued to move forward, but his body became much more rickety. Well, more like it. No, there is no image. A dog is a dog, and he dares not do anything until his master speaks. Later, on the coast behind 9 Snakes, Ian watched the 2 naval warships move away quickly, as if they were fleeing. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. This is the end. Great. Behind him, the female warriors of the 9 Snakes pirates were already cheering. They finally protected their country, although with the help of others. The female 9 snake warriors who were cheering turned their heads and looked at Ian with a fanatical look. Ian turned back in surprise. The next moment, he was overwhelmed by a group of women rushing towards him. Lord Ian, the girls cheered. 110, the dream of 100,000 girls. The old man sang well. The young monk went down the mountain to transform into a vegetarian. The old monk told her that the woman at the foot of the mountain was a tiger. If you encounter her, you must avoid her. Ian used to not think that after all, there were no boxers in the world, and most of the girls he met were cute. But now, facing the members of the 9 Snakes pirates who surrounded him at this time, Ian felt that they were more terrifying than 100,000 Akainu. Don't. Ian was completely overwhelmed by the Russian Kuja pirates. Stop touching. It was impossible to tell, or there were countless hands groping on his body. They even wanted to pull him into their arms as if they were fighting for it. Ian felt like he was stuck in a pile of cotton at this time, and it was soft in all directions. There were sounds coming from all around. Thank you, Sir Ian. You saved us. Yes, Sir Ian. You are our great benefactor to 9 Snake Island. So far, it's pretty normal. Ian can also praise them and repay their kindness. Master Ian is so handsome. Please marry me. I am the one who wants to marry Lord Ian. I want to give birth to 10 daughters for Lord Ian. I want it too. I only need 5. The counting has begun. Yeah. They say that only handsome guys know how proactive a girl is. Is it really her fault that she is too handsome? What a happy trouble. Then, oh, Lord Ian is covered in strong muscles. Master Ian's scent is so powerful. Master Ian's thighs are so elastic. Ian's face instantly turned pale. Is this the value of the daughter country? Super powerful enhanced version of the girls' dormitory, right? In my previous life, I saw on the internet that girls were much more dirty than boys in private, but now it seems that they are indeed having too much fun in the dormitory. Boys should protect themselves when they go out to do justice. Master, save me. Wano country, Onigashima. Teacher Kai, who was drinking, sneezed. He was a little surprised, and suddenly thought of the disciple who said he was going to 9 Snake Island, and whispered without concern, Ian. Immediately afterwards, the teacher continued drinking without any worries. What can happen to that brat? It's already a great good thing that he doesn't let others get into trouble. Fortunately, although the master couldn't help, the junior sister was instantly furious. You guys, let me go in. Yamato roared and rushed into the ranks of the 9 Snakes pirate team surrounding Ian, and the next second, figures were thrown out one after another. But Galooliosa, who was watching this scene, laughed loudly. The young girls on the island are still so full of energy. You have the nerve to say it. On the side, the king of Ross, who was applying medicine to his body by his doctor, looked at Croliosa with disdain. I abandoned my country and the 9 Snakes pirates for the so-called love, but in the end I could only run back in despair. Do you have the nerve to talk nonsense here? Croliosa scratched her face, feeling a little embarrassed. However, she still pretended to be calm and impassioned. This is love. Love always makes people blind. Even if the result is not satisfactory, it is enough as long as the process is worth remembering. Besides, she blinked and said, running to the sea for love. Isn't this the tradition of our 9 Snake Island emperors? Rose, you are too serious. Ross pouted. Just be brave. I would have believed you if you hadn't come back alone in the end. As long as you have Xiaqi's ability, I will look up to you. But Rose turned her head and looked at the girl standing next to her. Slim and graceful, cold and dusty, she is a peerless girl. Hancock, aren't you going to make trouble with them? Rose said with a smile. Girls all like heroes, and Ian is the hero who saved the island. It's completely normal for the girls on the island to like him. Ross even thought that it would be good if Ian could leave some children on the island. His children would be very talented, right? And if it were the child of Hancock and Ian, he would be extremely talented, right? Rose looked at the girl in front of him. His eyes were full of pity. As early as 4 years ago, when Hancock was only 12 years old, she was already a famous genius girl on Kuji Island. Even Ross was amazed by her, so he made an exception and let her join the Kuji pirates in advance. But that voyage that took her in advance caused the 3 Hancock sisters to fall into hell. Rose has always blamed herself, but luckily, Riley and Shaki sent them back. Even though they came back, Rose could see that the 3 sisters had left a strong psychological shadow, and they even resisted contact with other members of the pirate group. This can't go on like this. Hancock is the person she believes can inherit the position of Emperor of Nine Snakes. She has to look like a king. Ross also hopes that Hancock can be as cheerful as an ordinary Hydra girl. But she also knew that there was little hope. After all, this child was always very cold. May I? The peerless girl suddenly turned her head with a strange flush on her face. I can also touch her. Yeah. As if she was embarrassed by her own words, the girl covered her face with her hands and screamed, "Is this marriage?" Rose twitched the corner of his mouth. I don't think so. The good news is that Hancock is indeed a traditional Kuja girl. The bad news is it's too traditional. Hey. Rose heard snickering from beside her. She turned around and saw Croliosa, who was snickering. Love is like a storm. I told you, this is the tradition of our 9 snakes. Rose, you are the outlier. Shit, tradition. Captain Ross's mouth twitched. But could it be that I, who honestly stick to my position as emperor and captain, am really the one who doesn't fit in with others? It's very lively. Suddenly, a lazy voice came from behind. Rose turned around in surprise. Xia. Yo, Rose. The woman, Xia, was leaning on a big tree, smoking lazily. It seems that Brother Ian did a good job. Yes, he appears like the hero in the story. Rose also smiled and turned around. That's why the young girls in the pirate group like him very much. But now, the poor 9 snake girls have all been thrown away by the angry white-haired girls. Ian, who was all messy, was hugged by Princess Yamato. You guys stay away from Ian. After the furious Yamato finished warning the 9 snake girls, he looked at the decayed Ian in his arms with pity. Are you okay, Ian? Fine. Ian nodded slowly. I just encountered the biggest crisis in my life, in the sense of chastity. He looked up and looked at Yamato's worried little face. And you, my Yamato, are the real heroes. Ian couldn't help but raised his hand and touched Yamato's head. Well done. Hey. Yamato instantly giggled. And at the same time, witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Hancock's originally red face instantly turned pale, then livid, and finally turned an unhealthy blush. Well, the girl groaned, and her tall body fell down softly. Elder sister. Her 2 younger sisters reacted quickly and rushed to catch her. Witnessing this scene, the corners of Rose's eyes were beating wildly. She looked at Xia. Is that the one? That's right. Xia and Groliosa nodded heavily at the same time. It's lovesickness. Nothing is more authoritative than the words of those who have suffered the disease. Snap. Ross slapped him on the forehead. It's over. The predecessor ran away, and now the successor will run away, too. Otherwise, should I run away first? In the sky, a hot air balloon is slowly moving away. He. Birdman lay in a hanging basket and wrote furiously. I saw something very interesting again. Then he sighed again. It's just a pity that today's news cannot be reported casually. Otherwise, neither the Navy nor the Beast Pirates will let him go. When it gets to that point, it's over. While everything is going on here on 9 Snake Island, Marie Joa, Navy Marshal Cyborg Kong had immediately rushed to Wula Oxing's office and was angrily yelled at by his immediate superior. The government has been disgraced by you. The one that got the most scolding was the sentence, he actually ended up being kidnapped and threatened by pirates. Is a man who is going to become a general such a waste? Go back and let that idiot Sakaski reflect on himself. Kong didn't dare to refute a single word and allowed Wula Oxing to spray wildly. There was no way that guy Sakaski was really embarrassed this time. After all, he was about to become a general, but in the end, he was messed up by a 13-year-old kid. If the kid hadn't been worried about the government, he probably wouldn't have been able to come back. The 5 old stars have finally had enough scolding. Maz, the bearded 5 old star, calmed down and said, that boy Ian has been doing a lot of things recently. Dressrosa, where he took away the little humans, and also took away the little humans from Proden's King Elizabeth. Ronari learned the fist of the king, and Sakaski was injured by this move. On Fishman Island, he signed an agreement with Neptune to migrate the population, and also formed a Fishman army, and now even the 9 Snakes pirates have been captured by him. Sora took a breath. He really didn't know that Ian had done so many things during this period. So the Beast's pirates are developing very quickly. Although neither the small humans, the Fishman troops, nor the 9 Snakes pirates are very powerful in Sora's opinion, adding 3 forces in one go is still too fast, right? So what do you Navy do for food? The bearded Sartan glared at Sora. The enemy of pirates is the Navy, not the world government. This has been the practice for 800 years. Then he added, However, it is indeed time to take the development of the beast pirates seriously. Let's keep an eye on the beast pirates first. They are still within control now. But in a few years, things will probably be different. The 5 old stars looked at the Navy Marshal. Sora, bring some snacks. Don't let us down. Empty Mouth says yes. But I was also complaining in my heart. The Navy's opponents are pirates all over the world. Now that the Great Pirate Age is intensifying, it is not easy for the Navy to mobilize enough power to defeat the beast pirates. So I can only hope that the beast pirates will calm down for a while. It's better to hand over the position of Marshal to that guy from the Warring States period as soon as possible. 9 Snake Island. As the most distinguished guests, Ian and Yamato followed the 9 Snakes pirates into the interior of the 9 Snakes Kingdom. After passing through the long and narrow passage, it suddenly became clear. It feels like a peach blossom spring. The land is flat, the houses look like, and there are fertile fields, beautiful ponds, mulberry trees, and bamboos. However, the area inside this mountain is not too big. There is not even a bustling city. Ian only saw a few villages. A rough calculation shows that the total population of this country is only about 1 or 200,000, not even 1/20th of Fishman Island, let alone compared with Wano country. Ian raised his head and looked at the mountain wall in the distance. There were rows of distinctive buildings hanging on the cliff. However, because it kind of broke down a mountain wall on one side, the suspended buildings on that side collapsed. While looking at the scenery of this country, Ian said calmly, "Why didn't Senior Rayleigh come over?" Xiachi, who was walking a few steps in front of him, said leisurely while smoking. Lale said it would be inconvenient for him to come here. Ian nodded slightly. He is now the great benefactor of 9 Snakes, and rounded up is also the benefactor of Xiachi. But to Rayleigh, he is the enemy who killed his friends. Therefore, the best way to deal with it is not to appear in front of him. This is the calmness of adults. Congratulations, young man, Xiachi said leisurely. Now Kuji Island has indeed become the territory of the beast pirates. And there was no way to say no. Same joy. Ian chuckled. It's just that I'm a little curious. Xiachi turned her head slightly. Young man, is it really worth it to face a guy like Sakaski for 9 Snakes? She knew very well that if Ian's charged attack didn't work, he would be doomed. After all, it was impossible to know that he and Laole would come from the beginning, right? Ian spoke righteously. The crisis on 9 Snake Island is all due to the emergence of seafloor stone inlay technology, and this technology was published in the newspaper for the purpose of selling seafloor stone. So strictly speaking, the crisis on 9 Snake Island is all because of the emergence of seafloor stone inlay technology. Come because of me. So, it's my duty to do so. What did Wei Guangjing say? Wei Guangjing. Xiachi twitched the corner of her mouth. This kid can really speak his mind. But, Lord Ian. The girls of the 9 Snakes pirates had already screamed. If Yamato hadn't been so nimble in blocking Ian again, the girls would have pounced on him. But Lord Ian. King Rose came over. She had great respect for Ian. Why should the 9 Snakes pirates be disbanded? Without the 9 Snakes pirates going out to hunt for supplies, this country would be finished. The 9 Snakes pirates are no longer in action. This is the face given to the 5 old stars by Ian. End quote. The windless belt is no longer safe, end quote. Ian said, if we continue to plunder like in the past, it will undoubtedly provoke the Navy's nerves. This is a very dangerous behavior. But, King Ross sighed, in that case, what will we 9 Snakes do? Ian smiled and said, don't forget, King Rose, you now have our beast pirates behind you. If you have any problems, we will help. All joking aside, with the small population of the 9 Snake Kingdom, the beast pirates' financial resources can directly support them. Really? King Russ was overjoyed. Ian smiled. The most indispensable thing in the country of Wano is the Sea Tower Stone. You can definitely build a fleet that can shuttle through the Windless Zone. IT should be enough even to serve as a cargo merchant that shuttles through the great routes and the 4 seas. You live. Oh, like this. Rose's eyes lit up. Even. Ian thought for a moment. The Kingdom of 9 Snakes has been isolated from the rest of the world for too long, and most of its citizens don't even know what men look like. He added, if you are not good at doing business, just rent those ships. Just give it to a friend of mine as a stock and let him pay you dividends on time. Umid shouldn't mind, right? That's great. Ross was relieved. If you can live lying down, who would want to be a pirate? In just a few words, the group of people had walked into the field paths of the 9 Snakes Kingdom and soon arrived at a village. Their arrival caused the village to boil. All the women in the village came out, especially the untouched girls, looking at him with an intense look that made Ian feel his scalp numb. Is that a man? This is the first time I've seen it. Don't use the word man. That's Lord Ian. Lord Ian who saved us. Well, what happened in the battle just now has spread throughout the Nine Snakes Island. Sir Ian, can you have a child with me? A girl looked at Ian and shouted loudly. It was like turning on some infinite loop switch, and the shouts began to rise and fall instantly. Lord Ian, please marry me. Lord Ian. Ian. Ian had never thought that his name was so ugly. The endless shouting made him dizzy. Young man. Xiaoqi was a little gloating. You are now the dream lover of all the girls on Nine Snake Island. Ian's mouth twitched. What Xiaoqi said was indeed correct. Every time he passed a village, there would be bursts of cheers of Lord Ian in the village. Ian was convinced that it was really popular among thousands of girls, right? But Ian felt a little scary. There are no men or mother-child rivers on Nine Snake Island. Girls in this country go out to see if they want to have children, and then come back with children. It's scary if you think about it carefully. It's a professional marriage scam. Being targeted by thousands of such girls, Ian felt a little scary. Anyway, a group of people came to the Palace of Nine Snakes, where King Ross was going to hold a welcome banquet for Ian and Yamato. Well, it's also a common practice at sea to hold a banquet when you are in doubt. 111. Island of the Beasts. Hancock is sick. Although Nine Snake Island is closed, the banquet was unexpectedly sumptuous. In the restaurant, the long and exaggerated dining table is filled with all kinds of seafood, which are cooked fragrantly and make people salivate. However, most of them are just seafood. There are very few meats and fruits on land. After all, Nine Snake Island is quite small, making it difficult to carry out hunting or planting. But the seafood is not bad either. The various sea beasts in this world are actually similar to the beasts on land, but they live in the sea. But Yamato was not very happy eating. It was obviously delicious food, but the girl puffed up her face in anger. The reason? Master Ian, please try this. No, taste mine. Taste mine too. It was obviously a long dining table long enough to accommodate all the members of the Nine Snakes Pirates, but a large number of pirate girls were crowding in front of Ian at this time, serving food to Ian with smiles on his face. Ian twitched the corner of his mouth and looked around. He was completely surrounded by all kinds of food. Pairs of chopsticks are like weapons, and the girls are fighting it out on the battlefield in another place. Why do you have this strange sense of déjà vu? Why do I feel like I have become the heroine in some hardcore movie who is surrounded and faced with weapons? Hey, you guys. The white-haired girl finally couldn't hold back anymore and slapped the table and stood up angrily. Don't give Ian any more food. I haven't even clipped it to Ian. But the pirate girls turned a deaf ear and said without looking back, then Yamato-sama, you can also feed Ian-sama something to eat. Yamato puffed up his face and ran into the crowd. Ian, give it to me. In Ian's stunned eyes, the giant half-human-sized stick of flesh and bone was stuffed directly into Ian's mouth. Do you want to choke me to death? I'm not Nika. Ha ha ha. It was Xiaoqi who couldn't help laughing heartily. No matter how powerful you are, no matter how thoughtful you are still a child after all. King Ross and Groliosa also couldn't help laughing. However, the banquet could not go on like this, so Rose still spoke out to ask the girls of the pirate group to calm down. Therefore, the girls could only reluctantly return to their original positions, but all of them still looked at Ian with burning eyes. Ian expressionlessly wiped the oil on his face when Yamato pressed his flesh against his face. Hard to bear. How did those dog emperors with 3,000 beauties in their harem manage to sit firmly on the duodai? The woman at the foot of the mountain is a tiger. The old monk sincerely does not deceive me. Sure enough, it's better not to think about starting a harem. He turned his head and glanced at Yamato beside him, who was smiling and waving a huge piece of meat in a show of power. One little ancestor is enough. After that, the banquet was finally able to proceed smoothly. It should be regarded as a feast for the guests and the host. After all, Ian's reputation in front of the Nine Snakes Pirates is a little too high at this time, and the pirate girls are also a little too enthusiastic about Ian. Wait until you are full of wine and food. Xiaoqi said, Brother Ian, although I have left Nine Snakes Island for a long time, I am still a member of Nine Snakes, so can I ask you another question? Ian nodded. Please do. The Beast Pirates are willing to help Nine Snakes in this way. As this is the obligation of our protectors to our protected ones, then Xiaqi's eyes were sharp. What do we need to pay? The protection of the beast pirates is of course not free. Ian smiled. First of all, the simplest, of course, is that 9 snakes need to fight for us when we need it. Of course, that's no problem. King Ross nodded neatly. But Sir Ian, the only ones who can participate in the war are the 9 snakes pirates. After all, you have also seen that there are only such a few people in our country. Certainly, Ian doesn't think this should be rejected. An attitude is enough. The combat power of the 9 snakes pirates is just that. Without Hancock, Jack should be able to destroy them alone in 10 years. If there is a first, then there is a second. Xiaqi said, what is the second condition? Ian smiled sheepishly. As we all know, 9 Snakes Island is the home of hockey. Almost all the warriors of 9 Snakes have hockey in their hands. I'm really curious. Although domineering is bad in the New World, it is not such a bad method. In the Navy, domineering is also a move that only general-level officers can master. But in 9 Snakes, not to mention the 9 Snakes pirates, everyone is domineering in 2 colors, and even the protector warriors under them are all domineering. To be honest, it's a bit annoying. Maybe 9 Snakes really has a domineering secret? Ian thought. This request may be a bit excessive. After all, if there is a secret book, it will undoubtedly be the foundation of 9 Snakes. But, this? Ian felt that the somewhat presumptuous request not only did not make Rose angry, but made her laugh. Is this the second request? Ian was a little confused. What's the meaning? Is there anything funny about this? Young man, if this is the request, it is actually very simple. Xiaqi smiled with interest. After all, it is easy to awaken domineering energy. This is the innate ability of our 9 Snakes nation, just like our girls can only give birth to daughters. Ian was speechless. Is there such a setting? So, boy. Xiaqi looked at the pirate girls with burning eyes. You only need to marry a few more girls from Kuja, and your beast pirates will be able to gain the power of Kuja's blood. Ian twitched the corner of his mouth. The power of blood, right? Are you a serious person about blood? Me, choose me, Sir Ian. You have to choose me. Choose me, Lord Ian. The pirate girls instantly became restless. Ian just pretended not to hear. In addition, Xiaqi's smile also faded slightly, and she said seriously, this ability is not as powerful as you think. You have noticed it, right? The hockey possessed by the warriors of 9 Snakes is very weak. The warriors of the 9 Snakes pirates who have been on the battlefield for a long time are stronger, but they are also much weaker than other pirates who fight in the sea. Where? I really didn't notice. Yeah. In the original work, Hancock's 2 sisters, who had mastered dual-color hockey, were beaten violently by Luffy, who didn't even know what hockey was 2 years ago. You know, what Sandersonia and Marigold have mastered is not ordinary domineering. It is a high-level weapon color that can be released. More than a crotch pull can describe it. No wonder, with such a high popularity rate of hockey, the world government has no interest in Kuja. It turns out that strength is exchanged for awakening probability. Ian was no longer interested for a moment. It can only be passed down by blood, and the domineering power after awakening will not be too high, unless it is a talented person like Hancock. In this world, group power is important, but individual combat power is more important. That makes no sense at all. It's better to wait for Gaji's artificial devil fruit research. Ian felt a little regretful and then said, then let's change the conditions, I heard. There is an island full of ferocious beasts near 9 Snakes. Ross was very surprised. Yes, there is. IT is on the uninhabited island Raskina Island northwest of our 9 Snakes Island. But Sir Ian, how do you know? The windless zone is very closed, and in the past, even if someone occasionally passed by, they would never stop here. It should be difficult for the news here to spread outside. I saw it in an autobiography of an adventurer many years ago. Ian made an excuse and an understatement. I heard that all those things are extremely ferocious beasts. That's right. Rose nodded slightly, her eyes a little solemn. It is said that there once was a country on that island, but was defeated in the competition with nature and was eventually completely destroyed by the violent beasts on the island. Great. Ian smiled and said, this is the kind of monster our beasts pirates need. The current beasts pirates really have no shame in calling themselves beasts in front of the beasts on this uninhabited island. What did the original Raleigh say? He said that there were at least 500 beasts on that island that were stronger than Luffy, who had experienced the war on the top. Even Luffy 2 years ago was no less powerful than a serious Marine headquarters rear admiral. Even against Maynard, a parallel vice admiral like King Red could easily win. And there are 500 beasts stronger than Luffy like this. What is this concept? In the original work, the Beasts Pirates created a legion of beasts through the artificial devil fruit studied by Caesar, but they are probably not as good as these beasts. Good guy, the Golden Lion was going to faint in tears when he heard the news. I have spent 20 years studying ferocious beasts in vain, and here I have it ready-made. Need this kind of monster? Ross didn't understand. But Sir Ian, these beasts are not very intelligent, and they are ferocious and difficult to tame. What do you do with them? Untamable. Ian smiled half-heartedly. That's not necessarily the case. On the way to Nine Snakes, I asked Morgans to check it out. The last user with a dango fruit ability was a long time ago. This fruit has probably been lying quietly somewhere for a long time, waiting for the arrival of its owner. And this somewhere is probably in the country of Wano, in Guri, near Nogura village. After all, the Xiaoyu who ate the fruit in the original work was a little girl from Whaley village, and she had no ability to leave the village too far. Ian has asked Teacher Kai to start searching the area. As long as you get the dumpling fruit, are those ferocious beasts just cute little dogs? You can even let the Murloc troops go into the sea with the created dumplings to tame sea beasts. The Neptune type should not be able to do this. They are very intelligent and only submit to Neptune. And there is a time limit for dumplings. It seems to be 1 month. But it doesn't matter, just feed it when the time is up. Totally enough. The Beast Pirates will soon become the real Beast Legion. I think I said this before. Forget it, Gaji's artificial devil fruit is also part of the Beast's plan. Is that so? Rose nodded. Then Sir Ian, I will take you to Raskina Island from now on. Since Ian said so, of course she had no objection. Ian smiled brightly. Thank you very much. Just at this time, the door of the banquet hall was pushed open desperately, and 2 tearful girls ran in. They cried so hard that they were out of breath. Your Majesty Ross, what kind of mother-in-law, Xiaoqi? Sister, she is going to die. What? Ian was stunned. He looked at the 2 girls. A round-faced girl with green hair and a slim girl with brown hair. Although they are very different from the future image, they are indeed Hancock's 2 younger sisters, right? The second sister is Sonda Sonia, and the third sister is Marigold. The sister they call, isn't that Hancock? Hancock is dying? Ian couldn't help but feel anxious. In his plan, Hancock will be an important combat force of the Beast Pirates in the future. How could he die? But he was clearly unscathed before. Was he attacked by a Kainu with an internally destructive weapon? Was it an internal injury? Akainu, you have committed a heinous crime. Ross and Xiaoqi looked at each other and saw the smile in the senior's eyes. The current Emperor of Nine Snakes could only sigh dejectedly and stood up. Sir Ian, Hancock is sick. Please come with me to take a look. Ian only felt a little baffled. I'm not a doctor. Why should I go see you? Etc. Ian instantly thought of a possibility. No way. The smile stiffened. So Ian followed Rose Shikigo Loliosa all the way to Hancock's room. The 2 sisters who were leading the way were still out of breath, crying, Sister, I don't know what happened. She has been bedridden since she fainted just now. Her body is still feverish. The doctor has tried all kind of methods but can't give her any treatment. She cools down. But Xiaoqi didn't panic at all. Don't worry, Sonia. Mary, that kind of disease cannot be cured by ordinary methods. But she glanced at Ian inadvertently. We have brought the special medicine over. Ian twitched the corner of his mouth. He also inadvertently glanced sideways at Yamato walking beside him. What's wrong? The girl, who had the same intuition as a beast, looked at Ian in surprise. No, it's nothing. Ian shook his head. Soon, Hancock's boudoir arrived. This is a room that is not too big. After all, Hancock is not the Emperor of Nine Snakes at this time. A small bed was placed on one side of the room. The black-haired girl was lying on her back in her pajamas, with the quilt pulled aside. The girl's complexion had a strange flush, her hands were pressed on her chest, her breathing was rapid, and her body was twisting uneasily like a snake. To be honest, it's a bit bitter. Hancock is already a 16-year-old girl, much better to develop than Yamato. Elder sister. The 2 sisters wailed when they saw this scene and rushed towards Hancock. But before they rushed to the bed, Ross said directly, Hancock, are you okay? We're going to take Sir Ian to Raskina Island next. We originally said that you would take Sir Ian there. It's a tour of the island, but if you're not feeling well, forget it. The two sisters turn around in shock. Your Majesty Ross, your sister is so sick. What else can you say? Go. Before Rose finished speaking, Hancock, who was seriously ill on the bed, suddenly stood up without warning like a zombie. The flush on her body dissipated instantly. However, her bright eyes were fixed on Ian, but her face was filled with tears. The nice blush appeared again, like a burning cloud in the evening. I'll take Sir Ian there. Ian's eyes twitched. Subconsciously, he looked at Yamato next to him. Yamato tilted his head and looked at Hancock in surprise, then pulled Ian's sleeve and whispered in his ear, "Is she really sick?" On the bed, Hancock, who had just regained his energy, looked at this scene, rolled his eyes, and fell down again in an instant. Elder sister. The two sisters screamed instantly. Yamato also exclaimed in shock, "Sure enough, he is sick. What a strange illness." Rose face-bombed. What a crime. 112, Beast. Hancock is on board. The Imp Army. Ruskina Island. An uninhabited desert island located in the northwest of Nine Snake Island. Because it is located in a windless zone, this place is actually more uninhabited than other uninhabited islands in the SEA. In most cases, no one will land on this island for many years. But now a group of people came to this island. Yo-ho! Yamato laughed happily. She was riding on the back of a giant wolf that was 3 meters tall and was speeding through the forest. This huge wild wolf had a big bump on his forehead. At this time, he was sobbing silently with tears in his eyes, not even daring to cry out. However, Yamato's joyful ride only lasted a few seconds. An even bigger rhinoceros rushed out from the jungle. Its huge and sharp horns directly pierced the giant wolf's belly, and blood spattered instantly. Ah, my wolf! Yamato was thrown into the sky by the huge force, but his eyes were distressed as he looked down at the big wolf that had been strung up by the rhinoceros, and said with great sadness, "Had he got the names ready? I just tamed this big wolf half a minute ago." However, the level of naming is still as bad as ever. Ian stood on a big rock not far away, watching quietly as the angry Yamato dropped his mace, directly punching a hole in the giant rhino's skull. But it's so lively. Ian sighed. Roar! A huge tiger jumped out from the jungle behind Ian, bringing a fishy wind with it, trying to devour Ian directly. But what do you want to do to Mr. Ian? Damn stinky cat. Behind Ian, a tall figure shot up, swinging his long and powerful right leg, fragrant feet. The slender right leg was like a steel whip, kicking the tiger's head into rubble all over the ground. That's why I say it's very lively. Almost every few minutes there will be an attack by a wild beast. Ian turned around, and the black-haired girl landed swiftly. Then, Master Ian is looking at me. Hancock's face turned red immediately, and he ran far away, hiding behind a big tree and looking at Ian carefully. Ian sighed. The love brain is exactly the same as in the original work. She has completely replaced Luffy's position in her heart in the original work. To be honest, it's great to be admired by the most beautiful woman in the world, but Ian looked at Yamato, who was irritated, and swung the iron rod and kept hitting him until the head of the big rhinoceros was smashed into ice cubes. It's different to have a childhood sweetheart who is simple, rude, and possessive. Roar! There was another loud roar. Just the sound caused by the roar made the big trees in the forest tremble. Oh. Ian turned his head instantly. The really awesome one is coming. Chimpanzees. A huge orangutan that was at least 20 meters tall smashed all the trees along the way and rushed directly towards Ian. Lord Ian! Hancock couldn't help but exclaim. There are many wild beasts on Ruskina Island, but most of the power is just that. There are only a very few special individuals who are so powerful that even the captains of the Nine Snakes pirates may not be able to defeat them. And this orangutan is one of them. Ian raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The next moment, he flew up like lightning and flicked his right foot. Lanjiao dance. Blue slashes like a violent storm struck the giant gorilla one after another. The sharp slashes tore the flesh of the giant beast into pieces in an instant. However, it was only limited to tearing its flesh, and blood didn't even spurt out much. The extremely strong muscles possessed by the giant gorilla's extremely huge body could not completely tear its body apart even with Ian's slash, which could tear even steel. The pain caused the giant beast to roar even more violently and smashed its huge fist in the air. Kneel down. But at the same time, Ian had jumped to a higher place and suddenly fell down. His right leg like a battle axe struck the top of the giant beast's head, knocking the giant beast to its knees and knocking it to the ground. The ground was covered by its knees. Two huge holes were crushed. Ian landed lightly on the head of the giant beast. However, even such a powerful blow could not defeat it. The beast wants to stand up again. Only. Quiet. Ian's eyes darkened. He's not too heavy. Even though his whole body is full of powerful muscles, he probably only weighs more than 200 kilograms. However, at this time, the terrifying aura emanating from him seems to be pressing down on the giant beast like a mountain. The gorilla's pupils trembled instantly, and dense sweat seeped out from its forehead. Its body went stiff and motionless. Just as Ian said, it was kneeling in place and not daring to move. Beasts are not as intelligent as humans, but their sense of danger is much better than humans. It can realize that if it dares to resist, it will be dead. Still quite honest, Ian thought. But it's awesome. Even when he wasn't using his abilities, he couldn't cause fatal injuries to him. Not to mention, it is also the strength of a lieutenant general level. It's not surprising to have someone with a level of 6. Is this a beast that even Luffy has to figure out the 4th block move to fight against? It's no worse than the barbarian tyrants. Really not bad. Ian was filled with admiration. Lord Ian. Behind him, Hancock looked at Ian with fascination on the top of the giant beast. A strong wind blew through the forest, causing the boy's half-length hair to fly in the wind. Also flying along with it was his unbuttoned black suit. Hancock couldn't move his eyes away from that condescending and high-spirited look. So handsome. She felt her cheeks burning in her sight. Ian seemed to be surrounded by countless roses, and his whole style became more magnificent. This feeling is love. Before, Xiaoqi and Gulaliosa had given her sudden tutoring. Let her understand that the feeling she has for Lord Ian is the so-called love. Love is a storm. My mother-in-law said, "Since you love me, chase after me bravely. Otherwise you will die." This is Kuji's lovesickness. But Hancock looked bitter. The scars on his back had obviously scabbed over a long time ago, but now they seemed to be burning again. If Sir Ian knew. The corners of the girl's mouth became depressed, and she was about to cry. Ian. Yamato excitedly rushed towards Ian. This island is so interesting. There's so many powerful guys here. Do you want to stay and play? No. Ian shook his head. It's better to say it's almost time to go back. After confirming the strength of the beasts on the island, there was no need to stay. Hey, so fast. What nonsense are you talking about? Jack and the others are still waiting for us at Fishman Island. So, the 3 people who landed on the island returned to the ship of the 9 Snakes pirates that was parked on the shore. Ian offered to say goodbye. So fast, Sir Ian. Ross was shocked by this. Can we at least spend a few more days on 9 Snakes Island? Need not. Ian shook his head. I have to go meet my friends next, so I won't waste time. Moreover, I always feel that staying on 9 Snake Island is dangerous. Who knows when those crazy 9 Snake girls will do something? If you like something, pursue it. This is the national culture of 9 Snakes. Ian felt a bit scary, to be honest. After all, being infatuated by one girl is not a bad thing. Being infatuated by several girls is better, and being infatuated by dozens of girls is even more charming. However, being crazily loved by tens of thousands of girls is really scary. That's it. Rose sighed sadly. She muttered, I also said it would be nice to leave some excellent seeds for 9 Snakes. Ian's eyes twitched. Please explain to me what a seed is. Your Majesty, Ross. Ian pretended that he didn't hear it and got down to business. We, the Beast Pirates, need a lot of beasts on these islands, so we need your help. Riskina Island is too far away from Wano country, and its area is too large. Teacher Kai cannot come over and move the island directly back. Therefore, in order to get the beasts on the island, you need to rely on primitive and slow shipping. I know. When it came to business, Ross also became serious, but Sir Ian, it is not easy to transport these beasts. The distance is too far, and there is a red continent between us and the New World. You just need to capture it and leave the transportation to my friends. Ian said that Womit would definitely be willing to help. As for the Red Earth continent, the Fishman Island should be able to send Fishman troops to help escort the transportation to ensure that there will be no problems with the transportation in the sea. Fishman Island? Rose was surprised. As expected of Lord Ian. Is there even a way to reach the Fishman Island, the territory of the Whitebeard pirates? Then leave it to us. Ross nodded. If it's just about catching wild beasts, then of course it's no problem. Ian said, but remember, don't overcapture. Focus on the beasts that have entered the mature stage. It's not okay to fish when the lake is exhausted. Clear. Rose nodded again. Then she turned back and looked at a girl behind her, Sir Ian. Ian also looked at the expectant girl. I couldn't help but scratch my head. What a headache. Just let Hancock come with us. Ian said, she has great potential and is qualified to become a leader of the Beast Pirates. Before, Ross took the time to solemnly tell him about the lovesickness on Nine Snake Island, and then told him that Hancock was suffering from this disease now. If he left like this, Hancock would die. Very good. Rose cheered. She looked back at the girl. Hancock, did you hear that? This. The girl covered her chest and stumbled backwards as if she had been hit by an arrow, with red hearts flying out of her eyes. This is it, a proposal. Ian twitched the corner of his mouth. Ah. At the same time, Yamato tilted his head and pulled Ian's sleeve. Does this woman also want to go back with us? Ian thought for a while and said, Hancock has some kind of disease. If she doesn't leave with us, she will die. Why do I feel like the scumbag male protagonist in the female pornographic novels, who started to torture his cute childhood sweetheart for Bayuegwang? However, although Yamato is stupid and cute, she is by no means a girl who is easily bullied. The white-haired girl looked Hancock up and down and curled her lips, but this guy feels very annoying. The smile on Hancock's face gradually disappeared as he was intoxicated with the joy of leaving with Ian soon. She stared at Yamato. This white hair is really an eyesore. Ian sighed. It is foreseeable that a life of chaos is coming. Soon, Ian transformed into a huge golden flying dragon and spread its wings, heading back towards Fishman Island. Because there was a permanent pointer to Fishman Island, there was no need to worry about getting lost. Beside Hancock, her two younger sisters also stayed behind Ian's back. The three sisters grew up together. Now that the elder sister Hancock is joining the Beast Pirates, of course the two younger sisters have to follow. Ian didn't care either. Hancock's two younger sisters were of course much weaker in talent than Hancock, but it didn't matter if the Beast Pirates had two rice bugs. Ian suddenly remembered. Are there already too many young people around him? Moreover, everyone seems to have different talents, right? He will definitely be able to reach the level of the four emperors or even surpass them. The lone can be up to Yonko level Yamato. The lone can reach the top 3 disaster level Hancock, Law, and Sanji. Jack can definitely reach the level of 3 disasters. Drake, Runny, and Page Wan are guaranteed to be at the level of 6. Ian smacked his lips. In 10 years, he would really be able to join the new Beast Pirates. At that time, you can say a sentence, a man is born between heaven and earth. How can he live in the world for a long time? Lao Ding, it's time to explode the gold coins. Thinking about it, I'm still a little excited. On his back. Am I on Sir Ian's back now? Sir Ian's back is so big and warm. Hancock was so moved that tears filled his eyes, and he lay softly on Ian's back with a look of emotion on his face. Is this it, heart to heart? Ian twitched the corner of his mouth again, quite cultured. But with the thickness of your chest and the size of my body at this time, our hearts are still a bit far apart. The two sisters were hesitant to speak. What happened to the cold and indifferent sister? But Yamato just felt weird inside and wanted to hit someone. What is this strange woman doing? Ian was really afraid of a fight from behind, but fortunately, his flying speed was not too slow, and he soon arrived at the Chambord Islands. Neptune's men had been waiting here for a long time. Ian and others applied a waterproof layer on themselves here, and then followed the Murloc troops sent by Neptune to pick them up straight into the deep sea. Entering the deep sea for the first time, the reactions of the 3 Hancock sisters were not much better than Yamato before. They are all full of surprise and admiration. When huge monsters in the sea occasionally wandered by, Hancock's 2 sisters would scream in fear. On the contrary, Hancock didn't care about it. She knew that no matter what happened, Sir Ian would protect them. The girl always secretly peeked at Ian. Her eyes were gentle and affectionate, admiring him. Ian pretended not to see it. On Yamato's part, whenever Hancock peeked at Ian, she would suddenly turn her head to look at Hancock, and what she saw next was Hancock looking at the surrounding deep sea. As a result, Yamato became even more suspicious. However, this suspicion did not last long. The dark deep sea was too boring. Yamato yawned and fell asleep leaning on Ian's shoulder twice. He even hugged Ian's arms in a very bad sleeping state neck. Hancock suddenly clenched his fists, and his face turned pale. Ian sighed silently. Heck. Fortunately, the fishman troops sent by Neptune were very fast, and soon the Fishman Island arrived. This time, there is no need to break in directly, but it is better to say that the troops guarding the gate of Fishman Island respectfully welcome Ian's return. Enter the Fishman Island and go straight to Dragon Palace City. The friends came over immediately. Brother Ian, what's going on over there with Nine Snakes? Jack came up and asked. The newspaper said that the Nine Snakes pirates were wiped out, and you were not mentioned at all. That's an exchange. Ian said, I'll give the government a face and ask the Navy to give up its plan for Nine Snakes Island. Jack breathed a long sigh of relief. I knew how Brother Ian could fail. Behind Ian, Hancock's eyes suddenly lit up after hearing Jack's words. This guy seems like a nice guy. At the same time, Ian, Black Maria also noticed the three sisters following Ian, especially Hancock. So beautiful. In front of this girl, Black Maria felt ashamed. Who are they? Ian then turned around and introduced Hancock, Sandersonia, Marigold, three sisters from Nine Snakes. Hancock is an extraordinary genius, so I want to ask her to join the 100 Beast Pirates. Master Ian praised me as a genius. Hancock was hit by an arrow again. He clutched his chest and leaned on his sister. He was so intoxicated that he even felt a little painful. How could he still have the pale face he had in the deep sea half a minute ago? So happy. Yeah, is something interesting going to happen? Luo raised his mouth instantly. Even Violet looked at him intently, wishing she could use her ability to read Ian's mind. Ian, Black Maria looked at Ian. Ian said seriously, all goals have been achieved. It's time to go back. I'm going to say goodbye to Neptune now. The reaction of Neptune and his wife was similar to Ross's. They both tried to keep Ian when he said goodbye. Odoheim said, Ian, stay a few more days. After my efforts in the past 2 days, the number of people willing to move to Wano has increased to more than 4,000. There will be more in the future. No need, Princess Odoheim. Ian shook his head. Under the current situation, no matter how hard you try, it will not be of greater use. I have to make the people of Fishman Island deeply realize that life in Wano is somewhat different from what they think. But what should we do? Odoheim seemed a little anxious, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Otherwise, I will go to Wano with you. Although her body was very fragile, her heart was very strong. In the original work, she dared to follow the celestial dragons to Marihoa. You are not suitable, Princess Odoheim. You originally agreed, but the people of Fishman Island may not believe it. Ian smiled. Perhaps you can ask Fisher Tiger to come. After making a big fuss in Marihoa, Tiger has become a great hero of Fishman Island. His reputation is even higher than that of Princess Odoheim at this time. If he can agree with the immigration plan, then the subsequent progress should be much easier. Tiger. The couple looked at each other. In any case, Ian and his party returned again. The coating of the Golden Dragon has been completed long ago, and now is the time to return. Unlike when they came here, this time when they returned, there were more than 1,000 Fishman pirates and more than 4,000 Fishman Island residents on the ship. It should be said that it is fortunate that the Golden Dragon is big enough, otherwise it really can't accommodate so many people. 113. Yamato versus Hancock. Famous lines reproduced. The moment the golden flying dragon broke through the sea and rushed onto the surface of the new world, the deck of the big ship boiled instantly. Is this the sea? The sunshine on the sea is warmer than Fishman Island. That's the real cloud. That's the real sea breeze. It's different. Everything is different. We are finally at sea. Whether it was the gangsters from Fishman Street or the immigrants from Fishman Island, most of them had tears in their eyes at this time. The yearning for land, sunshine, and sea breeze must have been engraved in the bones of the residents of Fishman Island from about 100 years ago. It's a pity that Joey Boy from 800 years ago broke the promise. So at this moment, the fishmen and mermaids who came to the sea were so excited that many even jumped directly into the sea, swimming happily on the sea and dancing with the fish in the water. Is it necessary? Violet pouted. Everyone swarmed onto the deck, and the originally empty deck where planes could be docked instantly became crowded. Of course it's necessary. Ian leaned on the side of the boat and looked down at the mermaids and mermaids having fun on the sea below with a chuckle. This is freedom. Freedom is the most important thing in this world. In this vast ocean, no one should be restrained. Although fishmen and mermaids seem to have a vaster deep sea than the world on the sea, fishmen and mermaids are also human beings, and they cannot live in the bleak, cold deep sea. They can only be protected by the Yangshu Eve. The only place they can survive is near the sheltered Fishman Island. They had been imprisoned in that narrow area. That's why the fishmen and pirates in the sea have been restrained repeatedly, and their yearning for freedom can never be eradicated. Free. Violet paused for a moment. She has been free since she was a child, and all her family members are very good to her. She has never felt the lack of freedom before. But now she can understand it somewhat because she met Ian and then was coerced by this guy to join the Beast Pirates. She somewhat understands what it means to be unfree. What freedom is this guy still talking about? Violet immediately cast a contemptuous look at Ian. Ian didn't take it seriously and just laughed. I can do whatever I want. This is my freedom as a strong person. But don't let anything happen to them. Ian tilted his head. Jack was practicing boxing on the deck not far away. He has abandoned the sword and learned boxing, because Ian suggested that he learn the fish body technique. So during this period of time, he has been learning from the teachers who know the fish body technique among the fishmen gangsters who joined the Beast Pirates. What's wrong, brother Ian? Hearing the call from his most respected eldest brother, Jack stopped even boxing and ran over in a hurry. Ian pointed at the sea, which was restless due to the activities of the merfolk. How are you getting along with the Murloc troops? Very good, Jack said solemnly. They all listen to me now. Oh. Ian raised an eyebrow. I didn't know for all these years that this little guy still has this kind of talent. I beat them all up, Jack said honestly. Then tell them that I will kill anyone who dares to disobey, and then they will respect me very much. Ha ha ha. Ian laughed. Very good, very Beast Pirate style. But Ian looked at his little brother with admiration. It is a matter of course that he brutalizes the Fishman troops. Now that Tiger and Jinbe are gone, there is no one stronger than him in the entire Fishman Island. Then let your little brothers take action. Ian said, let them maintain order. Don't let any surprises happen at such a happy moment. Yes. Jack nodded solemnly and immediately walked to the side of the ship and shouted down, Hey, bastards, listen up. Everyone, go to the outermost edge of the crowd to be on guard and pay attention to any abnormal situations. The next moment. Yes, Boss Jack. The Murloc troops who were having fun with the ordinary residents on the sea immediately responded loudly and then swam to the outside without hesitation. This should be fine. Ian saw this and patted Jack's leg. They could only take pictures here. Well done, Jack. Orders and prohibitions. Jack, do you still have the talent to be a general? Jack's face was distorted with excitement, and he smiled as brightly as a sunflower. This is what I should do. I am very happy when I am praised by Brother Ian. Lord Ian. Just at this moment, Hancock rushed out of the cabin with a look of joy on her face, pushing a dining cart. I've prepared afternoon tea for you. Jack turned his head instantly and looked at Hancock, who was blushing. It's a bit embarrassing to say that the moment he saw Hancock, Jack suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Ian frowned for a moment. I prepared cakes and black tea. Hancock opened the lid of the dining car with a smile, revealing that it was not very exquisite, but at least there was a decent stack of cakes and a pot of hot black tea. It can be seen that he put his heart into it. This is not the first time. Since setting off from Fishman Island, Hancock has always tried to use various means to please him. To be honest, Ian wasn't too happy. Oh, do you have any cake to eat? I happen to be hungry. Dressed in a leather jacket and leather trousers, with a pair of sunglasses on his forehead to pay tribute to the young teacher Kai, the cool and handsome Yamato walked over today and without hesitation picked up a piece of cake and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, wow, so sweet. Yamato bared his teeth. It's too sweet. Hancock's eyes instantly stiffened. The corners of Ian's mouth also stiffened. That's the food I prepared for Sir Ian. Hancock's face instantly darkened. Yeah. Yamato nodded and said in a matter-of-fact tone, but Ian's things are my things, and my things are also Ian's things. IT has always been like this. This girl did it on purpose. Because this is not the first time. When Hancock was trying to be courteous, Yamato would always come out and interrupt. Ian turned his head and looked at Black Maria not far away. The giant blonde girl smiled and waved to Ian, opening and closing her mouth silently, as if to say, Ian, don't be too carefree. Well done to you, Maria. When I overthrow Lao Shang and take the throne, I will appoint you as my bed-warming girl. I'll see what you say then. Dot. Hearing Yamato's words, Hancock's face instantly turned pale, and he looked at Ian with tears in his eyes. Sir Ian. Ian felt a little sweaty. Hey, Ian. His elbow was suddenly poked. Ian looked back, Luo gloated and said with a smile, Don't you say something? Ian grabbed the guy's head with his backhand and threw him away. Luodu was still laughing when he was thrown out. This bastard is indeed becoming more cheerful day by day, but Ian misses the seama-faced look he used to have even more. Just when he turned his head, Ian saw Violet making an okay gesture with her hands, clasping them upside down over her eyes. The girl's expression was a little excited, and in this situation, everyone is silent and cannot use their ability to read minds. Ian glared at her fiercely, and then the girl put down her hand in a dignified manner. To be honest, Ian doesn't think Yamato did anything wrong, or rather, that's what she should have done. Otherwise, Ian will have doubts about life, because that will prove that his own status in Yamato's heart is nothing more than this, leaving her with no possessive desire at all. But Hancock is not easy to deal with here either. She is really mortal. This is the future's top 3 disaster-level combat force, and it is also related to Nine Snakes Island, and they have to rely on their help to capture the beasts. Ian didn't know what to say for a moment. But at this time, Jack lowered his head. Brother Ian is troubled. Hateful. How dare these 2 stinky women bother Brother Ian? Jack was angry. However, no matter how angry he was, he did not dare to get angry at his third respected elder sister, Yamato. So Warrior Jack thought of a way. Don't you see that Brother Ian is worried? Jack said loudly. If you have to fight, let's use our strength to show off. Ian's face turned dark instantly. He also saw Jack nodding slightly towards him, with a slightly smug smile on his lips, as if to say, "Leave it to me, Brother Ian, just don't worry. You are such a considerate little brother." I'm so relieved. I'm afraid the conflict isn't intense enough, right? Hancock's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, Lord Ian said that the beast pirates are based on strength, and the weak will eat the strong. Then, as long as she defeats this annoying white hair, will she be able to replace her and be sweet with Sir Ian? Just what I wanted. Yamato nodded in agreement even faster. She looked at Hancock with his chin raised slightly and his eyes stern. He was obviously stupid most of the time, but only at this time he looked like the vicious female supporting character in a female channel novel who humiliated the little white-flowered heroine. Same thing. Are you ready to get spanked? I will prove it to Lord Ian. Hancock stood up straight. Although she was 3 years older than Yamato, she was actually a bit shorter in height, but this did not stop her from being aggressive. Who is the better person? Ian feels a toothache. Sure enough, office romance is a taboo among taboos, let alone involving 3 people. But Ian's eyes darkened. Since you want to fight, let's fight happily. So while the fishmen and mermaids around the big ship were having fun, an open space had been cleared on the deck of the big ship. 2 girls with peerless looks stood opposite each other, surrounded by a circle of people. Ian sat on the side of the boat and just watched quietly. Hey, Lord Ian. Luo's slightly mocking tone came from the side, and the guy sat next to him. How do you feel about 2 beauties dueling for you? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you into the sea, Ian said calmly. It's scary, got it. Luo pulled his mouth from left to right with his hand, indicating that the mouth had been zipped shut. But the smile on this guy's face never stopped. He just stared at the 2 girls. In fact, he's also a little curious, who was stronger between Yamato and Hancock at this time. In the original work, both of them are the most outstanding female strongmen except Charlotte Lingling. Yamato, who has mastered the tyranny, should be stronger. But now, the 13-year-old Yamato and the 16-year-old Hancock, who is stronger. Don't expect me to show mercy. Yamato pulled out the iron rod from behind, and the rod body of kin number 2 instantly became crystal white as she injected power, and the biting cold air spread instantly. This woman always harasses Ian. She is more annoying than the women on Nine Snakes Island and the mermaids on Fishman Island. Fix her hard. Thinking this, the uncontrollable violent momentum began to surge, directly crushing Hancock. But at the same time, I will turn you into stone. Hancock lifted her long jet-black hair and spoke in a cold tone. When facing people other than Ian, her attitude was always indifferent. But what was different from her cold words was that the same surging momentum surged out of her slender body, colliding with Yamato's domineering look. Overlord color. Black Maria, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but lost her voice. Is this guy there too? That is the kingly posture that only one among millions of people can achieve. And now, 3 people own this ship? Yamato could no longer hold back and ejected. Thunder Bagua. Fragrant feet. Hancock was not satisfied with his movements at all. He ejected and launched a flying kick. The iron rod suddenly collided with Hancock's toes. The difference is that Yamato's iron rod is completely white, while Hancock's toes are completely black. There was an explosion, and Yamato flew back in embarrassment amid the howling wind. Yamato was repulsed. Luo's mouth, which was zipped shut, opened again. This woman. He knew Yamato's strength very well. Even with an out-of-standard guy like Ian as a comparison, her strength could be called a monster. Except for Ian, no one on the Golden Flying Dragon was her enemy. But now, Yamato was kicked away directly. Ian was not surprised at all. Hancock is strong. In the previous battle of Nine Snake Island, he showed his ability to easily suppress the major admirals of the Navy headquarters. Of course, this strength was not honed after returning to Nine Snakes. When he was in Mariajoya, he must have been used as a battle slave, right? This strength was honed in fear and despair. You guys are pretty awesome. Yamato landed but was not angry. Instead, his eyes lit up. If Hancock is the love brain, then she is the battle brain. She and Teacher Kai can be said to be of the same blood, and she likes this kind of powerful guy the most. Then I will try my best. The cold wind instantly spread on the deck, and the white werewolf made a grand appearance. Wu attendant Binjia. Yamato opened his mouth and spat out. Under the influence of the power of returning life, the breath that should have been like mist was now condensed like a laser beam. A fantasy beast? Hancock took a deep breath, then come on. The black-haired girl jumped up, and while avoiding Yamato's breath, she tapped her lips with her left hand and immediately pulled out a big heart. With a gentle pull of the right hand on the peach heart has turned into a crossbow ready to go. The prisoner's arrow. Densely packed peach-colored arrows fell from the sky, heading toward Yamato like a storm. Horse phantom blade. Yamato swung his mace, and ice slashes shot up into the sky. However, when this white slash touched the falling arrow, it was directly turned into stone and fell powerlessly. Hey, turn into stone. Yamato pulled back in surprise, avoiding Hancock's shooting. During the battle on Kuja Island, she came late and did not see Hancock use his abilities. But her avoidance turned a large area of the deck to stone. The corner of Ian's mouth twitched. Of course, Yamato didn't just dodge, he used it and his whole body flickered on the deck like a phantom. Hancock couldn't aim at all. Mingdi. As Yamato swung the bat vigorously, a sharp impact wave crashed towards Hancock in the sky. Fragrant feet. When Hancock landed, he kicked the incoming shock wave directly with a random kick, but not waiting for her to land. Sacred foot, a white snake drive. Yamato has struck like lightning. Dalu's arrow. The heart in his hand swelled, and Hancock shot a giant arrow with his backhand, piercing the air like a missile. Yamato could only change his moves before the battle, jumped up and rotated the iron rod in his hand. Zhang Sancher Yinaruk. Prisoner shocked. Hancock pushed up the bow-arrow-like heart in his hand. The heart actually expanded the moment it flew out, turning into a huge heart and crashing towards Yamato. Ian raised his eyebrows. Is this still possible? But then I thought about it. The sweet fruit's ability can be turned into arrows. What's wrong with sending out a heart to hit someone? Boom. Tao Xian was instantly smashed to pieces by Yamato's iron rod, but at the same time, Yamato had already stepped on the air and swept away, fearing that he would be petrified. Big, fragrant feet. At this moment, Hancock ejected from bottom to top and kicked Yamato. Ian shook his head. No idea, Hancock. Yamato is waiting for you to get close. You are good at close combat, but Yamato is better at it. Sure enough, Yamato's eyes lit up instantly. Thundered Bagua. The iron rod and Hancock's toes finally collided again. But this time it was different. Hancock fell down like a meteorite, and the girl's face was very ugly. What a great strength. Don't even think about running away. Yamato rushed over like a maggot on the tarsal bone. Gundali Longsheng army. The iron rod turned into a rainstorm. Hancock gritted his teeth. Fragrant kick. The toes against the iron rod. The confrontation between the two made the whole ship tremble slightly, and the strong wind generated made Ian's eyes narrow. Hancock has fallen below. A simple kick is not enough to petrify Yamato's domineering aura. Although Yamato can't freeze her, Yamato's power is much greater. Moreover, although Yamato still doesn't know how to use observation hockey, she is almost there. With her beast-like instinct, she is not afraid of fighting Hancock in a fast attack. It happened suddenly. Oh, so that's how it is. I finally understand. Yamato suddenly laughed. Ian opened his eyes, but he saw that the iron rod in Yamato's hand was already stained with a hint of black. Breakthrough on the battlefield, right? You are the protagonist, and I am the protagonist? Ian remembered that he mastered the hardening of armament hockey after fighting with Marco. Hadn't mastered it during the fight. As hockey went further, the power of Yamato's iron rod increased suddenly. It's over. The white-haired girl smiled triumphantly. Roaring Thunder Bagua. You dare to say Roaring Thunder Bagua just because you have mastered hockey hardening, right? If you learn the flowing hockey, wouldn't it be the Great Power Thunder Bagua? Ian stared blankly. Although it was a bankrupt version of Thunder Gossip, Yamato's attack was really powerful enough to directly knock Hancock out. What's worse is that Hancock's right foot was directly frozen. The black-haired girl landed on the ground, and before she could get up, the deck was instantly frozen by ice, and she was frozen to the ground. Just when she was about to break the ice and get up, Yamato had already landed beside her, and the crystal iron rod was placed on her forehead. You lose. Yamato smiled. Hancock's body stiffened instantly, and then her face turned pale. Ian sighed when he saw this, and he had to do something, otherwise Hancock would really die here. So Ian said, "After that, those things will stop here, Hancock." Hancock's body trembled, and the girl turned her head and looked at Ian blankly. Ian said meaningfully, "Admiration is the feeling farthest from understanding." Famous line. My fault, I had something to do today, so I was much later. 114. Hancock ignites fighting spirit. Bird of Steel. At the moment Ian spoke, Hancock felt that the whole world had lost its color. All of a sudden, all the sounds left her, her mind became dizzy, and the whole person seemed to fall into the deep sea, and the cold and dark sea water swallowed her. There was only one sentence echoing in her mind. Lord Ian hates me. Visible to the naked eye, fine sweat instantly seeped out from the girl's fair skin, and then it was directly frozen into ice mist because of Yamato's freezing. The breath was visibly weak, and there was no blood on her face at all. Sister. The two sisters who were watching the game rushed over in worry. Hey. Even Yamato, the winner, panicked and looked at Ian anxiously. What's going on? Is she sick again? She knew her own strength very well. With the attack just now, it was impossible to do anything to this woman, right? Everyone felt a little puzzled. I don't know why Yamato's attack didn't hurt Hancock, but Ian's words made Hancock look like she was going to die. Did Ian develop some kind of power like a spirit of words? Everyone looked at Ian. Lord Ian. The two sisters were even more panicked. Ian jumped down from the side of the ship and looked down at Hancock, who was suffering from lovesickness. This disease is really nonsensical, but it can really kill people. Shaki and Guroliosa were both forced to leave the Nine Snakes because of this disease. Ross said that this disease is incurable, and there are only two ways to cure it. The first is to satisfy the expectation of love in your heart. Even if it is temporary satisfaction and you haven't been able to get married, it can calm the disease, just like Hancock in the original work. The second is to let go of that love completely. When he said this, Ross still had a gloating smile, saying that Shaki and Guroliosa just happened to be representatives of these two situations. Ian felt like laughing at the time, but now he thinks it's amazing that Guroliosa survived this disease. The moment you feel you've lost love, maybe that's the moment of death. It's not easy to live to the point of feeling relieved. Just like Hancock now, she's on the verge of death. But that's what Ian wants. There's a word called desensitization therapy. If she's dying this time, then the next time she'll be in a coma, or even collapse the next time she'll be hit by the same level of shock. Ian walked in front of Hancock, squatted down, and looked down at the girl. To be honest, she's so beautiful. Even Yamato is slightly inferior to her. To be honest, based on this face, Ian couldn't hate the fact that Hancock liked him. Although they'd only known each other for a few days, he was naturally greedy but not fond of her. But who could say what would happen in the future? But Ian couldn't stand her flattering look. Ian said, "You are neither my servant nor my slave. Listen, Hancock. You are my chosen partner, the partner I have determined to be with me. So you don't need to do anything to please me. I would rather you fight side by side with me, as a partner I can entrust everything to, rather than being a servant who will do anything to please me." Ian. Luo was shocked. This guy has such terrible willpower. Such a beautiful woman wholeheartedly pleases him, and he can still say such words? Hancock, who looked like she was about to die just now, suddenly trembled his eyelids, and then the girl opened her eyes. Is it okay now? Violet looked puzzled. Could this woman be pretending to be sick to deceive Ian? Hancock saw Ian squatting in front of her at a glance. The girl had tears in her eyes, Just now, when she felt that she was gradually falling into the deep sea, Ian's voice was like light that illuminated the darkness, allowing her to feel the light and warmth again. Lord Ian. The girl looked up at Ian, smiling through her tears. Don't you hate me? And you said you would entrust everything to me. Ian was no longer surprised by Hancock's strange associations. He just said seriously, Hancock, you at least understand one thing. Only if you respect yourself, others can respect you. If you always put yourself in a humble position, then I can only look down on you. Ian felt that truly healthy interpersonal relationships did not come from blindly giving. Even for the fishermen pirates who were having fun in the sea now, Ian promised to pay them high wages and lead them to the peak of their lives before they were willing to follow him. Hancock was a woman he valued. She had to be an all-round strong person, and she must not be a weak woman, and she must not be a licking dog, even if it was his own licking dog. Rayleigh said that unshakable belief is strength. How can a licking dog become a strong person? Hancock just stared at Ian in a daze. Ian actually knew why Hancock had this mentality. Perhaps it was because of her inferiority complex. So he whispered, when we get to Ghost Island, I'll help you deal with the scars on your back, and no scars will be left. Hancock's pupils suddenly trembled. He knew. How could he know? How could he know? How could he know? If he knew, what should I do? In the midst of incomparable panic, Hancock saw a hand. Ian stretched out his hand to her. So, welcome to join the Beast Pirate, Hancock. Although it is a belated welcome, from now on, we are partners. Hancock was stunned. She stared at Ian in a daze. She felt that something in her heart suddenly blossomed. Yes, it was Ian. How could this man be afraid of the world government? How could he care about his past? Hancock suddenly didn't want to cry anymore. The girl grabbed Ian's hand as if she had grabbed the future. Yeah, tisk. Yamato snorted a little unhappy, but still said honestly, welcome to join. Of course, she didn't forget to warn. Remember not to harass Ian again in the future. Harassment? Hancock's cheeks were slightly red. Was the previous behavior considered harassment by outsiders? Obviously, she just wanted Ian to pay attention to her. She won't do that again. The girl smiled brightly. But she glanced at Yamato. Humph, you bastard. Don't think it's over. When I defeat you, it's time to snatch Ian away. Anyway, Ian said it, the beast pirates, the strong are respected. Don't bully the poor girl. In any case, after this little storm, the three Hancock sisters can be regarded as a real member of the Golden Dragon. But Hancock and Yamato still don't get along well, and quarreling has become a daily routine. In such a noisy, Wano country arrived. When they arrived in Wano country, the fishmen and mermaids on the ship couldn't help but walk onto the deck and looked at this strange island curiously. Is this where they will live in the future? The towering cliffs of Wano country shocked them deeply at the first time, which is absolutely not seen in Fishman Island. This is land. Such a towering land. The fishmen and mermaids couldn't help but look forward to living here in the future. And this expectation reached its peak when they took the huge elevator up. Because there were so many people, the elevator took several times to send all the fishmen and mermaids to the mainland of Wano country. Then, when they walked out of the diving port and finally saw the land of Wano country, many fishmen or mermaids cried directly, and some even couldn't help kneeling down to kiss the land. This is the land their ancestors longed for. Now, they finally realized their ancestors' long-cherished wish. Ian, there was a person standing outside the diving port. Hey, Uncle Gene. Ian greeted him with a smile. Have they arranged their accommodation? This uncle came to pick up the fishmen. There are many submerged ruins on the seabed near Onigashima, some of which can still be used. Uncle Gene said, but they may need to repair them themselves. Ian nodded gently. Of course, that's no problem. No matter how well it is preserved, it is a building from 800 years ago. Moreover, it is located at the bottom of the sea, so the beast pirates cannot do construction. Therefore, the fishmen can only rely on themselves in this regard. They themselves should not mind. Gene turned his head and looked around at the fishmen and mermen who came with their families and had some anxiety on their faces and couldn't help but say, Ian, well done. These guys from Fishman Island can bring great benefits to the beast pirates. This is just the beginning. Ian said, if they live well in Wano country, then they can bring more fishmen and mermen to Wano country. And in this way, maybe in a few years, Wano country can become the second Fishman Island. It may even directly replace the original Fishman Island, and become the hometown of fishmen and mermen. So, Uncle Gene, you know what to do, right? Gene nodded gently. Mr. Kaido asked me to take charge of this matter personally. Whoever dares to attack them will die. Very good. Ian clapped his hands. By the way, where are the Tontata clan? Where are they? Now that Teacher Kai has asked Uncle Jin to personally take charge of the mermaids and murlocs, Ian is of course happy to be at ease. The handover was completed immediately, and the bewildered immigrants were asked to follow Uncle Jin to leave. Then Ian took his friends back to Ghost Island. Oh, and there were more than 1,000 fishmen troops following them. As if it was customary, the three Hancock sisters were quite surprised when they looked at the Ghost Island from the sea. Is that the head left behind by some giant after his death? Hancock said speculatively. After all, the shape of Onigashima really doesn't look like it was formed naturally. Who knows? Ian smiled. In the local legend of Wano country, Onigashima is the head of a huge evil spirit, which was dropped here by a heroic samurai and eventually turned into this island. But there are no warriors left in this country now, so no one mentions this legend anymore. When approaching Onigashima, we didn't even get the boat close to the dock. Ian heard a roar. He looked up and saw an iron bird flying over the ship, making a sharp chirping sound. Oh! Ian suddenly shouted in surprise. Has it been successful? Before leaving Onigashima, it could only hover in the air for a few times and then crash directly. As a result, is it now even possible to leave Onigashima and fly over the sea? Uncle Quinn, I really read you right. What is that? Hancock was surprised again. There is no way not to be surprised. This is completely different from the mainstream technology in the sea. It's called an airplane, right, Ian? Yamato smiled and glanced sideways at Hancock. This is the weapon that Ian asked Uncle Quinn to develop. Hancock immediately clenched his fists. Damn white hair. Isn't it just that he has lived with Ian for more than 10 years longer than himself? You wait. But Ian's attention at this time was completely focused on the aircraft in the sky. If this aircraft can be put into actual combat, the Golden Flying Dragon can immediately transform into an aircraft carrier. The big ship docked, and Ian couldn't wait to land. Ma, your kid came back just in time. At the port pier, Uncle Quinn laughed. Have you seen my latest masterpiece? It looks really good. Ian looked at the iron bird that was already returning. Where's the data? Uncle Quinn opened his mouth and burst out a string of data. The fastest flight speed is 500 kilometers per hour. The maximum flight altitude is 8,000 meters. The furthest flight distance is 1,000 kilometers, and the maximum load capacity is close to 1 ton. The more Ian listened, the brighter his eyes became. This was already close to the level of World War II fighter jets in his previous life. I can't think of anything else that could be improved at the moment. Uncle Quinn chuckled. If we can achieve a breakthrough in energy, we may be able to go further. Then prepare for mass production. Ian Dow, build a factory dedicated to producing fighter jets. Ma, of course. Uncle Quinn laughed. He finally produced results faster than Gaji. Then Ian reminded, now that the research on the aircraft has come to an end, Uncle Quinn can try to start the development of undersea weapons. The fishermen troops are already in place. You, boy. Uncle Quinn blew his beard and glared angrily. Are you ordering me? In this short period of time, I was so busy that I didn't even go to Flower Street. At this moment, the iron bird descended from the sky and slowly landed at the port. A man jumped off the iron bird. Oh, Ian was a little surprised. Master Ian, you are back. The man nodded to Ian, very calmly and calmly. Drake. Ian also greeted him with a smile. After not seeing each other for a while, this guy had grown a lot taller, and now he looked like a young man of 17 or 18 years old. It was really a Kirby-style abnormal development. Why you? This kid has been very active recently. Uncle Quinn curled his lips. The strength has improved very quickly. Is that so? Ian smiled and said to Derek, so you have completely adapted to life here? Derek smiled and nodded slightly. Brother Ian. Cheers came from the door. Sister Runty and her brother ran over. There was also a yellow-haired kid following behind. Brother Ian. Ian raised an eyebrow. Sanji, is this guy going to cry? 115, the new Shichibukai, and the Sun Pirates seeking subscription. Brother Ian, you are finally back. Runty and Peggy Wan Wan were very happy, holding one of Ian's legs. Forehead. Who is this kid? Behind him, Hancock bit his sleeve and stared at Runty. This woman is really hopeless. Law glanced at Hancock. I don't know if what Ian said that day was in vain. After that, this woman did not please Ian as much as before, but in Luo's view, her love for Ian was not only increasing day by day, but also growing. This is the biggest source of conflict between her and Yamato. Yamato is empty-headed and probably doesn't even understand what love is, but she has a beast-like instinct and knows who is the enemy that threatens her. And this girl. Luo looked at Runny. Hey. The corners of the sinister boy's mouth curled up. There will be lots of fun to watch in the future. Luo noticed Drake, so he walked up and said hello. Yo. Mr. Kaido said your illness has been cured? Drake looked slightly concerned. Luo nodded slightly, thanks to Princess Manxili of the Dantata clan. Very good. Derek breathed a sigh of relief. I knew Sir Ian wouldn't lie to us. You know that. Luo smiled with interest, but he still remembered that this guy hated Ian the most before. It changes so fast. Drake just laughed. It can be seen that he lives a really good life on Ghost Island. So much so. So why do you grow up so fast? Luo couldn't help but ask. It only took 2 months for this trip to go out, and he grew directly from a boy who looked only a little older than himself to an adult. Ha 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 ha. Derek laughed and said, maybe that's how it's meant to be. He looked at Luo and suddenly laughed. Luo, now you may be the weakest among us. Luo frowned. What do you mean? Drake is now taller and stronger. He said that he is stronger than him, and Luo doesn't think there is anything wrong. But what does weakest mean? If they can't compare to the Runny siblings from ancient times, why can't they even compare to Sanji? At this moment, Brother Ian, am I going to become like Iji and the others? Sanji cried. Ian was startled for a moment. Could it be that, after using the combat suit several times, I feel that my body is getting harder and harder? Sanji sobbed. My strength is also getting stronger, my speed is getting faster, and my recovery power is also greatly increased. I will become an emotionless monster like Iji and the others. Luo was stunned for a moment. Lord Ian, Drake said, Sanji's bloodline factor has begun to awaken, including huge strength, exoskeleton, resilience, and super speed. Ian gave the guy a sideways glance. You know a lot about Vinsmoke's bloodline factor transformation. I usually read Shijingbeo's cartoons. But Ian looked down at Sanji. Are battle suits really that effective? It only took 2 or 3 months for Sanji's blood factor to awaken. Gaji, I really don't know what to say. What if Shanji is better? However, even if Sanji's blood factor awakens, Gaji may not be so kind to him. After all, Sanji is not under Gaji's control, and the other 3 siblings are completely unable to disobey Gaji's orders. Ian knelt down and looked directly at the anxious Sanji. This kid was afraid of losing his emotions like his 3 brothers, and he didn't even care about the death of his mother. Don't worry, Sanji, you are the greatest masterpiece of the Vinsmoke family. The word highest masterpiece really makes you feel familiar, and it just so happens that Sanji is also very good at seeing things. Did you feel the lack of emotion when you awakened your abilities? Sanji shook his head blankly. That's it. Ian smiled and said, as long as your heart doesn't change, you are still you. There is no difference. The only difference may be that you have become stronger. Sanji sniffed, then nodded heavily, his eyes shining. I understand, Brother Ian. Ian patted his head, and the boy laughed happily. Ian, assassin. Hancock was intoxicated. Because Sanji is indeed worthy of a seisai. Ian chuckled. Sanji's blood factor should be stronger than the other 3 brothers. When he first awakened, he was able to unconsciously resist Uncle Quinn's all-out slashes. Later on, he was able to stand and fuck with Seraph Jinbe on Warhead Island without any injuries. Coupled with the fact that he has human emotions, hockey can also be learned normally. If nothing else, he should be more talented than Hancock. Ian feels that Sanji, who awakened his blood factor at the age of 6 and grew up in the Beast Pirates, is stronger than himself in the original work, right? Not to mention the Yonko, the level of the generals is definitely stable. By the way, Sir Ian, there is something. Drake remembered something and whispered. After Sanji's blood factor awakened, Master Quinn became very interested in him and wanted to drag him to do research several times. I had to go to Master Jin to let him go. Calm down. Ian nodded slightly. Uncle Quinn thought that being kicked away by Sanji in the original work was not tragic enough, right? Just wait, you will feel better in 10 years. Ian patted Derek on the shoulder. You did a great job, Derek. He has grown into a reliable adult so quickly. I'm going to warn Uncle Quinn, Ian said. The first step to create a new Beast Pirates is to let Uncle Quinn know who is the number 2 of the Beast Pirates. Oh no, number 3. By the way, let me introduce you. Ian began to introduce the friends to each other. These are the newly brought partners, Violet, Hancock, and Hancock's 2 sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold. Violet was a little scared and huddled next to Black Maria. Although she was already familiar with the golden flying dragon, Onigashima didn't have one. The oldest Drake stood up and said, "Hello, I'm Derek." Runty. Runty looked at Hancock and intuitively told her that something was wrong with this woman. Peggy Wan, Brother Ian calls me Xiao Pei. I'm Sanji. Sanji was the most enthusiastic. He's the chef chosen by Brother Ian. Hancock and others also introduced themselves. The new Beasts Pirates are now assembled. After that, Ian will go to see Mr. Kaido first. I haven't been back for 2 months. Onigashima has changed a lot. Needless to say, the neighborhood has expanded. The most significant change is that there are many more beasts on the island. But these beasts are not as ferocious as they were originally, and are quite docile. The power of Dango fruit is indeed powerful. Soon, Ian met Teacher Kai. How many more brats did you bring back? It was rare that Teacher Kai didn't drink. He was dealing with official duties at this time. Unfortunately, it was rare to see him working once a year. Next to him stood a kid with a paper mask on his face. That was the royalist. Violet is a Superman with the power of staring fruit, and her strategic value is immeasurable. Ian gave a brief introduction. As for Hancock, she's even the holder of Overlord Color Hockey. Teacher Kai laughed. Have you picked up another kid with extraordinary talents? You are indeed my disciple. Ian was startled slightly and then couldn't help laughing. Yes, Teacher Kai often picks up all kinds of guys. Even himself was picked up by him. It is a family heirloom craft. Uncle Gene has taken the immigrants from Fishman Island to resettle. Ian said, I have decided to hand over the Fishman unit to Jack. Arrangements must be made between the 2 parties, and it must not affect the subsequent immigration plan. You don't need to remind me, kid. Teacher Kai snorted. You said before that you wanted those immigrants from Fishman Island to explore the bottom of the sea? The sea is a treasure trove left by nature to mankind, Teacher Kai. Ian said seriously, there are countless treasures hidden under the sea. When the immigrants from Fishman Island came to Wano country, they couldn't just eat for nothing. Not to mention anything else, there are far more mineral deposits on the seabed than on land. So be it. Teacher Kai nodded. When Ian and Teacher Kai were talking about something, in the square outside the main building, forehead, Luo groaned and took 2 steps back. He looked at Sanji in front of him in disbelief. So hard. Is this the blood factor of the Vinsmock family? Sanji obviously didn't use the battle suit, but after awakening, he completely transformed from a weak child into an invulnerable monster. I told you everything, Luo. Drake on the side crossed his arms over his chest and chuckled. You are already the weakest. Luo gritted his teeth secretly. He knew that the weakest didn't even have to be limited to him. Drake and Sanji were the 3. Even if the 3 sisters Violet and Hancock are added to the mix. Hancock aside, that's a monster that can compete with Yamato. Her 2 younger sisters have also mastered domineering, which is not something Luo can fight against. Even Violet, who seems to be the weakest, is a person with abilities and can release tears to attack. These embodied tears are almost as hard as steel. After this calculation, Luo is really the weakest. Damn it, start exercising. Luo was very unwilling. Finally regained a healthy body, the weakest. He cannot accept this kind of thing, even to death. Then exercise. Use hard work to make up for your lack of talent and ability. After resting on Onigashima for 2 days, Ian took the 3 Hancock sisters and flew to the Jioli forest. Yamato wanted to follow them, but this time Ian refused. He tapped Yamato's forehead with his index and middle fingers, and then said he would do it next time. The Jioli forest has now become the home of the Dongtada clan. In order to make room for them, the residents who originally lived nearby were relocated. There is no need to worry about their lack of food and clothing. A factory for manufacturing aircraft has begun to be built, and a lot of manpower will be needed next. Ian even thinks that in the future, people in Wano will no longer need to farm, and all the work will be done by the small humans. The local residents only need to go into the factory to make a screw. The Tontata tribe welcomed Ian's arrival. They were very satisfied with their current home. It was also a quiet and peaceful forest, and no one had come to disturb them. After a few pleasantries, Ian invited Princess Manshirley to help remove the scars on the backs of the three Hancock sisters. The scars left 4 years ago had already scabbed over, and even Manshirley's healing fruit could not directly restore this piece of skin to its original state. So all these scars had to be cut open first, and then Princess Manshirley would come to treat them. So the group found a secluded place, and Ian took out a knife and cut off the ugly mark on the backs of the three sisters bit by bit. Blood immediately flowed all over the backs of the three sisters. But the eyes of the three were happy. The two sisters even cried out with excitement. Ian said nothing, but removed the scars for them as quickly as possible. Then he called Princess Manshirley. The little princess's healing power was used again, and within a few minutes, the backs of the three sisters were completely healed. The ugly scar disappeared. The three sisters couldn't help crying with joy, as if the painful memories imprinted on them had also disappeared. Ian, Hancock, who was originally crying, rushed directly to Ian and left a clumsy kiss on his face. "Thank you, thank you." Ian's old face was slightly red. "I haven't put on clothes yet." On the way back, the three Hancock sisters sat on Ian's back and talked about their experiences in those years with tears in their eyes. They were all fighting slaves of the celestial dragons. During those 4 years, they risked their lives every day to fight with other slaves and used blood and death to please those celestial dragons. Ian just listened quietly. After returning to Onigashima, Yamato immediately attacked, and her sensitive nose smelled the smell of Hancock on Ian. So the two who had a disagreement fought fiercely again, and Hancock was defeated by Yamato again. However, Hancock's eyes told Ian that she would never admit defeat. A few months passed by in a swaying manner. During these months, the factory for manufacturing aircraft has been almost built and will soon be put into production. Umid has also sent the first batch of 10 beasts from Raskina Island to Wano country. This is really not an easy task. Not only is it a long journey, but these beasts are also very dangerous. These 10 beasts are the strongest guys on Raskina Island. It took the 9 Snakes pirates a lot of energy to successfully capture them. A little carelessness during the voyage will cause the ship to be destroyed and people to die. Fortunately, Umid asked his men to prepare a large amount of sedatives and sleeping pills in advance so that these monsters have been quiet during the transportation. After these monsters were sent to Onigashima, they still wanted to make a scene, but after a few dumplings from Bao Wang, they were as obedient as kittens and acted coquettishly around the little girl. Ian thought at the time that it was time for Mr. Kai to give up the title of the 100 Beasts. Someone more worthy of the name appeared. Fortunately, Bao Huang's loyalty can still be guaranteed, so there is no need to worry about her rebelling for the time being. One day later, Ian was reading a newspaper when he suddenly saw a piece of news. The new 7 warlords of the sea are born. Ian looked at the picture in the newspaper and couldn't help but recall that it was indeed the time for the member states of the world government to pay the heavenly gold not long ago. So he immediately called his successful friend. Hey, Ian, have you seen the newspaper? You're really quick, Dover. It seems that the method I thought of for you is very useful. It's very useful, just a threat and they will be obedient. So, Ian narrowed his eyes slightly. Are we going to take action against Dressrosa next? Hey, of course. King Riku and his family have occupied our Don Quixote's property for so long. It's time to return it to me. That's it. Ian exchanged a few more pleasantries with Doflamingo, and then hung up the phone. Next, it depends on what Violet says. At the same time, Fishman Island. Someone came to Ryugu Castle to secretly meet with Neptune and his wife. Neptune, what are you thinking about? Immigration plan? Or with the Beast's pirates? Do you also treat our compatriots as goods? The couple hurriedly explained. Calm down, Tiger. Ian is different. He doesn't discriminate against us. He also invited you to visit Wano country. Enough. The man slammed a table and turned away without hesitation. I really want to go to Wano country to bring all my compatriots back. The couple looked at each other. Is Ian's request fulfilled? Later, outside Fishman Island. Sun Pirates set sail, target, Wano country. 116. Violet's awakening. Tiger's determination. Life in the Beast's pirates is not as terrible as imagined. Violet thinks so. Although there are some shady pirates on Onigashima, to be honest, the pirates here are surprisingly simple. As long as you are strong enough, they will respect you from the bottom of their hearts. But if you are weak, they will not hesitate to step on you directly into the quagmire. Fortunately, as a capable person, Violet is much stronger than the average small fish pirates, and her ability is definitely not something that ordinary low-level pirates can resist. So she actually lived a good life on Onigashima. Not to mention that she was still mixed with Ian and others, and everyone on Onigashima knew that Ian and Yamato were the future successors of the Beast Pirates, and he and the young people around him were the pillars that led the Beast Pirates forward in the future. Violet is also considered one of these pillars. The daily life on Onigashima is just to exercise with everyone. At the beginning, I couldn't keep up with everyone's progress, but gradually I got used to it. In addition to exercise, there are all kinds of play. Violet is now on good terms with Black Maria, as well as Hancock's two sisters. They are all girls of similar age and often spend time together. It is really hard for them not to be friends. The sisters get together to play almost every day. Sometimes they feel bored on Onigashima, so they go to the inland of Wano country to play. Such a life has nothing to do with the pirate life that Violet originally imagined. In her original imagination, after becoming a pirate, she would definitely drift on the sea and then land on an island from time to time, killing and looting to her heart's content so as to vent her malice. She was full of fear for such a life, but she was more afraid that Ian would attack her family, so Violet accepted Ian's coercion and joined the Beast Pirates. However, after joining the Beast Pirates for so long, let alone going out to loot in person, she had never even heard of it. Once again, she asked curiously, and Black Maria smiled and told her, because it's not necessary at all. Black Maria then understood what kind of pirate group she had joined. The annual protection fee paid by the islands under its command alone is already an astronomical figure, not to mention that the arms of the Beast Pirates have been sold all over the world, and a large amount of wealth is constantly pouring into Wano country. Even though Violet is still young, she knows that a pirate group of this size seems a bit exaggerated. It's not a pirate group at all, it's completely the scale of a warlord, and it can even be said that this is a huge country ruled by pirates. But this also made Violet feel relieved. At least she doesn't have to burn, kill, and plunder against her conscience. It's not bad to just live like this. That's what Violet thought. That day, she saw in the newspaper that a new king Shichibukai was born, a guy named Don Quixote da Flamingo. Don Quixote? Violet remembered something and was a little surprised. Isn't that the surname of the family that ruled Dressrosa 800 years ago? As the royal family of Dressrosa at this time, Violet still has some understanding of this period of history. Oh, is it Doflamingo? He's Ian's friend, and I went to the North Sea to discuss cooperation with him. Black Maria, who was slowly applying nail polish at the time, said in surprise, his goal has been achieved. It was Ian who gave him the idea of becoming a 7 warlords of the SEA. It seemed that he was asked to rob Tenjo Gold or something. Tenjo Gold. As a princess of a member country of the world government, Violet certainly knew what Tenjo Gold was, so she was almost dumbfounded. No way. Is he crazy? There is no doubt that he is against the celestial dragons. Is Doflamingo crazy, or is this world crazy? Not only did he not die after robbing Tenjo Gold, but he also became a 7 warlords of the sea. When Hancock's 2 sisters heard the word celestial dragon, they turned their heads instantly. Celestial dragon? Celestial dragon. Black Maria blinked her eyes, which were literally large and exaggerated. Doflamingo himself is a celestial dragon. Not to mention Violet, Hancock's 2 sisters were also stunned. Oh, he is a former celestial dragon, and it is said that he was before, but not now. Black Maria added, and then she remembered something, and suddenly looked at Violet worriedly. Violet, I suddenly remember that Doflamingo seemed to be planning to use Dressrosa as his new place of residence. Violet was stunned. Dressrosa? She jumped up in shock. No, I'm going to find Ian. In her opinion, Ian was the only one who could solve this problem. But of course, her first reaction was not wrong. Violet found Ian fishing on the coast of Onigashima. At this time, Ian was shouting, "Hey, guys, didn't I tell you not to put fish on my hook when I'm fishing?" Below, in the sea, several beautiful mermaids just smiled and said, "Because Lord Ian always catches nothing." They were fish people who migrated to Wano country and were placed on the seabed near Onigashima. There's no longer anything to restrain them here. Both mermaids and fishmen can freely travel between the sea and the bottom of the sea. Ian's face turned red with anger, and then there was a series of incomprehensible words like, the Pirates' Air Force cannot be considered an air force. It's just that the fate has not come yet, and other incomprehensible words. The mermaid ladies suddenly burst into laughter, wishing they could hang themselves on the fishhook and let Ian catch it. If it were normal times, Violet might still feel funny in her heart. Ian is usually very kind and can chat with anyone. He doesn't have any pretentiousness about the second person in the Beast Pirates and the King of Wano. Violet only found out not long ago that he was actually a king. But now is obviously not the time to think about such things. Ian, Violet almost screamed. Maria said Doflamingo is going to attack Dressrosa. Ian paused and did not reply immediately. Instead, he waved his hands impatiently toward the mermaid ladies below. Go and play by yourself. Yamato will be here later. Yeah, Master Ian always says some scary things. Laughing and laughing, the beautiful mermaid ladies dived into the sea and played by themselves. There is a common sense among the immigrants on Fishman Island that beautiful mermaid ladies must not get too close to Mr. Ian. Otherwise, they will attract the great white-haired devil to impose heavenly punishment. Seeing the mermaid ladies leaving, Ian breathed a sigh of relief and slowly lifted up the big fish hanging on the hook. Don't get me wrong, this fish is about to bite the hook. It's just a waste of time on their part. That kind of thing is okay anyway. Violet screamed in panic. Ian, is Doflamingo going to attack Dressrosa? Ian just nodded slightly. Yes, Dover moved his base camp from the North Sea to the New World. When choosing a new location, he thought of the country ruled by the Don Quixote family. But I told him that it would be stupid to directly attack the government-affiliated countries, so he should wait until he becomes a legal pirate recognized by the government before taking action. Now that he has become the new Shichibukai, he should start taking action soon. Violet's face turned pale instantly. This guy really knew it a long time ago. Ian, stop him. Violet pinched the fingers of her left hand with her right hand until they turned white. Now that Doflamingo is already a government-recognized Shichibukai, the Navy won't help. But, Ian said, Dover is my friend, and the Don Quixote family he leads is also an important partner of our beast pirates. Violet's body trembled, and her face suddenly turned pale. Ian, aren't you willing to help yourself? Violet instantly felt as if she had been struck by a bolt from the blue. If Ian is unwilling to help, what should I do? So what should Dressrosa do? But at this time, Ian slowly threw the fishhook out again. Dover is my friend, so Violet, you should at least tell me, in what capacity are you asking for my help? Violet was stunned again. What status? What else could it be? Of course, the princess of Dressrosa, and Violet was stunned for a moment, and she suddenly remembered what Ian said to Hancock before. He said he hoped Hancock would be his partner to whom he could trust everything. As your partner, Violet said decisively, as a partner who can trust you with everything. The corners of Ian's mouth gradually raised. Since it is a request from a partner, there is really no way to refuse it. Violet's eyes lit up instantly. Ian pulled out the phone book. Just like what he said to Luo before, when Dover started to act, Violet knew what she should do. The call was dialed immediately. Soon, the other party connected. Hey, Ian, do you have any advice? Doflamingo's smiling voice came from the other side. Dover, there's something I forgot to mention before. Ian said slowly, Actually, I have a very important partner who is King Rika's youngest daughter. There was silence for a moment over the phone book. So I said, how about reining it in a little bit? Violet swallowed. Even she knew that the Shichibukai were quite big pirates. After a long time, Doflamingo's weird laughter came from the other end of the phone. Hey, this is such an unexpected surprise. I'm sorry, Dover, but that's the way it is now. Ian said calmly, I think the relationship between Crocodile and Alabasta is quite good. Maybe you can refer to it. It would be troublesome for Doflamingo to have a base where he could develop his industry with peace of mind. In fact, he only needs to quietly help the beast pirates sell weapons. What a great idea, blah, 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 what a great idea. Doflamingo's laughter became brighter and brighter. I understand, so be it. Contact me when I have time. The phone hangs up and the call ends. Ian put away the phone book. Violet blinked. That's it, okay? Dover is a good friend of mine. Ian smiled gently, so he shouldn't refuse my request. Do you call that a request? Violet couldn't help but raise a happy smile. If it were Ian, then there would definitely be no problem. Go and play. Ian turned back to continue fishing and spoke leisurely. Violet turned and left. This seems good, being a pirate. If it weren't for Ian this time, how would he protect Dressrosa? Violet would not think that without Ian's suggestion, Doflamingo would not have thought of becoming a Shichibukai. Regardless of whether he becomes a Shichibukai or not, Doflamingo still covets Dressrosa. The girl was in a good mood when she left, humming a song as she walked. But Ian didn't even hear it, and just fished silently. As for what Doflamingo would think, Ian didn't care. He is a smart person, or in other words, he is too smart to be on the stage. Somewhere in the New World, a flamingo-like ship was riding the wind and waves. But at this time, the atmosphere inside the cabin was so solemn, as if time had stood still. Everyone in the Don Quixote family was silent and stiff-faced. After a long time, Doflamingo, the ruler of the family, finally laughed out loud. "You are such a good friend of mine, Ian. Asshole, that's too much." Toribol, who looked like snot all over his body, was instantly furious. "What do you think we are? How dare you boss us around? Dover, what should we do?" Diamond Tie, who was wearing clown-like makeup, was a little anxious. "Just leave that guy alone." Pika's voice was shrill, but her words were domineering. "Is the Beast Pirate so great?" Doflamingo looked back at this guy. Then he said, "It's not time to fall out with the Beast Pirates yet, so just be patient for now." "Oh, Dover," Torbol said in surprise. "Is there a plan already?" Doflamingo didn't answer, he just laughed weirdly. He laughed, and his men laughed too. As a result, the cabin was immediately filled with laughter and laughter again. Soon after Dressrosa, King Riku received a notice from the government. Don Quixote Doflamingo is coming to Dressrosa to serve as the Shichibukai to help the government guard the gateway to the New World. The king looked puzzled. After some time, a sea ship quickly approached in the outer waters of Wano country. "Is that the country of Wano?" The red-skinned fishman stood in the bow of the ship with his hands folded across his chest, showing a determined look in his eyes. "The enemy is the Beast Pirates, but our compatriots are trapped there. What should we do?" "Of course, take action." Behind him, a fat fishman with blue skin responded loudly, "Go and rescue them all." "Then, big brother, what should we do?" Another shark-fish man with a pointed nose said loudly, "Shall we just rush in?" "Don't say stupid things, Aaron." Fisher Tiger, the captain of the Sun Pirate, said calmly, "The opponent is the Beast Pirates. We have no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation." A sharp-nosed fishman, Aaron was unconvinced and wanted to argue. "No chance of winning? They are just mere humans." Tiger looked up at the high mountain walls of Wano country. "I always feel like I'm back to that time again. So, just copy the previous actions." 117. The Sun Pirates adventure in Wano country, seeking. The fishermen pirates who came from afar did not have much information about Wano country, and they had no idea about the existence of the submerged port, so they did not know how to enter Wano country. They thought of a stupid way. The big ship of the Sun Pirates was constantly rising and falling in the turbulent currents near the coast of Wano country. Fortunately, the fishermen were best at understanding the currents, and there was no better helmsman in the world than them. The helmsman on the ship easily stabilized the ship so that it would not be pushed by the current and crashed into the cliffs of Wano country and smashed to pieces. At this time, led by Captain Fisher Tiger, a group of fishermen pirates jumped off the ship into the sea and disappeared directly in the turbulent currents. When they emerged from the sea again, they were already on the edge of a cliff in the distance. "Let's go, climb up." Fisher Tiger gave an order. Yes, after circling Wano country for most of the time and not finding a place to land, Tiger felt that they could only climb up from the cliffs like he did before to Marahoa. Under Tiger's leadership, the fishermen started climbing without any hesitation or delay. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the fishermen began to climb the cliffs of Wano country, which were hundreds of meters high. This was by no means an easy task. There were not many places to use for leverage on the bare cliffs that were washed by rain all year round. This terrifying height was also a huge test for physical strength. But in fact, it was not bad for the fishermen. They had webbed hands, so they could even grab water and hold on to the mountain wall, which was of course not a difficult thing. More importantly, the average strength of the fishermen was 10 times that of humans, and the elite members of the Sun Pirates brought by Tiger at this time were all members, and their strength and physical strength were quite good, so climbing was not as difficult as imagined. Even before the sunset completely sank into the horizon, Tiger had already climbed to the top of the cliff under the light of the sunset. "Brother Tai, this country is very big. Where should we start looking?" The speaker was Jinbei, the man who climbed up the cliff faster than Tiger, the strongest guy in Fishman Island in the true sense. Tiger just looked forward in surprise. He thought that behind the cliff was the mainland of Wano country, but he also saw an ocean and inland sea surrounding the land. This country, he frowned. In terms of geographical environment, it is really, as Odoheim said, very suitable for the life of fishmen. First, find someone to ask where our compatriots are. Tiger said, land first, wait until dark before starting to act, and don't be exposed. If the whereabouts are exposed, they will have to face the beast pirates who occupy this country. Although Tiger had done unprecedented great things in Mary Geos, he did not want to fight one of the strongest pirate groups in the world. That would be a disaster for his compatriots. Yeah. Jinbei nodded solemnly. After everyone climbed up, they quietly sneaked into the inland sea and waited until dark before going ashore. What surprised the fish people was that there were buildings under this inland sea. It was as if this inland sea did not exist from the beginning, but later submerged a large number of buildings in Wano country. Speaking of which, Jinbei recalled when he went ashore, we seem to often see the remains of the past on the seabed around some islands. Could it be that there was a great flood in this world, submerge a lot of land? That kind of thing is fine. The third person of the Sun Pirates, Arlong, looked eagerly at Tiger, whom he admired the most. Big brother, let's start. He couldn't wait. This time he was completely copying the great achievements of Big Brother. Tiger nodded slightly, and he looked at the dense forest in front of him, which was still dim under the moonlight. Let's go. Find someone to ask for directions first. The group quietly sneaked into the dense forest and continued to move forward under the cover of night. But this quiet forest always gave Tiger a weird feeling for some reason. Jinbei said anxiously, Brother Tai, I think someone is watching us. Tiger also looked solemn. As soon as Jinbei said it, he realized that it was indeed like being watched. Spread out and search around. So the fish people spread out and carefully searched the dense forest around. But they still found nothing. Is it my illusion? Jinbei frowned suspiciously, but the feeling of being spied on was still like a maggot on the tarsal bone, making him feel uneasy. Let's leave this forest quickly. Fisher Tiger also felt uneasy in his heart, so he said. The group sped up and soon passed through the forest. What appeared before them was a vast farmland, which seemed to have no end under the moonlight. Tiger was silent. This is the land. This is a scene that can never be seen on Fishman Island. On the underwater Fishman Island, agriculture cannot be carried out at all. The only things that fishmen and mermaids can grow are some seafood. Brother Tai, what is that? Jinbei suddenly cried out. Tiger looked in the direction of his sight. Then he saw a mountain range shrouded in the night. No, it doesn't seem to be a mountain, but a towering building. That's a factory, Tiger said hesitantly. A factory of this size? The lights were even on, and it looked like they were still working. Next to that factory, there is a town, and the lights are shining at this time, as if the nightlife has just begun. It seems we are very lucky, Brother Tai. Jinbei smiled and said, in this case, I can find someone to ask for directions. Tiger nodded in agreement. Then go and ask someone to be careful and don't get discovered. So, taking advantage of the cover of night, the group of people quietly sneaked towards that town. But what they didn't know was that earlier, when they had just landed on Ghost Island, Ian called Derek and Jack over. Intruder. Jack was stunned for a moment and then became furious. You are really looking for death. You are so bold that you dare to invade the country of Wano. Brother Ian, I will kill them now. Don't worry. Ian waved his hand. I was discovered by the Dongtata clan as soon as I landed. Now they're traveling through the forest in Gili. Judging from the route of action, they should be heading towards the factory in Gili. There are wild beasts waiting for them there, so there shouldn't be any trouble. But, he grinned. Now is a good time to test your team. Leave it to us, Lord Ian, Derek said solemnly. Finally, it was time for him to show off his skills. In the Gili area, Tiger and his party, who were still completely unaware that their whereabouts had been exposed, were gradually approaching that town. But suddenly, boom, a bright light came over, and the originally dark corner of the plain was instantly illuminated, and the figures of Tiger and others were immediately exposed. What? Tiger was shocked. Exposed? But why? I didn't meet anyone along the way. But in the darkness, a mighty voice came. You desperate intruders, where do you think you are acting so recklessly? Brother Tai, Jinbei exclaimed. Done. The worst has happened. Now we really have to face the beast pirates. Tiger didn't speak. He just looked forward against the strong light projected from a distance. In the darkness, a group of people were approaching. And behind this group of people, there is something huge following them. Big Brother. Eren pulled out his serrated sword and said in a very passionate tone, "As long as we kill these guys, we can know the whereabouts of our compatriots from their mouths." Tiger gritted his teeth slightly. There is no other way now. Ready to fight, he chanted. But not far away, approaching were the pirates of the Beast's pirates stationed here. They looked at the Fishman pirates who were ready for battle and couldn't help but sneered. "I don't know whether to live or die." The pirates turned back and looked at the huge creature behind them. "It's time for you to show up. Let these idiots see the power of the Beast pirates." Roar. The behemoth let out an earth-shattering roar and immediately pounced forward, rushing towards the Sun pirates not far away like cannonballs. The earth was shaking and the wind was howling. What is that? Jinbei's pupils narrowed. Lion. What was rushing over at this moment was a lion. But it is a big and exaggerated lion. The body length is at least over 30 meters. Just by running, such a giant creature made the entire ground tremble slightly. "It's just a beast." Eren laughed and rushed forward. "The body is much smaller than the sea beasts in the sea." "Eren!" Tiger exclaimed. "Come back." He could feel that this lion was not just big in size. "Don't worry, big brother. Watch me split its head open with one knife." Eren jumped up and slashed the lion's head with his ferocious serrated sword, trying to split the lion's head in half from middle. What an idiot. Behind the lion, the pirates of the beast sneered. He didn't know what kind of monster he was facing at this time. "Scared, huh?" Eren laughed and slashed his head with a knife. The hard and sharp sword struck the giant on the head. But how can it be? Eren's expression suddenly changed. It stuck. His broadsword indeed broke through the skin of the giant beast, but it was directly blocked by the muscles. It's impossible to go any deeper. What's weird about this? Roar. Feeling that he had been provoked, the king of beasts roared furiously, flicked his head, and threw Eren away. Then he raised his huge claws and swatted him like a fly. Boom! The earth shook violently, and a huge hole was created in the ground by this giant beast. At the bottom of the cave, Eren was no longer human. "Eren!" Jinbei exclaimed. Tiger's pupils also tightened. "What kind of monster is this?" "Neptune type." "Retreat! Retreat toward the forest just now." Tiger shouted. The cadres did not appear at all, but such a beast has such power. Tiger knew that forcing a war would only lead to death. "Retreat! Only retreat first." He shouted to retreat, but Tiger himself took the initiative and rushed towards the giant beast. "Jinbei, let's go and rescue Eren. I'll attract its attention." Jinbei was even faster than Tiger. He jumped up and said, "The secret of Fishman Karate, Taki's Suki." The water condensed in his palm, and as he punched, all the water was broken into water vapor and finally turned into a majestic shock wave that directly hit the lion's head. The giant beast that had been hit by Eren just now was like being bitten by a mosquito. It finally felt painful and staggered back with a scream. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tiger rushed forward and picked up the bloody Eren from the pit. "Eren!" Tiger's eyes were full of pain. They were all alive and kicking just now. But now is not the time to be sad. "Jinbei!" Tiger turned around and shouted, "Retreat!" Jinbei looked solemn. "I understand, Brother Tai." Roar! The giant beast that had just been repulsed shook its head, as if it was dizzy from being beaten. However, it seemed like I was just dizzy. He didn't hold back on the blow just now. An ordinary sea beast must have been killed by one punch. Retreat. As Brother Tai said, the only option now is to retreat. Without hesitation, Jinbei ran away. The fish people began to run away in the direction they came from. As long as they can return to the sea, no one can catch them. Roar! The giant beast had already recovered from the blow Jinbei had just dealt, and in its fury, it roared and chased after him. The beast pirates in the rear have already contacted the above. Lord Ian, they have returned to their original route, but they don't seem to be ordinary pirates. The guy in the lead seems to be the Fishman Fisher Tiger. You mean Fisher Tiger? Yes, I can never mistake the red-skinned Fishman pirate. The Sun Pirate's escape was not smooth, as the furious lion was always chasing behind them. "Get out of my way." Jinbei and Tiger could only turn around. They attacked reasonably and finally knocked the giant beast away. The forest from where we came was already in front of us. But at this time, a sharp explosion suddenly came from the sky. Tiger raised his head in surprise. Under the soft moonlight, several huge pitch-black birds broke through the sky from a distance. What is that? In the sky, among the iron birds headed by it. Yes, Sir Ian, their whereabouts have been discovered. Drake was talking to someone on a phone. It seems to be the Sun Pirates. Drive them to the beach, where Jack is waiting for them. Learn. Derek hung up the phone here, and then connected the communication with others. Listen to my orders and prepare to drop bombs. Be careful not to target the pirates and drive them towards the coast. Yes, Boss Drake. The uniform response from the subordinates came from the communication channel. As the #1 pilot of Onigashima, who accompanied Quinn on the experimental aircraft during Ian's absence, after the first batch of trial aircraft were manufactured, Drake became the captain of this flying team without hesitation. Tiger and others did not understand what was passing above their heads at this time, but they soon realized that it was a more terrifying existence than the beast just now. Whoosh, whoosh. A sharp sound broke through the air. Jinbei saw with his eyes the eggs pulled down towards them by these iron birds. Boom, 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 boom. The next moment, not far behind them, there was a violent explosion, and brilliant fireworks directly illuminated the dim wilderness. Because of the strong shock wave from the explosion, all the fish people were blown away. The disgraced tiger raised his head. The iron bird was still hovering in the sky. At this time, his eyes were splitting. It's the weapon of the beast pirates. Run. Run into the forest. Only the forest is safe. The fishmen also noticed this, and without any hesitation, the group rushed into the dark forest and then headed towards the coast without stopping. As long as they can enter the sea, there is nothing the beast pirates can do against them. The whistling sound of the iron birds still sounded overhead, making all the fishmen feel uneasy. Is this the beast pirates? Jinbei couldn't help but feel depressed. Those cadres whose reputations are known all over the world have not yet taken action. Just dispatching a beast and a few weapons have already put them in a desperate situation. Leave here first and then think about the long term, Tiger said. This action was too reckless. Fortunately, after entering the forest, those weapons stopped bombing. Probably because they don't want to destroy the forest. This was a good thing, and it made the nervous fish people feel a little relieved. Soon, they had arrived at the edge of the forest, and beyond the forest is the sea. Now all they have to do is jump into the usse, and no matter how powerful the aircraft in the sky are, they can't do anything to them. However, when the pirate in the front rushed to the shore and was about to jump down, he was stunned. Then he screamed, "Brother Tiger!" Tiger's heart tightened and he quickly approached. Then he was also stunned. The empty sea surface was now very lively. The first thing that caught Tiger's eyes was a few huge sea beasts floating on the water and staring at them. And around the sea beasts, there were familiar figures. On the top of one of the sea beasts, a tall boy looked down at them. I've been waiting for a long time. The Sun Pirates. 118 Ian and the Sun Pirates. Fishmen. Tiger was stunned. At this moment, the ones blocking their way in the sea were undoubtedly his compatriots. Even most of these guys looked familiar. Yes, they were the guys who were taken away from Fishman Street by Ian of Finchin and joined the Beast Pirates. These compatriots, whom he originally wanted to save, now stood in front of him with weapons. Tiger was stunned. Then he was happy. Great. There is no better situation than this. He was originally looking for them, but now his confidant appeared in front of him. More importantly, these guys were recruited from Fishman Street by the Beast Pirates, and he was the boss of Fishman Street before. It can be said that these guys were all his former brothers. As expected. Brother Tiger. It's Brother Tiger. Brother Jinbei is here too. Brother Aladdin is here too. Oh, is it everyone from the Sun Pirates? All the brothers have come to Wano country. The fishmen who were originally preparing to fight against the strong enemy in the sea suddenly became excited. Tiger used to be the big boss of Fishman Street and the leader of a group of fishmen hooligans. After the Marihoa incident, Tiger became the idol of Fishman Street. Even though the fishmen who became the fishmen of the Beast Pirates were the scum of Fishman Street, their admiration for Tiger and the Sun Pirates was no less than that of other fishmen. Jinbei couldn't help laughing. It's really a case of searching for something without any effort. Fellow countrymen, Tiger stepped forward and shouted, "I'm here to pick you up. Come back with us." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience was shocked. All the people in the Fishman's army were stunned. Only Jack, standing on top of a huge sea beast, grinned. These sea beasts were captured by the fishmen and then controlled by Bao Wang by feeding them dumplings. Although their strength is much inferior to the beasts captured from Raskina Island, they can move in the sea. After being equipped with various weapons, they can play a greater role in naval battles than the beasts. The coast was quiet for more than 10 seconds because of Tiger's speech. Then, finally, a fishman near the coast spoke in surprise. "Brother Tiger, go back. What do you mean? Where are we going back to?" Tiger was also stunned for a moment, not understanding what these guys meant. "Of course, it's Fishman Island." Tiger said, "We are here to save you and those compatriots who were betrayed by Neptune and others. Where are they? After rescuing them, we will return to Fishman Island together." Fishman Island? The people of the Fishman army looked at each other. Then, "Why do we want to go back to Fishman Island?" A fishman said, "Brother Tiger, we live very well here. We are free. No one discriminates against us, and we even get a high salary every month." Tiger was stunned. Jinbei was stunned. Everyone in the Sun Pirates was stunned. Why, it seems a little different from what they originally imagined. In addition, another fishman reminded, "Brother Tiger, those compatriots who immigrated here should not follow you back. Their lives are more comfortable than ours. They don't even have to fight. They just need to work hard. And no one will hurt them here. They can enjoy the sunshine and sea breeze to their heart's content." Tiger opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. Of course, he could see that these compatriots were serious. Even if they were lying to deceive him, it was impossible for so many people to act so realistically. That's why he felt confused. Is it really like Neptune said? Everyone volunteered. The beast's pirates didn't mean to hurt them at all. "Let's go, Fisher Tiger." At this time, Jack said, "Brother Ian wants to see you." Tiger was stunned for a moment. "Brother Ian? Ian from Burning Sky? Okay." Tiger nodded heavily. "Then go and meet him." He also wanted to see what that guy wanted to say. The other companions did not object. They were also a little curious at this time. What exactly was the intention of that Burning Sky Ian? "Very good." Jack nodded with satisfaction. Just at this moment, a whistling sound came from the sky. Tiger looked up like a frightened bird. The iron birds that were like maggots on the tarsal bones suddenly flew over from a low altitude, bringing a gust of wind. At the moment they flew past, Jack gave a thumbs up to the leading plane. Drake and the plane gave a thumbs up in return. Then Jack took Tiger and others back to Ghost Island. Because this trip was in a hurry and there was no boat, so when we went back, we could only ask Tiger and other guests to swim back with us. Only the ship Dr. Aladdin came to the beast of a sea beast, and he had to urgently treat the seriously injured Aaron. Fortunately, the swimming speed of the fish people was undoubtedly fast, and they successfully arrived at the Ghost Island around midnight. Of course, when they saw Onigashima for the first time, everyone in the Sun Pirates were also deeply shocked by the appearance of the island. In a large restaurant on Ghost Island, Tiger met Ian. "You haven't eaten yet. This restaurant has a high reputation in Onigashima." At this time, the young man who looked very young was sitting at a long and wide table, smiling and clapped his hands. "It's time to serve." The waiter in the restaurant quickly pushed the dining cart out and started serving food. The steaming hot and fragrant food soon filled the entire table, making everyone in the Sun Pirate salivate. "They haven't eaten anything yet tonight. Because I don't know what you like to eat, so I just made something random." Ian stood up and said with a smile, "Let's just have a midnight snack. The formal welcome banquet will be held tomorrow. Please take a seat." Ian's enthusiasm and thoughtfulness stunned everyone in the Sun Pirates. They had imagined what it would be like to see Burning Skies Ian many times, but they never thought it would be like this. Could that young monster whose reputation has spread throughout the world, the leader of the Beast Pirates, be such a passionate person? It's really confusing. "Brother Tai," Jinbei whispered. "I'm afraid it's not the Hongmin banquet, right?" Tiger didn't say anything and sat down opposite Ian with a straight face. "It's already here, so what's there to be afraid of?" The eldest brother was like this, and of course the others had nothing to say and took their seats one after another. "Jack, sit down too." Ian waved to his little brother who had come all the way to pick up Tiger and the others. "Thank you for your hard work." "What can this mean, Brother Ian?" Hearing his most respected eldest brother thank him, Jack solemnly said, "It's just an errand." With that said, he sat next to Ian. Ian smiled, then looked at Tiger and said, "We should all know each other already, right? This is Jack, who is also a fishman, and is now the commander of the fishman troops of our Beast Pirates." Tiger looked Jack over. Although he is huge, if you take a closer look, you can see that he is actually about the same age as Ian. A genius among fish people, Tiger thought. But judging from his respect for Ian, it probably means he doesn't have any sense of belonging to Fishman Island. You haven't formally introduced yourself yet, right? Ian said with a smile. I'm Ian, Fisher Tiger, and I've been admiring your name for a long time. Don't tell me what you did in Mary Joy. Even Teacher Kai admires you. Teacher Kai has never dreamed of going to Merigio and destroying her. It's amazing, it's really amazing. In the past 800 years, no one has dared to attack Marijoa, let alone. Even the goal is just to rescue the slaves. Ian did not hesitate to praise him. You are the most amazing man I have ever seen in my life. Fisher Tiger. This man cannot be described as a saint. Because I have been a slave myself, I don't want to see other people become slaves. I truly do not do to others what I do not want others to do to me. He obviously hated humans because of his past experiences, and even died because he refused to receive human blood. However, when liberating the slaves, they treated them equally and liberated the human slaves as well. In the end, he died because he wanted to send the human slave carrier home. He hates humans, but he also knows very well that Odoheim's idea is correct. Fishman Island cannot be isolated forever. They can only truly integrate into the world above the sea by gaining the recognition of humans. Therefore, when leading the Sun Pirates to sail on the sea, they are not willing to harm any human beings, even the navy that is chasing them. Perhaps he thought Ian's words were too sincere, which made Tiger feel a little confused. He never thought that Ian would have this attitude at this time. Don't talk about him. Even Jinping and others cast a kind look at Ian because of his speech. As long as you play Big Brother Tiger, then we will be good friends. Tiger was silent for a moment and then said, if it doesn't make sense, let's stop here. Burning skies, Ian. What is the purpose of your beast pirates? Purpose? Ian thought for a moment and then said, of course it is to increase the power of our beast pirates. Jinbei, who had smiled at Ian just now, immediately snapped. Sure enough, you just want to take advantage of our compatriots. Use. Jinbei originally thought that Ian would retort, but he really didn't expect that Ian said, isn't this bad? Hearing Ian's answer, Jinbei became angry and shouted angrily, you guy. Before he could curse anything, Ian said, I think it's a good thing to be used by us. We need people who can help us explore the bottom of the sea, so we need immigrants from Fishman Island, and we need troops who can fight in the bottom of the sea, so we need Fishman troops. And now we got what we wanted, and the fish and mermaids who migrated to Wano also got everything they wanted, freedom, sunshine, safety, wealth, and power. Isn't it a good win-win exchange like this? Jinbei was momentarily speechless. He always felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong. In addition, and more importantly, Ian smiled and said, maybe our actions can set off a trend on the sea. After all, the power that fishmen and mermaids can exert in the sea is so powerful. The Navy already has giant vice admiral, and from now on, there may be fishman vice admiral and mermaid vice admiral. Isn't this kind of use bad? Tiger was startled. Perhaps. Ian said, this is the first step for Fishman Island to integrate into the sea world. Although it is cruel to say this, the fact is that if Fishman Island wants to come to the sea, it can only be recognized by humans and integrate into the world, as Odoheim said. After all, Fishman Island is too weak. They can't change the rules of this world. All they can do is adapt to this world. They can only cater to humans. Tiger was silent. What Ian said seems to make sense. If the world sees the power of the Murloc army, will there be an arms race? Will everyone want to form a Murloc army of their own? Taking this as an opportunity, fish people and mermaids can be recognized by the major forces in human society, and thus integrate into the human world. He looked at the boy. Suddenly I understood why Neptune and the others agreed to this kid's immigration plan. Seeing Tiger's relaxed expression, Ian's lips curled up. It's too late today. Let's go see the immigrants tomorrow. They live a very good life here. Tiger paused, then nodded slightly hesitantly. Okay. Ian clapped his hands and said happily, you talk too much nonsense and the dishes are getting cold. Let's eat first. After a late-night snack with a slightly weird atmosphere, Ian originally came to arrange a place for Tiger and others to stay. But they refused. They would stay on the coast tonight and then go to see their compatriots as soon as possible tomorrow. Ian couldn't say anything about this, so he could only ask Jack and the others to wait on the coast next to the immigration gathering place. Then wait for the Sun Pirates to leave. Ian suddenly said, aren't you going to say thank you? Outside the door, Hancock pushed the door open and came in. The girl was a little confused, followed by her two younger sisters. The benefactor was right in front of them, but they didn't want that experience to be exposed to anyone except Ian. "Then let me go and thank you," Ian said. "Ian." Hancock's cheeks instantly glowed. "I'm so happy. Is this about sharing weal and woe?" Ian twitched the corner of his mouth. The next day, Ian woke up very early on purpose. But it's still a little late. When he came, Tiger had already returned from the gathering place of fish people under the sea. The members of the Sun Pirates were chatting with the enthusiastic immigrants. "So your daily job is to search the bottom of the sea?" "Yes, Sir Ian said that Wano country is rich in various minerals. Since it is so suddenly on the land, it must be the same at the bottom of the inland sea. While we are exploring the ancient ruins of Wano country, we are also exploring the seabed mineral veins. Sir Ian said we will also explore the seabed resources in the open sea in the future." "Is the job strenuous? Is it okay?" "It feels almost the same as on Fishman Island, but the advantage is that you can go to the sea at any time, enjoy the sunshine and sea breeze at any time, and don't have to worry about anyone hurting us. Moreover, the people here do not discriminate against us. Forget about the beast pirates, and the other humans from Wano we met on the shore are not hostile to us." "Is that so?" Looking at the happy smiles on the faces of his compatriots, Tiger nodded gently. "It seems like Neptune and the others didn't lie, and neither did Ian. My compatriots live really well here. It seems that this trip should not have come in the first place." Tiger sighed. "How does it feel?" Ian walked over with a smile. All the immigrants greeted him with a smile, and many beautiful mermaid ladies even greeted her with blowing kisses. Ian waved them away temporarily. He wanted to talk to Tiger. The immigrants respect Ian's opinion. "I blamed you wrongly," Tiger said sincerely. "So are we." Jinbi also said seriously, "Sorry, Mr. Ian." "Nothing." Ian waved his hand. "This is a win-win deal." He suddenly smiled. "If you feel sorry for yourself, how about doing me a favor, Mr. Tiger?" Tiger was stunned. "What?" Ian said, "After you return to Fishman Island, help me spread the word that Wano country needs more immigrants, but the people of Fishman Island don't believe in us, so we can only rely on your strength, Mr. Tiger." Tiger was silent for a moment. Then he nodded slightly. He came here for a field trip and realized that, as the Neptune said, there is no other island in the world suitable for fish and mermaids to live. If you immigrate here, it should be very safe, right? Grateful. Ian thanked him sincerely. "Then it's up to you." "Nothing." Tiger shook his head. "All for our compatriots." Compatriots who long for blue sky and land can get as much as they want on Fishman Island. "By the way, Mr. Tiger," Ian said, "do you want to go back to the park later?" Tiger was a little confused and didn't know why Ian asked. "If you don't mind it, maybe your Sun Pirates can sail in the New World." Ian said, "Although we can't help you directly, we can still do it with a little invisible protection. Not to mention Tiger, Jinbi is also a huge fighter." Tiger frowned. "Let's talk about this later. I have to go back to Fishman Island first." "So?" Ian nodded. "By the way, Mr. Tiger, someone asked me to thank you. They said thank you very, very, very much." Tiger's eyes stopped blinking. "Those who can thank him." Tiger's lips curled up. "There's nothing to thank you for. Let them live a good life. I will convey it to you." Ian really admired this man. He was the most likely person to become a bridge between Fishman Island and mankind. So Ian said again, "Really, please consider my suggestion carefully, Mr. Tiger. Come to the New World." Bar. 119, 2 years. The Operation Fruit is revealed. Seeking subscription. The Sun Pirates left immediately. He didn't even attend the banquet that Ian said would help them clean up their troubles. Tiger just wanted to get back to Fishman Island as quickly as possible. Ian didn't stop him and just asked Jack to send his Sun Pirates away on his behalf. Tiger's attitude has changed drastically compared to when he came last night, so it wouldn't be a bad thing for him to return to Fishman Island early. Standing at the pier, looking at the ship sending the Sun Pirates away, Ian stretched out comfortably. In this case, the subsequent wave of immigrants to Fishman Island should be unstoppable. As for what I said last night, other forces in the world are also rushing to win over Fishman Island. In theory, this should be the case, but in practice, it is not. First of all, it is absolutely impossible for a world government to do this. The world government has an inexplicable contempt for the Fishman Island and has always treated them as fish. How could they possibly recruit Murlocs? Even if they are recruited, the uncontrolled Tianlong people will definitely give the fish people a big surprise. Then the only forces that are qualified to protect the fish people are a few pirate groups in the New World. Whitebeard is the protector of Fishman Island, and he has no fixed residence, so they pass first. Wang Ji's strength is much inferior, and Honeycomb Island has no barrier at all, so it can be said that he is uncompetitive. On the contrary, Charlotte Lingling's 10,000 kingdoms can compete with Wano country. After all, that country is actually quite safe and ordinary pirates cannot enter it at all. But no matter what, the Beast Pirates will be Fishman Island's most trusted partners in the future. It would be better if the Sun Pirates could stay in the New World. Jinbei is the future Shichibukai, and his combat power in the sea is unmatched by anyone in the world. He is definitely a huge combat power. As for Tiger's problem, the solution is actually very simple. Doesn't the world government want to kill him no matter what? Then let Tiger die once. There are as many ways as you can to help him fake his death. Then he can take the Sun Pirates under his command in a grand manner. It depends on how they choose. Mr. Tiger, have they left? Hancock appeared on the dock with his two sisters. I've already thanked you. Ian said. Tiger said, let you live a good life. Hearing this, the three Hancock sisters were moved. The two younger sisters even had tears in their eyes. What an amazing man, Tiger. Ian sighed again. Then someone shows up late. Tiger. Sun Pirates. Who are they? Yamato looked confused. This guy went to bed too early last night and got up very early this morning, but he spent his time exercising without even knowing what happened. In any case, this visit from the Sun Pirates should be very satisfying for both parties. Apart from, how is Aaron? On the ship of the Sun Pirates that had sailed away from Wano country, Tiger looked at his little brother who was lying on the hospital bed wrapped in thick bandages and asked with great concern. Next to him, Aladdin the ship's doctor shook his head. My whole body is broken, and more importantly, my brain is also severely damaged. I'm afraid I won't be able to be a pirate in the future. Tiger clenched his fists. But who can be blamed for this? Is it Ian's fault or the Beast Pirates' fault? At that time, the Beast Pirates didn't know who they were, so they regarded them as intruders. Being able to show mercy to them in the future is already magnanimous. Moreover, the current injury was purely caused by Aaron himself. At that time, everyone saw something was wrong with the giant beast and told him to be careful, but this guy still rushed forward insistently. However, as a captain, you are responsible for your crew. Send him back to Fishman Island for training, Tiger said. Well, brother Tai. Jinbei spoke at this time. What is Ian's request? Tiger was silent for a moment, and then said solemnly, I will truthfully describe to my compatriots what we saw in Wano country. Jinbei nodded slightly. Brother Tai means supporting Ian's claim. In fact, he also thinks that it is a good thing for his compatriots to immigrate to Wano. The Beast Pirates are powerful and able to protect their compatriots. Moreover, the terrain of Wano country is also very special, so there is no need to worry about traffickers sneaking in. I just feel a little sorry for the white-bearded father. The Whitebeard Pirates have been protecting Fishman Island since the early days of the Great Pirate Age, but now Fishman Island has to cooperate closely with its enemies, the immigrants. Will Father Whitebeard have any objections? Jinbei, who upheld the concept of benevolence and righteousness in his heart, felt a little uneasy and a little ashamed. Time passes slowly. It didn't take long for the Sun Pirates to return to Fishman Island. Tiger secretly met with the Neptunes again. Then, he quietly returned to Fishman Street. Soon after, Big Brother Tiger's speech spread secretly on Fishman Island. He said that the compatriots who migrated to Wano country are living a good life, and the treatment given to them by the Beast Pirates is very good. Compatriots who want to live on the sea can consider going to Wano country. The residents of Fishman Island all knew the situation Tiger was facing at the moment, so they tacitly never mentioned this matter in front of the humans on the island. But it is certain that Tiger's attitude had a great impact on the residents of Fishman Island. Not long after that, Ian received a call from Neptune and his wife. More residents of Fishman Island wanted to immigrate to Wano country. Even in Fishman Street, a large number of restless fishmen wanted to join the Beast Pirates and become a member of the Fishman Army. Almost at the same time, New World, Dressrosa. King Riku stood at the port, watching a ship slowly approaching. Before anyone appeared, the weird laughter had already sounded at the port. King Riku, a man with golden hair that was studded with a lot of hair wax, wearing a red suit and a pink feather cloak, swaggered down from the boat, who walked almost presumptuously to King Riku, completely ignoring Cyrus, who was standing beside King Riku with his eyes wide open and ready to draw his sword. Although I want to say that you should return my property to me, Doflamingo sighed with regret, but unfortunately, I am a person who respects friend very much. King Riku took a step back and frowned slightly at the man in front of him. Doflamingo, what do you want to do? Is this man really the descendant of the Don Quixote family, who has become a celestial dragon? But why did he appear here and even become a pirate? Didn't I say that? Doflamingo sneered. I'm here to protect Dressrosa. He leaned over and sneered in King Riku's ear. Think your pirate daughter, King Riku? King Riku was stunned. Violet? Is he talking about Violet? Did Violet do something? He was puzzled. Navy headquarters. Admiral Sengoku was also paying attention to what happened in Dressrosa. With information that the Don Quixote family had already entered Dressrosa, the pillar of the Navy who had supported the Navy for decades showed a look of grief on his face. Rosinante, don't worry, I will definitely find something on Doflamingo. Even if he is a Navy admiral, he cannot take action against the legal pirate Shichibukai under the government. It is better to say that it is precisely because he is a Navy admiral that he cannot take action against the Shichibukai. Time never stops because of people's nostalgia, and the wind of the times continues to blow backwards. More than 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. It is now the second half of the year 1511 in the Hyuan calendar. Ian is 15 years old this year. An island in the New World. A sharp explosion suddenly rang out in the sky. The pirates on the coast looked up in horror. A series of black iron birds lined up in the air and swooped down like geese flying south. Hide! Hide quickly. It's the bombers of the beast pirates. How can they come so fast? Damn it, where can we hide now? Shoot them down quickly. Are you kidding? They're flying thousands of meters high. How can we fight them? Before the noisy pirates could argue, bombs like raindrops had already fallen from the iron birds in the sky. In the whistling wind, the pirates were already in despair. Boom, 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 boom. In just a blink of an eye, this coast is turned into a sea of fire, and countless pirates are instantly buried in it. Of course, there were some lucky ones who left the coast in a panic. But before these lucky ones could even be happy for a few seconds, their ships began to shake violently, and a violent explosion occurred below, directly breaking the keels of their ships, and the ships began to break. The terrified pirates looked under the sea. Huge shadows were swimming in the sea, and there were human figures around these huge shadows. Fear exploded on the faces of the pirates. It's the Fishman army. Damn it, the torpedoes installed on the sea beasts are too powerful. Don't fall into the water. Those cheap fishmen will not let us go. They said don't fall into the water, but when the ship began to sink, who could resist the gravity of the earth? At the moment of falling into the sea, the pirates finally saw the scene under the sea clearly. Giant beasts swam in the sea, and they were equipped with 3 gun barrels, which were torpedo launchers, which allowed them to easily blow up the bottom of ships on the sea surface from the sea, thus completely destroying the ships. However, now the biggest threat to the pirates who fell into the sea was the fishmen surrounding the sea beasts. The fishmen held launchers in their hands and shot out long harpoons. Although the range was not too long because it was in the sea, it was deadly enough for the pirates at this time. In just a blink of an eye, the blood had dyed the sea red. Later, on the already devastated coast, the remaining pirates did not even have time to feel a little relieved after surviving the disaster, and they had already seen the big ship approaching rapidly on the sea in the distance. Unprecedented despair appeared on the faces of the pirates. It's the Golden Dragon. He's coming. He's coming. The pirates could no longer resist and turn around to escape. But at the same time, on the deck of the Golden Flying Dragon, devices similar to catapults were ready, and the ammunition for the catapults were several huge monsters. A mission. Following the command of a certain pirate, the catapult was launched. These giant beasts instantly rose into the sky, crossed a beautiful parabola, and then fell on the island. They happened to land on the fleeing pirates. The front. Roar. The pain caused by the high-speed fall made the giant beasts roar furiously. Just the roar brought strong winds. Yes, it's the Beast Legion of the Beast Pirates. The pirates screamed at the top of their lungs. There were 4 beasts that appeared in front of the pirates at this time: a gorilla, a large crocodile, a tiger, and a lion. Roaring, the giant beasts attacked the pirates. In an instant, corpses littered the field. The golden flying dragon slowly docked at the coast, and Ian set foot on the island. Ian, who is 15 years old this year, has completely lost the immaturity of a child and only has the handsomeness and vitality of a young man. His height has exceeded 2.2 meters, but he does not look bloated at all. His body is very slender, with wide shoulders and a thin waist. The proportions are perfect. The black windbreaker on him is simply perfect. Stepping on the ground that was still hot from the bombing, Ian looked around. The battle was basically over. The pirates on the golden flying dragon disembarked and began to clean the battlefield. While counting the loot, they appeased the beasts that had not yet finished their killing spree. Overhead, bombers circle the battlefield, searching for possible surviving targets. In this case, the third fleet of the Wangji pirates will be completely destroyed. Behind Ian, Luo said calmly, "That guy's lungs may explode with anger. He should have known this would be the result from the moment he stood in front of us." Ian said calmly, "Go to hell, burning skies, Ian." Among the piles of corpses, several pirates suddenly emerged and headed towards Ian at the same time. Ian had an impression of them. They are the cadres of the Wangji pirates, the guys who command this fleet. But fragrant feet. A figure ejected and kicked the two cadres of the Wangji pirate group into flying stones. And a little faster than her was a white figure. Sacred foot, a white snake drive. White shadows passed by, and the pirates were frozen into ice sculptures one by one, and then were beaten to pieces with a stick. "What are you doing?" Carrying the mace, the 15-year-old Yamato said angrily, "Obviously, I am enough alone. You are too much of a hindrance." Standing proudly, the 18-year-old Hancock shows no sign of weakness. More than 2 years have passed, and both of them have grown a lot. Especially Yamato, who has completely completed the transformation from a girl to a young girl. She has a tall figure and exquisite facial features, and has completely lost the appearance of the little devil with a runny nose. Hancock is also more mature in every way. However, only in terms of personality, there is no change between the two of them. They are still tit for tat. Ian was too lazy to intervene in their conflict and just turned around and said to Luo, "It's almost time, let's return." His disregard instantly made Hancock's eyes glow red. "Oh, cold Ian is so handsome." Yamato shuddered. "You guys are so disgusting." Luo Yiz automatically ignored the quarrel between the two. He is 13 years old and is already a real boy. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is it over like this?" Further ahead is Beehive Island. Ian said, "There's no need to go to this point. Of course, if Wang Ji wants to have a decisive battle, then I will accompany him." Luo nodded slightly. A lot of things have really happened in the past 2 years. Same moment. North Sea. Corrupted Navy, Dies Barreros had just experienced a fierce naval battle, but fortunately he won. As he was counting the loot, he suddenly noticed something. It was a fruit, a pink, heart-shaped fruit dotted with spiral patterns. As a former Navy man, he knew the name of this fruit. Fruits of Surgery. 120 Emperor. I was deceived. The golden flying dragon is already on its way back to Wano country. Bells were ringing on the deck. Two beautiful women are having a passionate exchange of blows. "I've had enough of you, you white-haired bastard. You are the one. Stay away from Ian." Yamato is wearing a white kimono today, while Hancock is wearing a black cheongsam. Black and white, two colors are constantly colliding. "You two be careful." Ian was sitting on a lounge chair under a parasol not far away. Without raising his head, he said as usual, "Don't destroy the fighter plane." On the wide deck of the golden flying dragon, 10 bombers were docked at this time. The aircraft carrier that Ian once envisioned has now been realized, of course, in a bankrupt version. In the past 2 years, Wano's bomber factory has been officially put into use, and a batch of bombers will come off the production line every month. The result is that there are not enough large ships that can carry fighter planes. Therefore, in order to enable these bombers to fight overseas, Ian waved his hand, and the islands under the Beast Pirates began a vigorous infrastructure construction campaign. Ian wants to build an airport on every island that has this condition and completely control the air in this sea area. In addition to fighter planes, the islands are of course equipped with troops to protect the airports. The pirates of the Beast Pirates, the detachment of the Fishman Unit, and the ferocious beasts from Raskina Island. There are no blind spots in all directions on land, sea, and air. Ordinary New World pirates should not have the strength to break through a base. The reason for being so arrogant is of course that in the past 2 years, the scale of the Beast Pirates has expanded again. The total strength of the headquarters has exceeded 50,000, not counting the Wano garrison and Fishman troops that were separated 2 years ago. Thanks to the help of Fisher Tiger, a large number of Fishman Street gangsters want to join the Beast Pirates AT this time. The number of the Fishman team has exceeded 10,000, and it has become a truly large-scale force. The army, the Fishmen, are now an important part of the Beast Pirates. The total strength of the Beast Pirates is almost 100,000. Then we'll have to wait for that guy, Wang Ji's reaction. Luo was lying on the side with a big iron weight on his back and doing push-ups, sweating profusely. I don't know if he will take revenge. He's out of date, Ian said calmly. Just stay in the Beehive Island. There is no stage for him to dance in the New World. In the past 2 years, in addition to focusing on development, the Beast Pirates also did one thing, and that was expansion. Expanding in all directions, swallowing up all the surrounding islands with a heroic spirit. Those who are willing to join the Beast Pirates will lend them the flag. Those who don't want to join the Beast's Pirates will be beaten first, and then the flag will be planted on their land. If you encounter someone who wants to hinder the expansion of the pirate group, you will first send bombers to blow them up, and then throw a few beasts over to make a fuss. If they are at sea, the Murloc troops will sink them to the bottom of the sea as soon as possible. The expansion of the Beast Pirates undoubtedly caused a chain reaction throughout the New World. Almost like an arms race, the Charlotte family also began to expand. Katakuri, Cracker, Smoothie, and the monsters of the Charlotte family also began to conquer Charlotte with unrivaled power. Linglings will spread to farther places. Then, in the latter part of the New World, Whitebeard did not take the initiative to expand. However, people who were frightened by the big movements of the beasts threw themselves under Whitebeard's command to seek refuge. As a result, the 3 strongest pirate groups in the New World began to expand rapidly. Their strength, power, and territory all expanded like balloons in the past 2 years. Emperor Morgans proposed this title in the World Economic News half a year ago. He said that Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Lingling ruled the world in the second half of the New World, and were as aloof and inviolable as emperors. They are not only the emperors of the New World, but also emperors who are superior to countless pirates. As a result, the title Pirate Emperor began to spread throughout the world. At the same time, when the 3 big pirate groups began to expand rapidly, a certain guy was also unwilling to be lonely. Wang Ji also couldn't wait to start expansion. And they are still very bold and wantonly expanding in all directions like the Beast Pirates. That is, they are also expanding in the direction of the Whitebeard Pirates in Wano country at the same time. Whitebeard was not very interested in fighting for territory. Wang Ji didn't go too far, and he didn't bother to pay attention. But Teacher Kai couldn't bear it anymore. What kind of thing are you? Are you worthy of doing the same thing as me? So, the war just happened. Ian led the team to completely defeat the fleet under Wang Ji's command that was expanding in this direction, completely engulfing the islands occupied by the Wang Ji pirates along the way, and pushing back the boundary line of the Wang Ji pirates in this direction. But brother Ian, Jack, who has grown a lot taller and is still 15 years old but already close to 7 meters tall, said calmly, "What if that guy Wang Ji doesn't give in? Then there's nothing we can do." Ian smiled and stretched. "I can only let him know that now is the age of young people." He had punched him on Beehive Island 2 years ago, and that guy also ran out to cause trouble during the decisive battle with the Whitebeard pirates. These 2 favors have not yet been repaid to him. Jack's eyes lit up instantly. He longed for such development. Speaking of it, Ian thought of something. That guy Hawkeye has become a Shichibukai. It's really hard for me to imagine that a man like him would compromise with the government. The speaker was Drake, who was doing exercises with a huge barbell like Luo. The man who was once called a marine hunter will also become a Shichibukai. The duel between him and the red-haired man a year ago shocked the whole world. Probably just hates trouble. Ian said leisurely, "No matter how strong he is still alone after all. The title of Navy Hunter is too ostentatious. He must be a little tired of the endless pursuit of the Navy. It may be hard to believe, but Hawkeye is actually quite Buddhist." "Where are the red-haired pirates?" Ian spoke. "I have been staying in the East China Sea for several months." Black Maria spoke leisurely. She was flipping through fashion magazines with Violet and Hancock's 2 sisters. After hearing Ian's question, she said maybe she doesn't want to get involved in the increasingly fierce battle for hegemony in the New World. "Is that so?" The corners of Ian's mouth raised. "Not in a hurry. It won't be until next year that Shanks finds the rubber fruit and loses an arm. At that time, let's go to the East China Sea to get involved. There's also the red-haired daughter, the future singer Yuta. The song fruit she possesses can also be called the ability to cheat. Speaking of which, what was the name of the island she was sent to? I can't remember the name. I just remember that it is an island that can be called a music mecca. But it doesn't matter if you don't know the name. You will know when the news of the red hare's destruction of the island spreads throughout time. Don't worry, the red hare will put Yuta on that island anyway. Blue, brew, brew. Ian's phone buzzed suddenly. He raised his hand to answer. Ian, it was the voice of an old friend. Someone is asking me to order your bombers again. Then answer them as before, Meet. Ian said calmly, this is not for sale. In the 2 years of the New World War, bombers and fishman troops have indeed shone brightly. At least Ian knew that Charlotte Lingling almost turned around and sent people to Fishman Island to recruit soldiers. She really got her to pull together a team, but the scale was smaller than that of the Beast Pirates. It's too different. The emergence of bombers attracted worldwide attention. They almost completely subverted the past war patterns, transformed from two-dimensional warfare to three-dimensional warfare. The sky will be conquered by humans from now on. Anyone who doesn't have to be a fool can realize the potential of this weapon. Almost the day after the bomber was unveiled, dealers from all over the world were blasting Ian's phone. All of them are looking to buy this kind of weapon. Even Wang Ji and Charlotte Lingling try to buy it through various channels. And Ian has only one answer, not to sell. After all, this thing is the most cutting-edge technology of the Beast Pirates. How can it be sold casually? But Ian also knows that this kind of technological blockade is only aimed at pirates. For the real enemy, it is hard to say that it would be difficult for the world government to replicate these aircraft, Ian. With Vegapunk here, that guy might be able to understand all the principles just by looking at the photos of bombers in the newspaper. Maybe the world government's fighter jet manufacturing factory has started operations now. So after Uncle Quinn completed the research on undersea torpedoes, he started iterative work on fighter jets nonstop. Talk about energy issues. Fossil fuels are enough. Let's work on internal combustion engines. Anyway, before Vegapunk came up with a virgin flame, he didn't have an easy-to-use energy source. In this regard, the two sides were on the same starting line. That's such a shame. Umit sighed. If you are willing to sell it, this will be a huge order. Let's talk about it later. Ian replied calmly. If there are more advanced fighter jets, it is not impossible to sell the old ones. Then I'll be waiting. Womit was looking forward to it, and then he said, by the way, I almost forgot about the business. Ian, didn't you ask me to help you keep an eye on the North Sea? That guy from Dover has returned to the North Sea. Oh. Ian raised his eyebrows. Do you know what he did when he went back? I don't know that. Womit said, I just heard that in the underground world of Beihai, someone seems to be auctioning something. It seems to be a devil fruit. Ian sat up straight in an instant. Devil fruit? Yes, I don't know what kind of fruit it is. Womit said, do you want me to go find someone and ask? No. Ian said, I'll find someone to ask myself. Good. The call with Umid ended. Ian didn't stop and dialed some guy's number. Ian, congratulations. Wang Ji's third fleet has been completely defeated by you. When will they attack Honeycomb Island? I can do a live broadcast. Another familiar voice came from the phone bug's mouth. Stop talking nonsense, Morgans. Ian asked. Answer me. What is the fruit that is being auctioned in the Beihai underground world? Huh. Morgans was slightly surprised. Ian, are you quite well informed? Could it be that Doflamingo told you? Answer me. Ian said solemnly. Yes. Morgans paused deliberately and then said, surgery fruit. What, Ian, are you also interested in this devil fruit? But you may be a step too late. The lucky guy who got the fruit, the fallen Navy Dies Barreros, has already reached a deal with the Navy. He sold the devil fruit for a sky-high price. Beside Drake, who was exercising, was suddenly startled when he heard a familiar name. Ian was not surprised. He just continued to ask, where was the transaction place and time? Don't be so difficult, Ian. Morgans complained. That's a Navy secret. How could I know? Ian had no doubts. Doflamingo knew this because he had an undercover agent in the Navy who tipped him off. Morgans is a paparazzi. Although he is well informed, he does not know everything. Then help me track Doflamingo's location. He knows. Ian said. Yeah, I think I heard something very interesting. Morgans laughed playfully. Everyone knows that the Don Quixote family and your beast pirates are partners, right? Doflamingo is your good friend, Ian. For this kind of thing, just call him. I said, okay? Ian said nothing. The fruit of the surgery represents the immortal surgery and represents the national treasure of the celestial dragons. Doflamingo will never give up. even if the cost is to fall out with the beast pirates. He will definitely pretend to be stupid. Just do as I say. Oh, you actually ordered me, hee hee. But it doesn't matter. Interesting news is about to happen in Beihai, right? As long as there is big news, I have no objection. After ending the call with Morgans, Ian recalled it carefully and then finally made another call. This time the phone rang for a long time. Finally, the call was connected. Who? It was a drunken voice. Which bastard disturbed my mood? Drake's body trembled when he heard this voice. Ian spoke. Dies Barreros. It's me, Ian. Oh. The person on the other end of the phone felt as if his throat was being strangled. He let out a rapid exclamation in an instant and then said, Hey, Mr. Ian. Barreros. Ian said, Do you still remember the agreement we made 2 years ago? Dang, 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 of course. Barreros paused and then said hurriedly, But Sir Ian, I'm sorry, I haven't found anything worth reporting to you after 2 years of searching. Ian's mouth sagged. That's it, then okay. Well, Sir Ian, I still have something to do here, so I'll hang up first. He hung up the phone hurriedly. Ian looked at the phone bug who had closed his eyes and sighed sadly. Drake, I seem to have been cheated, Derek said solemnly. Then leave it to me, Sir Ian. It just so happens that I also want to repay the kindness for those years. Ian nodded slightly and then said loudly, Then turn, go to the nearest base to replenish supplies and ammunition, and then head to the North Sea at full speed. At the same time, a certain island in the North Sea. Barreros still looked shocked after hanging up the phone. Looking at the phone bug in my hand is like looking at some kind of monster. Captain. Around him, the pirates under his command were even more stunned. That's Ian from Fenshin. That's the Beast Pirates, the pirate group commanded by Kaido, one of the emperors of the New World. How dare you deceive them? I don't care who he is. Barreros was breathing heavily, and his face was strangely flushed, and he didn't know if it was due to being drunk. He carefully took out the heart-shaped fruit from the box next to him and stroked it almost obsessively. This is my treasure. That's 5 billion Baileys. What kind of pirates can we do with this money? When the time comes, Jean Penn washes his hands and retires to the world and can find an island to live in seclusion. How can that bastard Kid Ian still find it or whereabouts? The surrounding pirates thought the same thing. Is it possible that the Beast Pirates would give them so much money? Compared with this huge sum of money, what is the fear of the Beast Pirates? Businessmen can take risks for the sake of huge profits, let alone pirates like them who have their heads off their belts.